He stands victorious over the vanquished Demon King, acknowledging the arduous battle. His eyes reflect a solemn satisfaction, the weight of his sacrifice evident. He declares that his victory has now secured 5,000 years of peace. A faint smile appears. He feels the struggle against the demon gods was meaningful. The ethereal flames licking at the void in his chest testify to his power. Hinambakasu is a unique reincarnator who defeated even the demon gods. An ethereal goddess descends, offering him a reward for his monumental achievement. She offers him the choice to ascend to the heavens, a higher plane, or he could be resurrected to live again in the world he just saved. The goddess presents a third, unexpected alternative, making him pause. She offers a return to his original world, a modern, technological society. He contemplates this profound choice, the thought of his first world weighing on him. He recalls his miserable past life as an overworked salaryman in a toxic company. He remembers his second life, 17 years spent in a world of adventure. He relives the moment he sacrificed his second life to save this new world. He thinks of the fantasy world's primitive nature, so unlike his own. But the lack of convenience is not the true reason for his decision. The world is saturated with painful memories of loss. He has no desire to stay. With a clear, resolute gaze, he asks to be sent back home. The goddess understands his choice and prepares to grant his wish. He dreams of a good life, then panics, realizing he'll be a middle-aged salaryman. His first thought is to quit his job and tell off his exploitative boss. Then a happier thought: he can finally watch all the anime he missed. As his excitement builds, a small dark orb materializes in his hand. He stares at the orb, a remnant of his immense power from the other world. He wonders what will become of the magic he spent 17 years honing. He recalls the 17 years of relentless training and life-or-death struggle. He quickly dismisses the power, knowing it would be useless back on Earth. He has carried the titles of Savior, Hero, and Strongest Magic User. A voice echoes in the void. He has had enough of that life. The transition is disorienting, a swirl of clouds and a sense of confusion. Reality snaps back, and he finds himself in a young man's body. He is on his hands and knees on a grassy field, a soccer ball nearby. Touching his face, he finds his nose is bloody, utterly bewildered by the situation. His confusion is met with the raucous, mocking laughter of other teenagers. A handsome boy with long hair offers an insincere apology for kicking the ball. Kazu, still dazed, tries to process the familiar yet strange circumstances. The boy mockingly asks if he hit his head and lost his memory. He peppers Kazu with condescending questions, testing his awareness. A flicker of recognition sparks in his mind. This is his high school. He sees a familiar girl with long blonde hair, and the pieces start to connect. He realizes he's in Japan, but screams his own name in disbelief. A beautiful girl with a long ponytail approaches him with genuine concern. He looks up at her, his world tilting on its axis once more. She points to the blood on his face, her expression worried. He breathes her name, Yui, a memory from a lifetime ago surfacing. Flustered, she slaps him, surprised he's using her first name after so long. The memory crystallizes in his mind. This girl was once his girlfriend. She is identified as Shiratori Yui, daughter of a powerful corporate president. She is the school's idol, and she tells him to go to the nurse's office. A memory of them as children reveals she was also his childhood friend. He tries to piece together their past, remembering they were together until high school. But after that, there is only a frustrating, gaping hole in his memory. In the background, other girls gossip about why Yui is with him. The long-haired bully stops the soccer ball, a look of irritation on his face. He takes aim, preparing to kick the ball at their unsuspecting backs. With a furious cry, he unleashes a powerful, malicious kick. The soccer ball becomes a black and white missile hurtling through the air. A familiar sensation of incoming danger, honed over 17 years of war, alerts him. In a movement too swift for the normal eye, he spins to intercept the ball. The bully can only register a flicker of motion, his triumph turning to shock. With a sickening thud, the redirected ball smashes directly into the bully's face. Kazu stands calmly, his hand still slightly raised from the impossibly fast block. The force of the impact lifts the bully off his feet, knocking him unconscious. Yui turns, asking Kazu what just happened, her voice a mix of awe and confusion. He looks at his own hand, realizing the power from the other world remains. He looks forward with grim determination, while Yui remains utterly bewildered. He tells a confused Yui that he just wants to test something out. He adopts a familiar stance, preparing to cast a spell at a nearby tree. A silent, devastating torrent of raw power erupts from his outstretched hand. The tree simply ceases to exist, vaporized in a shower of wooden splinters. He stares at the empty space, a bead of sweat on his temple. Trying to regain his composure, he turns back to the stunned Yui. He asks her what year it is, a question that only deepens her concern. She tells him it's 1997, worried the impact was more severe than it appeared. The year hits Kazu like a physical blow, his eyes widening in shock. For Kazu, 1997 isn't just a year, it's a landmark for his otaku passions. He recalls the legendary robot anime and beloved movies released that golden year. He shakes his head, trying to focus on the more important implication. He realizes the goddess sent him back to the age he was when first summoned. He clutches his head in agony, screaming that this is his third time being 17. Yui worries about him, but he retorts that he's not a senile old man. They walk down a peaceful suburban street, the night quiet and still, but his mind is filled with a dark, visceral memory from the other world. He sees two elves, one dying horribly in the arms of the other. The brutal memory is a stark counterpoint to the peaceful scene around him. In the night sky, a shattered moon hangs like a broken pearl. The scarred face of the moon is a constant reminder of a broken past. Suddenly, he finds himself floating weightlessly in the cold vacuum of space. He hangs upside down, the earth below him, utterly calm. He has come to space simply by willing it, a miraculous act. He mentally catalogs the spells required for such a feat with academic detachment. He lists the combination of magic needed for his casual interstellar travel. Back in his room, he decides to test his other, more dangerous abilities. He channels reinforcement magic through his body for just a fraction of a second. The result is a colossal new crater gouged into the moon's surface. Deciding he's done enough cosmic redecorating, he prepares for his next task. His current body is too fragile to handle his divine-level power. He begins a brutal regimen, using magic to tear and regenerate his muscles. With sheer will, Kazu begins his brutal training, his muscles screaming in agony. He uses magic to tear his own muscle fibers apart, a starburst of pain. Then he floods his body with healing magic, enduring the excruciating recovery process. Floating in the void of space, he repeats this agonizing cycle over and over. After the ordeal, he stands renewed, a strange new power swirling around him. He unbuttons his shirt, revealing a physique now rivaling a professional athlete's. He flexes, satisfied that his body can now withstand his own immense magic. He doesn't need this power on Earth, but he turns his attention elsewhere. Floating above the moon, he decides to repair the crater he carelessly created. Back on Earth, Yui walks home alone, thinking about Kazu's strange behavior today. She wonders what happened, musing that he seemed different from his usual self. A faint blush rises to her cheeks as she thinks of him. She remembers the feeling of his hand in hers, a brief but meaningful touch. She smiles, happy that after so long, she finally got to hold his hand. Her walk takes her to a familiar park, a place of fond memories. She recalls this is where she first met Kazu when they were in kindergarten. A memory surfaces of a time she was lost, crying by the swings. A young, smiling Kazu had found her and invited her to come play. She remembers how they got covered in mud and were scolded by their parents. She looks toward the bench where they sat, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. But the bench is shattered, splintered, and stained with dark splotches. She stares in shock, her mind struggling to comprehend the destruction before her. A monstrous, inhuman figure is perched atop a lamppost, watching her intently. The creature growls, a viscous fluid dripping from its maw. She realizes it's blood. With a shriek, the monster leaps down, aiming directly for the terrified girl. The ground shatters as the monster lands, sending shards of asphalt flying. Yui's eyes are wide with terror, the reality of the nightmare sinking in. Far above, on the moon, Kazu continues his repairs, lifting a large rock. Suddenly, a sharp jolt runs through his consciousness, a psychic alarm bell. He looks back towards the distant Earth, a single name forming in his mind. He realizes a danger-sensing spell he placed on Yui has been triggered. He wonders why a spell he cast unconsciously would activate on this peaceful world. A flashback shows the moment Yui helped him up after he fell. She had told him to get up and go to the nurse's office. As their hands touched, his had glowed with an imperceptible magical light. It was a habit from the other world, something he did without thinking. He never imagined the spell would actually be needed, let alone activate here. His expression hardens, the casual teenager replaced by the legendary hero. With a thought, he launches himself from the lunar surface, becoming a comet. He hurtles towards his home planet at impossible speeds, leaving a fiery trail. His mind races, consumed by a single urgent question. What is happening to Yui? Back in the park, the monster lands, its long hair whipping in the air. It lets out a guttural roar, its claws digging into the shattered earth. But the girl it faces is no longer cowering. She stands firm, resolute. The monster observes her, its gaze analytical and predatory as it approaches. It notes her Northern European features and names her Dark Valkyrie. Wee reaches into her bag, her movements swift and practiced, ready for a fight. She declares that this saves her the trouble of searching for her prey. A flicker of grim satisfaction crosses her face as she prepares to counterattack. A blinding light erupts in her hand, coalescing into the form of a spear. Gungnir, activate, she commands, a glowing magical circle materializing around her. The power comes at a great cost, her body racked with violent tremors. She grits her teeth in agony, admitting she can't get used to the pain. Despite the searing pain, she channels it into action, lunging forward. Her eyes narrow with focus, her body a blur of motion. The monster, its face a mask of rage, meets her head-on. Yui unleashes a devastating kick, her leg wreathed in golden energy. The monster's claws clash against her attack in a shower of sparks. The two combatants become a whirlwind of destruction, tearing up the park. The sheer force of their blows creates shockwaves that ripple through the air. Yui wields her anti-variant decisive battle divine weapon, replica Gungnir, with deadly precision. She knows its power should be overwhelming, enough to tear a hole in any creature. But this variant is anything but normal, withstanding the divine energy. Its hideously scarred face twists into a furious, guttural snarl of defiance. Far above, Kazu plummets through the Earth's atmosphere, a silent meteor. He can now feel a distinct magical signature emanating from Yui's location. He wonders if she is merely an innocent bystander or somehow involved. His thoughts are momentarily interrupted by a flash of otaku excitement. The thought of a legendary giant robot anime makes him feel a surge of hype. The night sky is a silent witness to the unfolding battle below. The fight in the park intensifies, a brutal exchange of blows. Wet parries a vicious claw strike, the impact jarring her to the bone. She is stunned by the creature's raw, overwhelming strength. It is far tougher and more resilient than any training robot she's faced. This is no simulation. This is a battle for survival against a superior foe. The monster presses its advantage, its power far greater than hers. Wish thrown back by a powerful blow, her body aching. The monster's overwhelming power has forced her hand, leaving her no choice. She lands gracefully, her expression grim but unwavering, ready to go all out. She realizes Gungnir's attacks are not working. This thing is far too tough. The variant gloats that even with a divine weapon, she is no match for it. She acknowledges that the difference in their physical abilities is simply too vast. Jagged spires of dark crystal erupt from the ground, racing towards Yui. The monster's overwhelming power forces her to commit to a decisive battle. Holding her spear aloft, she calls out a new command. Gungnir, edge mode! The monster braces itself, crystalline defenses erupting from its body. Far above, Kazu feels the sudden, dramatic spike in her magical output. The variant prepares to meet the overwhelming, desperate assault head-on. With a final desperate cry, Yui unleashes her ultimate technique. The spear of light in her hands transforms, its energy coalescing into a colossal blade. The blade surges forward, a tidal wave of pure destructive force. The creature's roar is swallowed by the blinding, all-consuming light. The attack engulfs the variant completely, its form utterly annihilated. The name of the attack echoes with mythological power, Odin Edge. The light fades, plunging the park back into the dim glow of the streetlights. Yui stands alone amidst the devastation, her chest heaving, every muscle screaming. Somehow, I beat it, she pants, a wave of profound relief washing over her. But the victory is hollow, overshadowed by the crippling exhaustion that follows. She reflects on how difficult her debut match was, far from a sure victory. The whistle of a projectile shatters her reprieve, the ground shaking ominously. Yui trudges through the desolate park, reflecting on the immense fatigue of real combat. A black, razor-sharp projectile suddenly whistles through the air towards her. Her eyes widen in shock as the deadly object flashes just past her cheek. The surprise attack sends her stumbling backwards onto the hard ground. She looks up from the ground, her face a mask of dawning terror. 3 more monstrous variants emerge from the shadows, completely surrounding her. Bruised and battered, she realizes with despair that one monster took all her strength. One of the new variants mockingly observes how exhausted she is from a single fight. Another creature looms over her, its grotesque face inches from hers. They begin to toy with her, landing a brutal kick to her side. 2 of the variants let out cruel, inhuman laughter as they torment their prey. Another powerful blow sends her flying through the air like a rag doll. Suddenly, a brilliant light streaks across the night sky, descending rapidly. On her hands and knees, Yui understands with horror that her attackers are enjoying this. A close-up shows the sadistic, toothy grin of one of the monsters. The three variants have her cornered, their predatory stances promising a painful end. Kazu lands with the force of a meteor, planting himself between Yui and her attackers. He stands with his back to her, a silent and unmovable shield against the darkness. Through a haze of pain and tears, Yui whispers his name in disbelief. Kazu extends a hand back towards her, his presence calm and reassuring. A variant lets out a low snarl, assessing this unexpected new arrival. It notes his simple clothing, realizing this is no costumed warrior. With a roar, it lunges, its arm transforming into a deadly black blade. Yi screams Kazu's name in terror, certain she is about to watch him die. He effortlessly catches the lethal blade between his fingers, inches from his face. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the stunned creature hurtling into the air. As it hangs suspended, he clenches his fist and its chest violently implodes. A close-up shows Kazu's hand, still poised after the devastating attack. In his palm rests the creature's mangled core. He wonders if it has a heart. Yui can only stare, her mind completely unable to process what she just saw. The dark pulsating core dissolves into black smoke and vanishes from his hand. He internally notes the variant's armor was impossibly tough, immune even to tank shells. He realizes with a jolt that he just pierced a divine weapon with his bare hand. Yui's eyes widen as she remembers the other two monsters. She cries out a warning, telling Kazu there are still more Valkyries. Kazu calmly turns, a faint smile on his lips as he learns their name. The two remaining Valkyries, enraged, prepare to charge him in unison. They launch their attack, determined to avenge their fallen comrade. A close-up shows a Valkyrie's furious expression as it lunges forward. As the two creatures close in, Kazu prepares his counterattack. He materializes two slivers of pure darkness between his fingers. Wei lets out a small cry of shock at this new, strange magic. He unleashes the dark projectiles with a movement almost too fast to see. The spikes seem to dissolve mid-air as they fly towards their targets. An invisible force strikes one of the Valkyries, and its body begins to disintegrate. The creature screams in agony as its form dissolves into shimmering particles. Yui watches completely awestruck as the monsters are utterly annihilated. Kazu stands amidst the fading dust, casually turning to the bewildered Yui. Yui, still shaken, asks him what those things were. She finds her voice, her question shifting from the monsters to him. Standing in the ruins of the park, she asks Kazu who he truly is. Yui struggles internally, wondering if she should reveal her own secrets. Kazu also hesitates, questioning if she could possibly believe his insane story. He decides he has no choice but to reveal the complete truth. He confesses he was reincarnated and has just returned from another world. The next morning, the sun rises on a peaceful, mundane suburban street. A young girl with energetic pigtails, Futaba, calls for her brother. She stands at the bottom of the stairs announcing that breakfast is ready. Annoyed by the silence, she stomps her foot and heads upstairs. She throws his door open, ready to yell at her idiot brother for being late. She finds Kazu already awake and dressed, calmly greeting her. Futaba is completely shocked, her usual morning tirade dying in her throat. She can only manage a stunned and quiet "good morning" in reply. Snapping out of her surprise, she scolds him for not answering her calls. She finds his behavior strange, as he's usually rushing to get ready. Kazu gets a thoughtful look on his face as if struck by an idea. He smiles warmly and declares that starting tomorrow, he will make breakfast. Futaba is rendered utterly speechless by this unbelievable statement. She finally shrieks in disbelief, questioning if he is really going to cook. She reminds him he's a disaster at housework and she has been doing it for years. Still in shock, she grabs his collar, unable to process his words. Kazu simply reaches out and gently pats her on the head, silencing her. He tells her that from now on, as siblings, they must help each other more. Futaba blushes, completely flustered by this mature, unfamiliar version of her brother. Back in the park, Kazu realizes with a start that he is running late. He thinks about how the variants threaten to devour everything, cause and effect included. Yui, her expression serious, asks Kazu if he remembers his parents. He begins to answer confidently, but then hesitates. A sharp pain shoots through his head as he tries to recall their faces. He clutches his temple, wondering what is happening to his memory. He realizes with a shock that his memory of his parents is completely blank. Yui apologizes, saying she never wanted to involve him in this dangerous world. She tells him she cannot forgive the variants and asks for his otherworldly power. She desperately pleads with him to lend them his strength. Kazu has a sudden realization, his eyes widening as he connects the dots. He remembers trying to recall his past with Yui earlier. He felt the exact same mental blankness then as he does now. A violent, fragmented image of Yui being impaled flashes through his mind. He grits his teeth, now understanding the link between these lost memories. He looks at Yui, realizing she is the key to his own forgotten past. His decision made, he agrees to her plea, telling her to let him fight too. The next day at school, the hallways buzz with the normal sounds of student life. Kazu yawns at his desk, musing on the strange existence of variants. He reflects that his past self had no idea the secret war was being fought. His thoughts drift to Yui and the whirlwind of recent events. He turns his head, surprised by a sudden presence at his desk. Yui stands before him, smiling and holding a bento box she made. She leans in slightly, warmly inviting him to eat lunch with her. The entire classroom falls into a stunned, shocked silence. Kazu is completely flustered, asking why she is doing this so suddenly. Yui places a hand on Kazu's shoulder, reminding him of what he said yesterday. She whispers that they should always fight together, but Kazu thinks she's just being dramatic. She explains it's simply more convenient, as Kazu feels the jealous stares of his classmates. In the background, another student clicks his tongue in annoyance at their closeness. Kazu takes a bite of his lunch, letting out a non-committal sound. He and Yui sit together on a bench as he begins to ask about the divine weapons. His gaze sharpens as he asks about the black tights Yui is always wearing. With a simple yes, comma, she confirms the tights are indeed related to her power. She explains her weapon is a replica forged from variant materials, humanity's only defense. Kazu listens intently, understanding that these weapons must be incredibly rare and valuable. Yui confirms his suspicion, stating there are only a handful of them in the world. She adds with a somber look that very few humans are even compatible with them. Kazu processes this heavy information, his expression serious and thoughtful. The bully Kagokawa interrupts, annoyed that Yui is eating with Kazu instead of him. Yui stands up abruptly, her body language sharp as she tells Kagokawa to knock it off. He leans in with a practiced, charming smile, asking Yui to go out with him. He insists they should enjoy their high school life, promising to show her a good time. Yui looks completely unimpressed, while Kazu lets out a small sigh beside her. She firmly rejects Kagokawa, stating that due to her family's policy, she cannot date anyone. As she turns to leave, Kagokawa aggressively grabs her wrist, telling her to wait. Kazu's hand holding his chopsticks moves with sudden, sharp intent. He jabs the chopsticks directly into the back of Kagokawa's hand, causing him to cry out. The motion is a blur of speed and force, a shockingly violent act. Kazu pulls back, calmly saying he was just trying to get something. Kagokawa clutches his injured hand in agony as Kazu nonchalantly eats a piece of omelet. The commotion draws attention, and another student yells Kazu's name in anger from across the roof. Kagokawa, enraged, grabs Kazu by the collar, demanding to know what he just did. Yui tries to intervene, telling Kagokawa to stop, but he is beyond reason. He glares at Kazu, wondering what Yui could possibly see in such a scrawny guy. He growls Kazu's name, his face inches away in a menacing display of aggression. Kagokawa's expression is one of pure, arrogant challenge, daring Kazu to react. Kazu meets his intense gaze with cold confidence, proposing they compete. Kagokawa is momentarily stunned into silence by the unexpected challenge. The scene shifts as students' feet show them rushing to see the confrontation. The crowd buzzes with excitement, confirming that Namba and Kagokawa are having a one-on-one fight. The two opponents face off in the school's kendo dojo, surrounded by a large crowd. Kazu laments how things escalated so quickly, as Yui calls out a worried warning. Kagokawa, holding his shinai, tells Kazu to hurry up and put on his helmet. He smirks with cruel confidence, threatening to crack Kazu's skull if he doesn't comply. Kazu points out that Kagokawa isn't wearing a helmet either, questioning his demand. Kagokawa boasts that while he's on the soccer team now, he is a ranked kendo practitioner. He dismisses Kazu as a weak-looking amateur and promises to beat him down mercilessly. A group of girls in the crowd swoons, cheering for Kagokawa to do his best. A male classmate wonders aloud if Yui really wants to watch Kazu get beaten to a pulp. Kagokawa leans in, his voice a venomous whisper, adding a condition. If he wins, Kazu can never approach Yui again. Kazu is annoyed, questioning why Kagokawa gets to decide something like that. The match begins, and Kagokawa lunges forward with a powerful, expert step. He swings his shinai at Kazu, who stands his ground, ready to counter the attack. Kagokawa's eyes widen in disbelief as Kazu moves with an impossible, otherworldly speed. Kazu internally notes that for an amateur, his opponent is certainly fast. He effortlessly dodges and counters, landing precise blows on Kagokawa's wrist, torso, and helmet. Kagokawa grits his teeth in frustration, unable to land a single hit on his elusive opponent. Kazu notes with disdain that Kagokawa is a nasty fighter, aiming for vital points. With a firm step, Kazu plants his bare foot on the dojo floor, preparing to end the match. Kagokawa is momentarily stunned by Kazu's movements, his guard completely open. Kazu unleashes a powerful, sweeping strike that shatters Kagokawa's shinai at the hilt. Kagokawa's eye widens in shock as he stares at his broken weapon. The crowd is stunned into silence, wondering what just happened. Kazu stands calmly amidst the silent shock of the dojo. He asks with feigned innocence if that last strike counted as a torso hit. Kagokawa, humiliated and disarmed, can only stare in disbelief at his opponent. His shock quickly turns to pure rage as he screams at Kazu. He abandons all pretense of kendo and lunges forward, shouting that he's done holding back. From the sidelines, Yui cries out Kazu's name in alarm at the sudden escalation. Kagokawa throws a powerful, armored punch, aiming to knock Kazu out. Kazu raises the splintered remains of his shinai to block the incoming fist. The shinai shatters as Kagokawa is sent flying, and Kazu bellows a victorious, "Men!" The scene shifts dramatically to a dark Gothic chamber under a crescent moon. A black raven soars through the night sky on an urgent mission. The raven cries out for its master, "Lord Raijin!" It flaps its wings, repeating the name Raijin as it flies. The raven enters a hall of stone arches, calling for Lord Thor. A powerful figure, Thor, sits in a chair, questioning the interruption. The raven lands on his arm as Thor complains about his bad mood from a hangover. Thor glares menacingly at the squawking bird, threatening to kill it. The raven stammers, beginning to deliver its urgent and shocking message. Thor listens, his expression turning serious as the raven explains what has happened. It reports that 3 dark variants were defeated by a mere human. In a fit of rage, Thor furiously smashes the table, crushing the raven and his glass. He grins with manic excitement, demanding to be summoned to the fight at once. The scene shifts to a traditional dojo, where text announces that special training is underway. Wei unleashes a powerful, spinning high kick with a sharp cry of effort. She practices her martial arts with intense focus in the yard as Kazu watches. She lets out a powerful ki, her fist clenched with determination. She strikes a pose, channeling a famous fighting game move, the Rising Dragon Fist. Kazu critiques her form with a smirk, noting that the move is not a leg technique. Yu lands gracefully after aiming a lightning-fast kick at Kazu. She catches her breath, her face glistening with the sweat of her exertion. She strikes a confident pose, asking Kazu what he thinks of her impressive skills. Kazu admits that her muscles are supple and free of any wasted bulk. He smiles, saying she's at the level of a top-tier athlete, a comment that clearly annoys her. He explains that without superhuman muscles, her body can't withstand the recoil of magic. A chibi version of Yui makes a 90s anime reference to illustrate Kazu's point. Kazu tells her that when it comes to this kind of strength, quality is more important than quantity. A small, glowing orb materializes between his fingers as he offers to let her try his method. Wei is curious, asking him what he means. He replies simply, "Muscle training." She winks confidently, declaring that she's ready and is very confident in her muscle training. He explains that he will use magic to forcibly tear her muscle fibers, just as he did to himself in space. A flashback shows Yui insisting Kazu train her after the kendo incident. Back in the present, Kazu holds the glowing orb towards Yui and says, "All right, here we go." In the dojo, Yui is caught completely off guard, her eyes wide with shock. A sharp, agonizing pain shoots through her, and she lets out a small cry. She collapses heavily to the floor as Kazu watches impassively from behind her. The sudden magical discharge startles a nearby cat, which hisses and flees into the bushes. The school bell rings, signaling the end of another quiet, ordinary day. 2 male students gossip about the kendo match. Amazed, Namba beat Kagokawa with 1 strike. Elsewhere, a group of students wonders where Kagokawa is, guessing he's in the infirmary. The sign for the school's nurse's office hangs quietly in the empty hallway. A group of concerned female classmates chatter amongst themselves, worried about their friend. Inside, Kagokawa sits on a cot, brushing off their concerns with a weak apology. He insists with a charming smile that he just lost his footing and fell. Internally, however, he seethes, cursing that damn otaku for humiliating him. A brief flash of his defeat in the dojo fuels his simmering rage. A girl named Yokoi arrives with friends, telling Kagokawa they were worried about him. Yokoi confidently takes charge, telling the others she'll nurse him back to health. Another girl looks on jealously, wishing she could be the one to care for him. Yokoi shoos the other girls away, clearing the room so she can be alone with him. The door to the infirmary slides shut with a decisive rattle, leaving them in private. "Now then," she whispers, sitting on his lap and wrapping her arms around him. She leans in and kisses him deeply, the sound echoing in the quiet room. He whispers back, noting that the nurse will be gone for some time. In a swift motion, Kagokawa pushes her back onto the infirmary cot. He holds her, but a dark thought suddenly crosses his mind and he curses under his breath. His expression twists into a mask of pure hatred as he snarls Yui's name. A violent fantasy fills his mind, Yui bound and helpless as he vows to defile her. His face contorts into a monster's, fangs descending as Yokoi looks up in terror. A blood-curdling scream erupts from the room as blood splatters against the window. The sun sets peacefully over the traditional roof of the Shiratori family dojo. Inside, Kazu sits quietly, lost in thought after his training session. His eyes narrow as he wonders about the brief pulse of magic he felt moments ago. A soft, pained voice calls his name from across the room, breaking his concentration. Wiz curled on the floor, utterly spent, pleading that she can't take any more. She finally collapses and Kazu can only apologize for pushing her too hard. He places a gentle, healing hand on her back, and she flinches from the sudden warmth. He explains his brutal regimen. A full week of this will forge a body that can withstand her power. He reassures her they'll take it slow, doing a little bit each day. Kazu wants to see her abilities and asks her to test her divine weapon on a training robot. Yui takes her stance, her voice firm as she commands, "Gungnir, activate!" A look of pure surprise crosses her face as she feels the familiar power surge. Her feet are planted firmly, but the usual painful recoil is conspicuously absent. She stands confidently, realizing the strain on her body is far less than before. Kazu smiles, telling her the training is already working and encouraging her to try a technique. Filled with a new confidence, Yui agrees with a determined shout. "Full power," she yells, channeling all her energy into her divine weapon. Kazu watches from the side as she unleashes a colossal blast of golden energy. The devastating technique, Ragnarok Full Break, surges forward with incredible force. Kazu's expression becomes grim. The display of power confirms his worst fears. The advanced training dummy, a custom Shiratori model, is instantly vaporized by the attack. Wei looks at her own hands in awe, feeling no backlash from the immense power. She grabs Kazu excitedly, shouting his name, amazed at how strong she has become. Kazu looks at her with deadly seriousness, forbidding her from using the weapon for now. Yui demands to know why, as Kazu realizes the weapon was made with no regard for its wielder. He thinks that using such a flawed weapon for years would inevitably destroy her body. A haunting memory of Yui's death flashes through his mind as he realizes this is the cause. He asks why the daughter of a powerful corporate president must use such a dangerous thing. With a sad smile, Yui explains that it is the mission her own parent gave her. Her father sought a connection with the anti-variant organization for his company's sake. Kazu understands. The organization controls the world, and Yui had the right bloodline to be a tool. Just like her mother before her, she was destined to be a combatant. She admits she is being used, but her hatred for the variants keeps her fighting. A close-up on Kazu's eye reveals his silent, simmering anger at her situation. He declares that the divine weapon is forbidden, but Yui protests that she needs it to fight. "I said, for now," he clarifies, his voice low and firm as he steps closer. Wei looks confused as he kneels before her, his intentions unclear. He grabs her leg just above her tights, declaring his intent to make direct contact. "Kazu, what are you doing?" she cries out, completely flustered by his actions. He leans close, whispering that this is a matter of life and death, so he must tickle her. Yabi is mortified, her face flushed as she questions his sudden, bizarre behavior. Kazu's eyes glow, his mind analyzing her magical pathways to reduce the weapon's strain. As his hand rests on her leg, he prepares to overwrite her flawed circuits with his own magic. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open, his senses screaming a warning. He looks up, startled by an unforeseen presence, as Yui asks him what's wrong. The large dojo doors slide open, revealing a dark, shambling figure in the entrance. The figure staggers into the light. It is Kagokawa, his face a bloody ruin, his eyes black voids. Yui whispers his name in horror, while Kazu can only stare in grim silence. A gruesome close-up reveals the full extent of the monstrous damage to Kagokawa's face. Yui is in disbelief as Kazu confirms that this was their classmate. As he tries to remember, Kazu feels that familiar, chilling sensation of a blank spot in his memory. Yui, her voice trembling, identifies the creature before them as a variant. The monster that was once Kagakawa lets out a low guttural moan of pure hunger. Yui explains that variants use humans as hosts to manifest in their world. She says her organization believes they appear from another world and consume their human vessels. The variant Kagakawa rasps that it has found a strong human to devour. With a piercing shriek, the creature lunges, its body erupting in a malevolent, fiery aura. Yui is stunned by the immense, overwhelming magical power being poured into the creature. Kazu recognizes the dark energy as something that would be dangerous to touch directly. He steps in front of Yui, a shimmering, transparent barrier materializing to block the attack. The creature slams into the shield and is thrown back, its fiery aura dissipating. It lets out a low moan, stunned that its powerful charge was so easily nullified. Kazu tells Yui her training is postponed as he summons a sleek black sword from thin air. Looking over his shoulder, he calmly tells her to stay back and let him handle this. The variant lets out another inhuman scream, its body shaking with rage. Suddenly, it clutches its head, letting out a new scream of pure agony. Its body begins to smoke and dissolve, its form melting away into something new. A powerful, arrogant voice emerges, complaining about the weakness of its human vessel. A new armored foot steps out from the dissolving remains of Kagakawa. A handsome, blonde-haired man in regal armor stands in his place, a confident smirk on his face. He lets out a booming laugh, recognizing Kazu as the human who defeated his Valkyrie. Yui is stunned by this intelligent variant, while Kazu notes its Demon King-class power. The man laughs again, confirming he used a human as a door to enter their world. A blonde man wreathed in lightning appears, his grin a mask of divine arrogance. He declares that his opponent will now face the full might of the Thunder God. In his hand, a massive ornate warhammer materializes, crackling with raw power. The camera zooms in on the devastating energy gathering around the descending Mjolnir. With a mighty roar, he smashes the hammer into the dojo floor, unleashing chaos. The entire structure is obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion of force and splintered wood. From the settling dust, Kazu emerges, his eyes narrowed, utterly unimpressed. He stands beside Yui, calmly stating that gods are just guys who won't listen. Thor is momentarily taken aback by the boy's complete and utter lack of fear. The full scope of the destruction is revealed, with Thor's arrival marking the start. Thor lets out an intrigued, "Ho?" a smirk playing on his lips. He questions how Kazu could have possibly endured his Mjolnir strike without a scratch. Yui, looking at the total wreckage, asks in shock what just happened. Kazu internally notes that the big hammer created a large shockwave, but nothing more. He lets out a small, dismissive scoff, brushing off the divine attack. Thor erupts in a booming, arrogant laugh, clearly enjoying the confrontation. He calls Kazu a rude but interesting human for his defiant words. He realizes he is the Thor from Norse mythology, but Kazu seems unconcerned. She worries aloud that this irregular variant is too much for her to handle. Kazu internally frets that the massive explosion must have alerted his family. He wonders how he will explain the destroyed dojo, deciding to worry about it later. He resolves to make this arrogant god tell him everything that he knows. Thor roars, asking if a mere human actually dares to defy a god. Kazu calmly accepts the challenge, his expression unreadable as he prepares to fight. Leaping high into the air, Thor promises to talk if Kazu can endure this next blow. With a savage, guttural cry, the god of thunder announces that he is coming. Kazu senses the immense magic in the attack, realizing it will create a huge crater. Thor screams the name of his divine technique, Mjolnir attack. In a chibi-style thought bubble, Kazu notes it looks like a gun-something star. The two opposing forces collide in a blinding, deafening explosion of pure power. Yui screams as she is thrown back by the cataclysmic shockwave. Her face a mask of worry, she cries out her childhood friend's name. Kazu grunts, digging his heels in as he withstands the immense divine force. Thor lands, his confident grin replaced by a look of utter disbelief. He stares at his opponent and asks if he is truly just a human. Standing in the ruins, Thor admits that neutralizing his strike is an impressive feat. He wonders if Kazu's real power is not in his weapon, but in his legs. Kazu recalls that the host, Kagakawa, was a soccer player, pondering a connection. Thor laughs, declaring that this is getting more and more fascinating. Kazu demands the information he was promised for enduring the last attack. Caught up in the thrill of battle, Thor readily agrees to the terms. He declares that from this point on, they will enjoy the fight as they talk. He leaps back, ready to answer Kazu's questions as their battle continues. Kazu, finding the situation tedious, prepares to begin his interrogation. He asks his first question, Do variants need human hosts to manifest here? Thor confirms this is true as their weapons clash once again. He explains that the gods have long since lost their influence on this world. But at some point, something changed, allowing them a way to return. They now use unsuspecting humans as doors to enter the mortal realm. Kazu asks his second question, noting that summoning gods is no ordinary feat. Thor, surprised Kazu knows this, shouts that he has no idea how it works. Yabe explains that even they don't know who calls them or when. Thor's face darkens as he admits he is becoming ravenously hungry. He explains that if a lesser being gets as hungry, their instincts run wild. But he boasts that a great being like himself can easily control it. Kazu asks his third question, can he exist without consuming humans? Thor's sinister smile and questioning of no is his only chilling answer. Kazu understands, his grip tightening on the hilt of his black sword. A dark, powerful aura begins to emanate from him as he makes his decision. His eyes narrow with a cold, absolute finality as he states his intent, to kill. Thor is delighted by the surge of killing intent, comparing it to Odin's rage. Kazu realizes the variants have no true will, so questioning them is pointless. Thor smiles, sensing that the real, no-holds-barred fight is about to begin. He roars that now, the battle gets serious as he charges forward. Yi senses Kazu's magic spiking to a new level and cries out his name. Kazu internally assesses his opponent, confident he has seen his full power. Thor is impressed that Kazu can match him in both magic and physical strength. He lets out a pained grunt as Kazu's unexpected attack connects squarely. Kazu unleashes his Mjolnir Thunder Pursuit, a mocking and powerful counterattack. Thor demands to know who this impossibly strong human could possibly be. Kazu grits his teeth, his expression hardening as he prepares his answer. He reveals he is just a middle-aged salaryman who has returned from another world. He finishes his statement as he lands another devastating slash with his sword. Thor crashes to the ground, laughing through the pain of his wounds. He compliments Kazu's fine sword for being able to cut his divine flesh. He invites Kazu to fight him again if he ever returns to their side. He admits defeat for now, promising to use his full power next time. Kazu, however, has no intention of a rematch and simply says goodbye. He unleashes a final, annihilating spell of dark, swirling energy at the god. As Thor dissolves, Yui rushes to Kazu's side, asking if he's okay. Kazu watches the god's form dissipate into nothing, wondering what just happened. He confirms he's fine, but still doesn't understand the variant's manifestation. He thinks of the victims, Kagokawa and Yokoi, and their shoes in the locker. He recalls Kagokawa's face, a memory that is now hazy and indistinct. He also remembers Yokoi, the girl from his class who was also a victim. He realizes their memories are fading, consumed as fuel for the variants. A black car arrives and a woman warns Yui about her family discovering Kazu. Yui looks at Kazu, her expression filled with a new, profound understanding. Kazu gives her a cheerful wave over his shoulder, telling her he'll see her tomorrow. He then leaps into the air with incredible force and vanishes into the night sky. Yui watches him go, whispering his name into the ruined, silent landscape. In the car, she ponders the world's fundamental laws of cause and effect. Kazu soars above the city, wondering if defeating the cause can change the effect. He thinks of Yui's death, wondering if even that tragic fate can be averted. The scene shifts to a dark, quiet alleyway between two city buildings. A stylish man, Toru, wonders aloud if Thor's powerful presence has vanished. A man in a worker's uniform approaches, surprised Toru noticed him. The worker confirms Toru's suspicion, expressing his own surprise at the news. He scoffs at the idea that a mere divine weapon user could have defeated Thor. Toru smiles sinisterly, noting that at some point, his own appetite will fade. In a grimy back alley, two variants discuss their diminishing appetite at their diner. A memory surfaces of Kazu just before his final battle with a demon god. His elven companion smiles, expressing her complete and unwavering faith in him. The memory shatters as Yui's voice calls out his name. Kazu! Kazu's eyes open, returning to the present. Yui finds him napping on the school roof, scolding him for skipping class. He sits up as she tells him that she had been looking for him. Rubbing his eyes, Kazu explains his exhaustion from the magical drain of the past 2 weeks. Yui steps closer to him on the sunlit rooftop. She holds out a gray mobile phone, telling him to accept it. Kazu takes the device, looking at the strange object in confusion. He suddenly erupts with joy, recognizing the nostalgic PHS phone from 1997. Yui's baffled by his excitement as Kazu quickly tries to act nonchalant. She explains they need it to communicate while fighting, admitting she already got him a contract. Kazu is excited by the old tech, noting it can even send emails. With renewed purpose, he eagerly suggests they exchange numbers right away. He then stops, asking Yui if he can quickly test something out. Kazu grips the PHS, focusing his power into the small device. A bolt of raw magic arcs from the phone's antenna, startling Yui. She asks what he just did, and Kazu calmly replies that it worked. He proudly explains he used his magic to create an improvised magic detector. Wei is astonished, realizing this means they can now hunt for variants. Holding the buzzing PHS, Kazu prepares to begin their first hunt. He smiles confidently, wondering what kind of prey they might catch. Yui watches him, a complex and unreadable expression on her face. He notices her pout and asks her what's wrong. She turns away, cheeks puffed out, insisting that it is nothing at all. Their search takes them through the bustling city streets. A young woman is lured away by a variant in human disguise. The stylish man, Loki, agrees with his victim that he is hungry too. They arrive at a tall, derelict building in a forgotten part of the city. The woman looks up in confusion, seeing nothing but a ruined building. Loki embraces her from behind, whispering that this is their special dinner. She is dragged inside, her screams of terror cut short. Her desperate cries echo faintly from within the abandoned structure. Inside, a cook variant remarks that their teenage meal is not quite right. Loki, in his human guise, holds the struggling, terrified woman captive. The cook comments on the delicious-looking fat on the woman's chest. The victim's eyes are wide with absolute terror. She stares, her mind breaking at the horror before her. Loki's mouth opens impossibly wide, revealing rows of sharp, inhuman fangs. The sounds of a gruesome feast echo out over the city skyline. On a nearby rooftop, Yui tells Kazu that the time is now. Kazu looks at his PHS, confirming he has a lock on their targets. He has detected 3 bodies, but their magical signatures are surprisingly faint. He gives the order, telling Yui that they are going in. They leap from the roof, Kazu sensing a powerful illusionist is at work. They land silently in the alley below the building. The overwhelming stench of blood hits Yui as they enter the narrow passage. Her face contorts with rage, declaring the variants are unforgivable. Kazu notes that Yui's enhanced divine weapon is ready for the fight ahead. 2 variants drop from the ceiling, and Yui screams a warning. Yui's eye widens in shock at the sudden ambush. Kazu moves in a blur, pushing Yui to safety and taking the attack. The variant's claws shatter against his body, and they shriek in pain. Watching from the side, Loki lets out an amused laugh. Yui calls out to Kazu, telling him to wait. Her eyes burn with determination. She wants to handle this herself. She summons her divine weapon, crying out, "Gungnir, activate!" With a stomp, she powers up her weapon to its deadly edge mode. The cook variant is stunned by the incredible amount of magical power she feels. Yi leaps into the air, unleashing her powerful Yallarhorn strike. The variant's eye widens in disbelief at the speed of her attack. The energy wreath kick connects with a sickening crunch, sending the monster flying. Yi stands over the defeated variant, her expression one of cold fury. She lands with enough force to crack the concrete ground beneath her. Kazu compliments her, admitting she has excellent instincts for battle. She thanks him, confirming her newly tuned Gungnir is in perfect condition. Kazu internally marvels at her talent for adapting to the new power so quickly. 2 figures emerge from the shadows, the worker variant complaining about their comrade's defeat. Yu is taken aback by the existence of so many intelligent variants. The stylish man Loki is impressed they saw through his illusion, asking who they are. Kazu recognizes him as Loki, a powerful being from the Northern European pantheon. Loki boasts that preparing this diner was quite a lot of trouble. His human disguise melts away, revealing his true, elegant, elven form. He smiles cruelly, suggesting they will at least serve as dessert. Yui gasps, stunned by the sudden transformation. Kazu confirms that this is Loki's true form, just as Thor had one. Yu steps forward, demanding to know what happened to the people they kidnapped. Her eyes burn with a righteous, unwavering fury. Loki simply smiles, feigning ignorance at her question. He casually holds up a severed arm, saying the other variant ate the rest. He grins, showing his fangs, and says this is all that remains. Kazu screams for him to wait, his voice filled with outrage. Yui grits her teeth, her body trembling with suppressed rage. "You bastard!" Kazu roars, lunging forward in a blind fury. With a soft sound, Loki vanishes from his spot instantly. He reappears in a flash behind Yui, his hand aimed at her back. Yui is completely shocked, unable to react to his impossible speed. Loki smiles, taunting that she was repelled by his attack. Kazu realizes with dread that this situation is incredibly dangerous. Loki unleashes his doomsday blow, a massive wave of dark energy. The destructive power washes over Yui's kneeling form. She gasps for air as Kazu's hand rests gently on her back, protecting her. She looks up stunned to see Kazu standing over her completely unharmed. Kazu tells her to stay back, recognizing this enemy is on a different level. He steps forward, ready to confront the god of mischief by himself. Loki is impressed, noting that Kazu was fully prepared for his attack. Kazu deduces that Loki was the one who sent the brutish Thor back. Skirnir warns Loki not to be careless, but Loki dismisses him as annoying. Loki, his arm wreathed in dark energy, decides it has been a while. He appears before Kazu, declaring with a grin that this should be fun. With impossible speed, he lunges, his twin daggers aimed at Kazu's throat. Kazu's eye widens. He grits his teeth, accepting the god's challenge. With a fierce glint in his eye, he decides to awaken his true power. A powerful magic surges as Kazu calls upon the legendary Anvari's ring. The blast throws Kazu back, but Loki is also caught in the magical shockwave. Loki lands gracefully, boasting that unlike the brutish Thor, he is different. Yui, watching from the sidelines, screams Kazu's name in absolute terror. Kazu notes with alarm that this is a weapon that only cuts living things. Loki's eye glints with sadistic amusement as his attack finds its mark. Kazu stumbles, clutching his chest as a dark fluid spreads across his shirt. The searing pain spreads. He realizes it's not a poison, but a curse. Skirnir and Loki mock his knowledge, revealing it's the curse of Fenrir. Kazu looks at his hands as the viscous black curse begins to consume him. Suddenly, the curse dissolves into a shower of beautiful, shimmering rose petals. Loki is left completely dumbfounded, his jaw agape in utter disbelief. "All right, all healed," Kazu declares, shocking his two divine opponents. He explains with a confident smirk that it was just simple healing magic. In the other world, he had endured countless debilitating curses. He had been subjected to every imaginable poison. He had even been trapped by powerful sealing spells. Kazu calmly reveals his own strange whip-like sword. Loki is stunned, stammering in disbelief at the sight of the weapon. He whispers in horrified recognition, realizing Kazu might be a singularity. Kazu scoffs, saying he has dealt with such things many times before. He lunges forward, his blade a blur of motion arcing towards Loki. He knows the fatal flaw of Loki's weapon: it cannot block attacks. Loki's arm dissolves, black fluid dripping onto the ruined floor. The god clutches his stump, shocked that such a power could exist. Kazu watches his enemy burn away, annoyed to have lost an information source. Yui watches from the side, her expression filled with awe. She claps softly, amazed he defeated Loki without a divine weapon. Skirnir tips his cap, comparing Kazu to a magic user from a fairy tale. Yui and Kazu stand ready, facing this new, relaxed opponent. Kazu notes Skirnir's calm demeanor, identifying him as Northern European. "Too bad," Kazu says, closing the distance instantly. "I'm different." Skirnir's eye widens in shock as Kazu's attack is already upon him. Yui watches, stunned, as Kazu drives his fist into the variant's gut. With a quiet finality, Kazu says it's a shame, but he is different. The chapter begins as Kazu stands over a swirling vortex on the ground. He stares in shock, realizing his opponent has simply vanished. His powerful punch passes through empty air where Skirnir just stood. Skirnir reappears behind Yui. Kazu moves to intercept her, and she cries his name. Kazu's momentum carries him, and he crashes through a nearby wall. He rises from the rubble, understanding this was not physical speed. He realizes Skirnir's presence, his very existence, had vanished. A dark stain mars his face as the profound implication sinks in. A memory surfaces of an elf mage discussing a legendary, forbidden magic. She had said that this impossible magic was... Skirnir reappears, confirming Kazu's realization. Perfect, instantaneous teleportation. Kazu stands, knowing the fight has just become infinitely more difficult. He asks what Skirnir meant, impressed by his strange power. Skirnir is amazed Kazu can stand after his Divine Realm Absolute attack. Yui helps Kazu, who scoffs at the ridiculously over-the-top attack name. He immediately regrets it, realizing the term Chunabu doesn't exist yet. Skirnir's expression shifts. He seems to understand something profound about Kazu. Battered and bleeding, Kazu glares at this impossibly powerful foe. He points his sword, demanding to know who Skirnir is and what he knows. A beautiful shrine maiden appears, calling for her master, Susanoo. Skirnir, now revealed as the god Susanoo, seems annoyed by the interruption. Kazu is shocked, realizing another powerful being was present. Susanoo tells the maiden that things were getting good, but he will leave. He places a finger to his lips, promising Kazu a proper greeting next time. Kazu grimaces, knowing the fight is not over, only postponed. Susanoo and the maiden vanish, leaving Kazu to identify the teleportation. Wa rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. He reassures her, his hand covering his injured face. He stands amidst the rubble, his mind racing. Wa recalls that the maiden called the variant Susanoo at the end. They stand in the ruins, processing the name of the Japanese god. Kazu realizes the variants are divided into factions based on different mythologies. But a more chilling personal realization begins to dawn on him. The feeling of Susanoo's teleportation was identical to his own memory loss. He understands, the divine realm absolute is the power stealing his past. A single footstep marks the transition to a new day. Power lines crisscross the sky on a bright, peaceful morning. Kazu yawns, complaining that the overuse of magic has left him exhausted. His sister Futaba looks at him with concern, asking if he is okay. He reassures her that he's fine, just tired. She scolds him, assuming he was up all night playing video games again. As they walk to school, they talk about a newly released, popular game. Futaba complains about the great console wars of 1997, wanting to play too. From a distance, Yui watches them, a thoughtful expression on her face. She calls out to Kazu, who turns and greets her. Futaba sees Yui and quickly says her goodbyes to her brother. Yui asks where Futaba went, and Kazu explains that she ran on ahead. Kazu wonders why his sister seems to be avoiding Yui. The three of them, now separated, walk towards the school gates. Yui changes the subject, asking about the variants from the night before. She explains that she had her family's organization investigate the incident. Unfortunately, they were unable to gather any useful information. Kazu notes that her family's group specializes in Northern European variants, not Japanese ones. He laments that even his own magic detection can't track Susanoo. He concludes that they will have to cooperate with the Japanese organization. Suddenly, a PHS phone rings from inside the classroom. A man's hand is shown. He says he's a substitute for their teacher. The man smiles, saying their previous teacher was suddenly hospitalized. The classroom buzzes with excitement as the handsome new teacher enters. It is Susanoo, and he tells Kazu he'll be teaching modern Japanese. A handsome new teacher with stylish hair smiles warmly at his new class. A quick memory flashes of a dangerous variant god known as Skirner. Kazu's eyes widen in shock. He recognizes the teacher as the god Susanoo. The teacher cheerfully introduces himself as Naruyama, a part-timer inviting any questions. Kazu stares at the god in disguise, his mind racing as he thinks, that guy. He wonders with a growing sense of dread what this powerful being is planning. Naruyama's friendly smile seems to hold a hidden, knowing meaning just for Kazu. Kazu looks on, stunned and wary as the scene ends with a silent challenge. The school bell rings, signaling the end of the day for all students. In the now empty classroom, Naruyama remarks on the timeless beauty of the sunset. He closes a copy of the book Animal Farm with a quiet snap. He turns to Kazu, revealing he knows a variant is at the school. Kazu confronts him directly, asking what Naruyama-sensei is planning to do. The teacher drops his act, telling Kazu to call him by his true name, Susanoo. Kazu glares, his mind now certain of the god's identity and ominous presence. He gestures outside, asking if Susanoo intends to take the entire school hostage. Susanoo just chuckles, finding Kazu's violent conclusion to be quite an imaginative leap. Kazu inwardly notes that the man's wisdom makes him seem far older than 17. He realizes with a jolt that Susanoo knows his greatest secret. He's reincarnated. Susanoo reassures him, stating he didn't come to this school for a meal. He turns to Kazu, explaining that he has a favor to ask of him. He holds up a small packet of pills, saying he has a request. He wants Kazu to find out where this mysterious medicine comes from. Kazu senses faint magic from the pills, wondering what kind of drug it is. Susanoo offers to explain the nature of the strange medicine in simple terms. His expression darkens as he reveals they are stimulants, specially made for variants. Kazu is shocked by the revelation, repeating the word stimulants in utter disbelief. A frantic memory flashes of the crazed, drug-fueled variant from the previous night. The memory shows the variant laughing manically, exclaiming how great the divine weapon is. Kazu asks if that strange variant from the abandoned building was one of his. Susanoo admits he was undercover, pretending to be Northern European to find the drug. But last night, Kazu's group interfered, blowing his cover during the intense battle. Kazu calls it a bad move and demands to know Susanoo's true objective. Susanoo just scoffs, asking if Kazu thinks he should take responsibility for that. He changes the subject, asking Kazu if he has anyone important to him. Kazu remains silent, his gaze fixed on the god. carefully considering the question. He answers curtly, telling the god that he doesn't have anyone like that. Susanoo chuckles softly, calling Kazu a truly mysterious and hard-to-read person. He turns back, explaining that Kazu understands the danger of having loved ones known. Kazu flinches, the god's words striking a nerve and awakening a painful memory. Susanoo continues his psychological attack, his words twisting a knife in an unseen wound. He asks Kazu how that important person he denies having is doing now. Kazu's anger flares and he silently curses Susanoo for the cruel, pointed question. On a rooftop walkway, Yui walks toward Kazu under the evening sky. She asks if he is okay, noting that the Japanese variant seemed very strong. Suddenly, a student's footstep is heard as she stumbles nearby on the walkway. Yui turns startled as the student lets out a low, pained moan. The girl shuffles forward, her head hanging low, appearing unwell and strange. She lifts her head, revealing sharp vampiric fangs as she lets out a hungry groan. Yui gasps in horror, realizing with disbelief that she is facing another variant. The monstrous student lets out a shriek and charges across the walkway towards Yui. Yui immediately calls upon her divine weapon, shouting, "Variant! Gungnir!" Golden energy crackles around her foot as she commands her power to activate. Her long blonde hair flies as she prepares to meet the monster's attack head-on. She blocks the variant's clawed strike with a powerful, energy-infused punch. The variant's face contorts in pain, but it surprisingly withstands the powerful blow. A shockwave erupts from the point of impact as sparks fly between them. Yui's thrown back by the creature's unexpected strength, crying out in surprise. She lands hard, skidding across the pavement, shocked by the creature's raw power. Realizing this one is tough, she decides to use her more powerful edge mode. Kazu's voice cuts in from off-panel, telling Yui to get down now. He moves in a blur, shoving Yui aside as he unleashes his own attack. The variant is blasted away by a wave of dark energy from Kazu's fist. Kazu turns, extending a hand to Yui, and apologizes for arriving late. She takes his hand, flustered but confirming that she is okay after the attack. She quickly regains her confidence, boasting she could have handled it all by herself. Kazu just smiles, remarking on how amazing and strong she is. Susanoo watches from afar, impressed that Kazu instantly killed such a sturdy Oni. In the hallway, Kazu angrily confronts the god, calling out his name, "Susanoo!" He furiously tells him to cut it out and demands to know his true goal. Susanoo calmly replies that his goal is exactly as he said before. He needs Kazu to find the other variants who are using the drugs. He wants Kazu to shut down their diner operation for him. He explains it's more convenient for Kazu's side to do the infiltration. His expression darkens, issuing a threat by calling Kazu the strongest magic user. Kazu's eyes narrow as he instantly understands the true meaning behind the threat. Yui, standing alone on the walkway, realizes she has become the unspoken hostage. Kazu knows that with Susanoo's teleportation, he can't escape him or protect Yui. If Yui is targeted while she is alone, he clenches his fist in frustration. Kazu glares, agreeing to obey the god, but with one condition of his own. He vows that if he is betrayed, he will absolutely kill Susanoo. Susanoo just smiles, telling Kazu that his terms are perfectly fine with him. As they walk home under the city lights, Yui calls out Kazu's name. She asks if he really agreed to follow the orders of that dangerous god. She apologizes, her voice filled with guilt, wondering if she's holding him back. Kazu looks at her, his expression softening as he gently says her name. A mental image shows him fully understanding the danger of having loved ones known. He reassures her that it's okay, even though he admits he has no proof. He doesn't see Susanoo as just a mindless, man-eating monster like the others. He believes that by following the god, he might learn more about the variants. The scene shifts to a rooftop overlooking the glittering city skyline at night. The blindfolded shrine maiden appears, addressing Susanoo with reverence as her lord. She asks if he truly intends to join forces with Kazu and Yui. Susanoo replies that for now, it's just a test to see what happens. She warns him about another god, Kagutsuchi, targeting Kushinada Heim's human vessel. Susanoo tells her to watch her mouth, lest he lose his desire to return home. The shrine maiden is taken aback by his strange, almost human wariness. 1 week later, the scene opens on a trendy city street at night. Inside, a nightclub is packed with people dancing to loud, pulsating music. A young man lets out a wolf whistle, his eyes on someone at the bar. In a pulsating nightclub, a young man tries to pick up Yui at the bar. She sighs in annoyance, lamenting why she has to be there. Her elegant fingers trace her glass as she thinks about her uncomfortable situation. The persistent man calls out to her again, trying to get her attention. Suddenly, Kazu appears, placing a firm hand on the man's shoulder. The man backs off, realizing she's not alone as Yui calls Kazu's name. A quick flashback shows Kazu getting sick after drinking, forgetting his 17-year-old limits. Now composed, Kazu tells a surprised Yui to get a grip. He scans the crowded, energetic club, wondering if this is the new diner. His thoughts are filled with a single, confused question. A club? In another flashback, Susanoo confirms Kazu's thoughts while reading a book. Susanoo's intelligence revealed that variants gather here monthly for a meal. He also mentioned the high probability of a mysterious drug being used. Kazu grimaces, recalling the details of their uncomfortable undercover mission. He thinks about their awkward cover story, posing as a couple. He concludes that the manipulative god Susanoo is definitely watching them. Suddenly, Yui calls his name, her voice strangely soft and alluring. He turns to her, surprised as she hesitates for a moment. Kazu is startled as Yui suddenly stumbles and lurches towards him. She falls into his arms, her body unsteady and pressing against him. Leaning over him seductively, she asks if he has someone he likes. Kazu is completely flustered, stammering in confusion at her forward question. She drapes herself over him with a giggle as he calls her name in alarm. Nuzzling against his chest, she whispers that she wants to be even closer. He looks at her flushed, hazy expression, asking what is wrong with her. She leans back, her face inches from his, and asks if they should kiss. Kazu's eyes widen in utter shock, his mind reeling from her proposal. With her arms around his neck, she repeats her offer to kiss him. He looks at her dazed eyes and realizes something is terribly wrong with Yui. His gaze darts to her half-finished drink on the bar, and the truth dawns on him. He grits his teeth, now understanding the sinister cause of her behavior. He asks her if she is truly serious about wanting to kiss him. With a genuine, happy smile, she says she is and wants him to do it. Their faces draw close, their lips just a hair's breadth from touching. He kisses her gently as she sits on his lap at the bar. His expression is focused and intense as he pulls her closer. The kiss deepens as a silent, invisible transfer of power begins between them. As he holds her, Yui's eyes begin to flutter open, the haze clearing. Kazu focuses his mind on a single thought: injecting magic. They remain locked in a deep embrace in the middle of the nightclub. He suddenly pushes her back, startling her out of her drug-induced stupor. He tells a confused and disoriented Yui to look around her. The once lively club has descended into madness, with patrons shrieking maniacally. Kazu holds her protectively as she takes in the horrifying, chaotic scene. Horrified, she asks what is happening, and Kazu confirms his grim suspicions. He explains that this is what their enemies call a diner. Wei looks at the crazed partygoers, wondering what has happened to everyone. Kazu theorizes that the stimulant drug was mixed into all the drinks. He realizes his own body's magic resistance caused him to vomit up the drug. Wei understands that she, too, was acting strangely because of the drug. Her eyes widen in a new wave of shock and horror. In a comical chibi art style, she asks if they really just kissed. Kazu explains he had to transfer his magic to purge the drug from her system. He apologizes for his drastic measure, a faint blush on his cheeks. Wei is left utterly speechless, covering her mouth in shock and embarrassment. A monstrous, shadowy claw appears as a bestial roar echoes through the club. Kazu's expression hardens as he tells Yui to prepare for battle. A massive furred paw with sharp claws steps into view. A pack of werewolves emerges as Kazu warns that the enemy is coming. He deduces the drug's dual purpose: to intoxicate humans and excite the variants. He concludes the diner is a brutally efficient way to kill two birds with one stone. A small, dark orb of destructive energy materializes in his open palm. Kazu's gaze is sharp and focused as he prepares to unleash his power. He slams his fist into a werewolf, smashing it into the ground. He stands surrounded by the snarling pack, completely unimpressed by their numbers. He notes about 20 variants remain, and they cannot be allowed to harm more humans. He asks Yui if she's ready to divide and conquer the enemies, and she agrees. They stand back to back, ready to face the horde of werewolves. With a confident smirk, Kazu declares their battle a contest of speed. The scene shifts to a quiet back room as rain falls over the city. Kazu scratches his head as he opens the door to the private room. His eyes narrow, sensing another presence waiting for him inside. A woman in a white kimono and a blindfold stands in the rainy doorway. She introduces herself as Kagutsuchi, respectfully addressing him as Namba Kazusama. She explains that she is a loyal servant of the god Susanoo-sama. She asks what is happening inside the club amidst the chaos. Kazu tells her to see for herself, knowing she will understand the situation. He reports that he and Yui have annihilated the variants, and the humans are unconscious. He walks past the bodies of the defeated, his part of the mission done. He holds up a baggie of pills, stating this was their true objective. It is a fresh supply of the mysterious stimulant drug. The unused pills have a strong, magical residue, perfect for Susanoo to trace. He hands the evidence to Kagutsuchi, who thanks him for his trouble. As he turns to leave, she calls out his name, stopping him. She asks if he is curious why Susanoo is so obsessed with this drug. Kazu sarcastically asks if he has to listen, then admits he is very interested. He waits with his arms crossed as she pauses for dramatic effect. Kagutsuchi's profile is shown as she prepares to reveal a grim truth. She reveals that because of this drug, Susanoo's beloved wife, Kushinada Hime, was murdered. Kazu recognizes the name Kushinada Hime from the legends of Japanese mythology. Kagutsuchi explains that Kushinada's human vessel was not physically powerful. Because of her fragility, Susanoo was always by her side to protect her. However, a certain person lured Susanoo away on a mission. In his absence, a human abducted and then murdered his beloved Kushinada. A dark image shows a woman restrained by shadowy hands, her freedom stolen by the drug. Kazu's eyes narrow as he processes this tragic and infuriating story. He recalls Susanoo's warning about the danger of having loved ones known to enemies. Yui opens the door, calling his name and interrupting his heavy thoughts. She informs him that the people inside the club are starting to wake up. Kazu tells Kagutsuchi he is leaving now, turning to rejoin Yui. She addresses him formally, her voice heavy with the weight of her revelation. With Yui looking on in shock, Kagutsuchi reveals the truth about Susanoo's tragedy. The ones who murdered his beloved Kushinada were not rivals from another pantheon. It was Japan's own anti-variant organization that was responsible for her death. With this truth revealed, she makes a desperate plea to the powerful reincarnator. She begs Kazu to lend his incredible strength to the grieving god, Susanoo. Kazu and Yui are left in stunned silence as the Shrine Maiden departs. The weight of this new conspiracy settles upon Kazu as he considers her words. He wonders aloud what he is supposed to do with this damning information. The scene shifts to a memory, a peaceful night on a traditional Japanese veranda. A gentler, more human Susanoo stands, looking out at the moonlit garden. He calls to his beloved Kushinada, warning her that the night chill is bad for her. She turns with a serene smile, unconcerned, saying it's fine once in a while. She explains that she just wanted to gaze at the moon for a little while. Susanoo chuckles warmly at her very human-like sentiment. He muses that such simple emotions are not something gods like them possess. Kushinada agrees but adds a hopeful thought as she looks toward the sky. She wonders if by imitating humanity, she could one day become truly human. Placing a hand on her belly, she reveals her deepest wish. If she became human, she could finally be a true mother to their child. Susanoo is overcome with emotion, whispering her name with awe and love. She confirms that it is a certainty. The two sit together, his arm around her, sharing a moment of perfect peace. They watch the beautiful moon, their happiness complete. The memory fades, returning to the present day on a modern city rooftop. Kagutsuchi reports to Susanoo, who stands looking over the city. She informs him that analysis of the drug has revealed their enemy's location. The headquarters of the organization has been pinpointed. Susanoo acknowledges her report with a quiet affirmation. A look of grim satisfaction crosses his face as he thinks, finally. He looks to the night sky, vowing that he can now go to her. He whispers his beloved's name, his voice filled with longing. Kushinada. The next morning, a digital alarm clock blares, showing 7:45 a.m. Kazu groans from under the covers before slapping the alarm into silence. He sits up, disheveled and tired, complaining about his pounding headache. As he gets dressed, he curses his 17-year-old body's low alcohol tolerance. He wonders if the lingering hangover is an effect of the variant drug. He walks into the empty kitchen, calling out a cheerful good morning to Futaba. The kitchen is silent and still, which feels deeply wrong. He calls out for his sister again, wondering if she isn't there. He finds a note and thinks she must have left early for an errand. As he reads, his eyes widen in sudden dawning horror. A trail of dark, sinister magical residue snakes away from the note. The trail of dark energy leads directly into his sister's now empty room. On the floor lies a cat-shaped charm he had given her for protection. He recognizes the energy signature, gasping that it's residual magic. He realizes with terror that his danger-sensing spell has been triggered. The spell is being forcibly dispelled, an act he thought impossible. He knows his perception magic is always active, even while he sleeps. To bypass it requires a specific god-tier ability, perfect teleportation. His face contorts with pure rage as he realizes who is responsible. "That bastard!" he snarls, his mind racing. A phone rings and Kazu is already on the move, leaping from his apartment. He urgently tells Yui that his sister Futaba has been taken by Susanoo. He declares that he is going after the god now, ignoring Yui's questions. He tells her it's fine for him to fight alone, asking her to wait. He tells her to let him know if anything happens before abruptly hanging up. Wen is left staring at her phone in stunned disbelief. Her shock turns to pure frustration at his reckless decision. "Geez, you idiot, Kazu!" she screams at the empty room. Kazu arrives at a remote, ancient shrine deep within a dense forest. Before a massive sacred tree, the god Susanoo stands waiting for him. Susanoo greets him calmly, noting that he arrived faster than expected. Kazu's rage explodes, the ground cracking under the force of his unleashed magic. He screams Susanoo's name, his face a mask of pure, protective fury. He demands to know where the god has taken his sister. Susanoo simply chuckles, tauntingly asking where she could possibly be. Kazu seethes, reminding the god of his promise not to harm humans. Susanoo smiles, confirming that he remembers his promise very well. Kazu clenches his fist, his voice a low growl. He roars that the god must be prepared for the consequences of his actions. Susanoo effortlessly blocks the furious punch, impressed by Kazu's immense magic. But he says his own power is invincible. He counters, striking Kazu with a simple farming hoe held like a weapon. The blow lands with divine force, tearing a bloody gash across Kazu's back. Kazu stumbles, gasping in pain as he recognizes the god's ultimate ability. It is the divine realm absolute, a power that nullifies all others. Combined with perfect teleportation, it is an absolute defense. And with the legendary Kusanagi no Tsurugi, he has an unbeatable offense. Susanoo taunts him, asking if the powerful magic user has any tricks left. The two warriors face off, the battle having reached a new level of intensity. Kazu grits his teeth, realizing the immense magical cost of healing the damage. He thinks of the strength he gained fighting demon gods in the other world. He steels himself, preparing for the true fight to come. Susanoo, seeing Kazu's unbreakable resolve, changes his tactics. He asks if Kazu now understands that fighting here is pointless. He extends his hand, offering Kazu a stunning alliance. "Join me," and he proposes, "and let us destroy the anti-variant organization together." Kazu is stunned into silence by the unexpected proposal. He asks if the god's motivation is simply revenge. Susanoo smirks, calling Kagutsuchi a blabbermouth for telling him the story. He admits his true goal is slightly different from simple vengeance. He confesses that he took Futaba hostage to force this very conversation. Kazu's rage returns, his trust shattered by the manipulation. "Susanoo, you bastard!" He sees, his patience gone. "I'll kill you right here, right now!" he screams, lunging forward. His whipsword lashes out, but it passes harmlessly through empty space. The attack is completely nullified by the Divine Realm Absolute. A black tendril of the god's power strikes Kazu's back. Kazu is thrown to the ground, his back smoking from the divine blow. Kazu smirks, telling the variants he has finally figured out their unique power. A hooded figure reveals the ability as cause and effect intervention magic. Kazu is impressed, realizing this elementary magic can rewrite reality itself. Susanoo smiles, impressed that Kazu was able to figure it all out. Kazu confronts Susanoo, feeling this power is the only possible explanation. Susanoo reveals his ultimate technique is the art of perfect teleportation. Devoured humans, along with their memories, are erased from existence entirely. Kazu concludes they do this by manipulating the very fabric of existence. Susanoo looks down, solemnly admitting it is the work of a god. His solemn expression breaks as he tries to stifle a sudden laugh. He erupts in laughter, praising Kazu for being almost entirely correct. He challenges Kazu, asking what he'll do now that he knows the truth. Kazu answers with action, leaping over a shocked Susanoo to strike. He explains that with this power, there are limits to what it can do. If he could be erased without a reason, he would already be gone. Kazu reveals he can see a faint motion when the power activates. He notes that this tell is only visible for a single, fleeting instant. Susanoo is stunned, realizing Kazu can actually perceive this tiny flaw. Kazu's blade plunges through Susanoo's chest in a decisive surprise attack. He explains that Susanoo cannot rewrite the attack if given an opening. Instead of pain, Susanoo begins to laugh with a crazed, ecstatic expression. He turns, roaring with admiration that Kazu is truly a magnificent foe. Kazu stands ready as Susanoo praises how perfectly honed his abilities are. Susanoo declares him greater than Yamato Takeru, pleasing a mysterious person. Kazu is confused by the cryptic praise, wondering what he could mean. With savage defiance, Susanoo bites down hard on the sword's blade. He snaps the blade with his teeth, freeing himself from the weapon. A blinding pillar of energy erupts from Susanoo's body, blasting Kazu back. Kazu shields his face, shocked by the sudden surge of Susanu's magic. His true form emerges, one he hasn't used since fighting Orochi. He reveals his full name and unleashes his heavenly great heavy form. The god swings his massive sword, unleashing a wave of pure energy. Kazu braces himself, overwhelmed by the ferocious fighting spirit of the attack. Amidst a storm of divine energy, Susanu poses a question to Kazu. He asks the boy if he has ever known the pain of losing someone important. Kazu watches silently, his expression grim, as the grieving god begins to speak. Susanu's face contorts in agony as he questions the very reason for his existence. He cries out, asking what meaning there is in gods devouring humans. With a ghostly image of Kushinada beside him, he screams, asking why she had to die. He roars that he doesn't need an answer, he simply wants to know why. With a final swing, his divine power explodes, obliterating the entire landscape. A title page reveals the aftermath, as Yui and her agents arrive at the scene. From a distance, Yui stares in awe at the colossal pillar of light. She clutches her phone, whispering Kazu's name in a silent, desperate prayer. Susanoo stands amidst the devastation, his eyes widening in utter shock. A close-up on his eye reveals his complete and utter disbelief at what he sees. The forest has been transformed into a barren, smoking wasteland. The god of war surveys the destruction he has wrought, a grim expression on his face. In the center of the crater, Kazu stands, battered and bleeding, but alive. He reflects on the 12,000 magical barriers that were just instantly shattered. Susanoo remarks that the attack felt like being run over by a steamroller. He admits that he is genuinely shocked, unable to believe Kazu survived. He marvels that a human could withstand a blow from his legendary sword, Kusanagi. With his long hair flowing, Susanoo confesses that he is truly stunned. Kazu grits his teeth, knowing another, even more powerful attack is coming. He understands that in his current state, he cannot possibly endure a second blow. Susanoo offers him a choice: join him in destroying the anti-variant organization. The god warns that if Kazu refuses, he will be shown no mercy. He wonders if Kazu's fight is born of a desire for revenge against all humanity. Kazu, his arm a ruin, declares that either way he is done holding back. He clenches his fist and a new immense power begins to surge from within him. A swirling vortex of dark and light energy erupts at his feet, cracking the ground. Susanoo looks on, a new light of understanding in his eyes as he addresses the boy. As Kazu's power envelops him, Susanoo reminds him of the title he was given. He asks if Kazu was not called the strongest magic user. With a challenging smile, Susanoo declares he will now show Kazu his own greatest magic. A single tear falls as Susanoo asks about Kazu's specialty in magic. Kazu admits he was never skilled with flashy fire or ice magic. Instead, he chose to master a single type of elementary magic. His eye gleams with focus as he prepares to reveal his true power. With a roar, he unleashes his ultimate skill, agility enhancement. Susanoo is taken aback, questioning if Kazu's power is merely speed. Kazu confirms his suspicion, explaining that, in other words, it is pure agility as the ground cracks from his immense power. His gaze sharpens, ready to demonstrate the absolute limits of his speed. Susanoo, thrilled by the challenge, declares this is what he means. He will counter by multiplying his own speed by 10 million times. Kazu pushes himself further, enhancing his power to match the gods. The god of war is shocked by the human's impossible celerity. Kazu whispers that the god is too slow, already closing the distance. Susanoo realizes this battle has ascended to the very divine realm itself. He swings his massive blade, Amno Habakiri, to meet Kazu's impossible charge. Kazu enters his final state, overload, preparing for the god annihilation. He unleashes his ultimate technique, the impossibly fast lightspeed sword. It is a slash moving at 300,000 kilometers per second, which even a god cannot stop. Susanoo knows in an instant that he cannot possibly block this attack. The god collapses to the ground, his body broken and bleeding profusely. Kazu grunts, the recoil of his own power coursing through his body. He staggers, coughing up blood from the strain of his final move. His feet slam back to the earth, the impact shaking the ruined shrine. He recalls the complex magics needed: barriers, body control, and physical enhancement. This was the pinnacle of his skill, the power that defeated demon gods. The immense energy cost was something he had hoped to never use again. If this single desperate blow failed to defeat Susanoo, he had lost. Kazu's eyes widen in disbelief as a figure begins to stir. Wounded but not defeated, Susanoo slowly rises to his feet before him. Kazu can only watch as the wounded god looks down upon him. Susanoo offers praise from the bottom of his heart for the incredible fight. He admits that Kazu made him, a fighting god, think of defeat. Kneeling on the ruined battlefield, Kazu is hailed by a voice as the ultimate masterpiece. Kazu's eyes widen in disbelief as he asks, "What?" Susanoo chuckles, finding the situation deeply regrettable because of this turn of events. He speaks of the divine realm's power to rewrite reality itself. Kazu suddenly wonders if that other world he came from was real. Kagutsuchi, blade in hand, declares that this is the end. She drives a dark, ethereal weapon straight through Susanoo's chest. The wicked blade sizzles with dark energy within the god's body. Susanoo gasps her name in a pain-shocked whisper. Kagutsuchi becomes a blur of motion, whipping her chained weapon around. Kazu screams her name, witnessing the horrifying betrayal firsthand. Kagutsuchi looks up, her face flushed, saying she has waited for this moment. Kazu, utterly bewildered, asks if she was working for Susanoo. Kagutsuchi calmly stands, holding the chain connected to her deadly blade. The close-up reveals the intricate, dark design of her weapon. A massive explosion of black energy erupts from Susanoo's wound. Kagutsuchi mocks the fallen god, saying his exhaustion from fighting Kazu was convenient. Susanoo lies defeated on the ground, his body smoking and grievously wounded. Kazu, sweating from the strain, demands to know what is happening. Kagutsuchi turns to him, asking if he's surprised by her interference. Kazu stands ready, saying it's no wonder he is suspicious of her. She confesses she has always been working with the Japanese anti-variant organization. Her entire purpose, Hunyo, was to successfully entrap the mighty fighting god, Susanoo. From the shadows, the Yamato matriarch's eye gleams with triumphant laughter. She declares that Susanoo's old ways are over. Humans and variants will now cooperate. Susanoo, bleeding, questions her about humans before a horrifying realization dawns on him. He roars in agony, accusing her of being the one who killed Kushinada. Kagutsuchi stands with her arms spread, a picture of false innocence. She smiles brightly, her cheeks blushing, and confirms it with a cheerful, "Yes!" Susanoo lets out a final pained scream of utter betrayal and grief. Kazu's arm blurs as he lunges forward, consumed by a righteous fury. He unleashes a powerful, sweeping kick aimed directly at the treacherous shrine maiden. Kagutsuchi simply tilts her head, surprised he would move to help a variant. Kazu snarls, "You bastard!" his eyes burning with pure hatred. He shouts that he doesn't care about any behind-the-scenes plots. He promises that he won't let her live, calling her a damn bastard. Kagutsuchi just laughs, whipping her chained weapon around with a sharp clang. The chain wraps tightly around Kazu's neck, cutting off his breath. She stands over the fallen Susanoo, telling Kazu that this is his limit. She stomps her foot down hard onto Susanoo's back with contempt. Giggling, she covers her mouth, savoring her absolute victory. The Yamato matriarch laughs wildly, exclaiming her plan to crush both of them was perfect. She calls the scene wonderful from the safety of the shadows. She gloats that capturing them will improve her standing within the organization. Cackling madly, she declares she will now eat as many humans as she desires. Her wild, echoing laughter fills the air over the defeated god. A calm, determined voice from off-panel commands, "Gungnir, activate!" A pillar of light descends as Yui lands behind a shocked Kagutsuchi. Yui's eyes are narrowed, filled with a cold and deadly resolve. As a horrified Kazu watches, Yui unleashes the twilight of the gods, Ragnarok. The command Gungnir activate echoes with immense and undeniable power. Kagutsuchi, smoking from the blast, laments that she didn't want to involve Kazu. But, she thinks, she absolutely cannot bring herself to forgive the variants. Kazu screams Yui's name, witnessing her incredible and timely strike. Yui's powerful attack blasts the treacherous Kagutsuchi into the ground. Wa stands over her fallen foe as Kazu kneels nearby, exhausted. With determined steps, Yui makes her way over to Kazu. She kneels before him, asking if he's all right as he whispers her name. She gently takes his bruised face, causing him to wince in pain. Angrily, she pulls at his cheeks, scolding him for being such a dummy. She yells at him, furious that he would fight alone until he was so beaten up. She pulls him into an embrace, calling him a true idiot. With a sorrowful expression, she softly calls his name. She asks him, her voice breaking, if she wasn't his companion. Kazu's eye widens as a powerful memory is triggered. He remembers his comrades from the other world telling him he rushes in too much. They had told him to rely on them. To trust in his companions more. He realizes he has made the same mistake, just as Yui had done. He gently takes her hand, apologizing and admitting that he was wrong. Yui looks at him, thinking that his apology wasn't quite what she meant. Kazu offers a genuine, heartfelt smile, thanking Yui for saving him. Blushing, Yui comically hits him on the head in embarrassment. She looks away, accepting his thanks with a quiet, yeah. Kagutsuchi's blade flashes, still crackling with a dark, malevolent power. She leaps towards Yui, dismissing her as a mere little girl. Kazu and Yui move as one, their attacks clashing with hers. Yui cries out Kazu's name as he stumbles, clutching his head in pain. Kagutsuchi, her face obscured by shadows, sees with pure rage. She screams, enraged that a mere human divine weapon user got in her way. Yui stands firm, warning that it's too late for Kagutsuchi now. Kagutsuchi gloats that even the fighting god Susanoo and the singularity brat Kazu have completely exhausted their power. She roars that they will all be devoured by her now. Yui leaps forward, challenging Kagutsuchi to try her as Kazu yells her name. The two women clash in a blur of motion, their bodies locked in fierce combat. Yui's divine weapon parries Kagutsuchi's dark blade in a shower of sparks. Kagutsuchi is thrown backward, a look of genuine surprise on her face. She grits her teeth, her expression twisting into one of pure fury. She lunges forward again, her body a blur of vengeful motion. She unleashes a powerful sweeping attack, screaming that Yui's efforts are useless. Kazu catches Yui as she's thrown back, telling her not to overdo it. Kagutsuchi warns them that a fluke like that won't happen a second time. She holds up a small ornate dagger, declaring that this is the end. In a flash of blinding light, she drives the dagger into her own chest. Kazu grits his teeth, watching the impossible self-destructive act. A massive explosion of dark energy erupts from Kagutsuchi's body. But Susanoo rises, stopping her blade, declaring that she is the one who will end. Kagutsuchi is utterly shocked, crying out Susanoo's name in disbelief. Susanoo unleashes a final roar as a wave of pure energy engulfs them all. In the midst of a divine explosion, the treacherous shrine maiden, Kagutsuchi, gasps in shock. She recognizes the brilliant light, realizing a sacred treasure is being used against her. Kazu watches the scene unfold, his face a mask of grim determination. Impaled and dying, Kagutsuchi screams for the god Susanoo to take her with him. A single eye widens in shock, reflecting the cataclysmic self-destruction of a god. The sky itself is torn asunder by a violent, chaotic storm of divine lightning. A colossal pillar of pure, white-hot energy erupts from the ground with immense force. Thrown back by the sheer power of the blast, Kazu lets out a pained cry. The divine explosion towers over the distant city, a beacon of otherworldly power. Kazu, bruised but steady, rushes to Yui's side, asking if she is all right. His immediate concern then shifts to the fate of the god, Susanoo. In the crater's center, a broken and bleeding Susanoo cradles Kagutsuchi's lifeless form. He lets out a guttural cry of agony, his face a mask of profound suffering. His divine body begins to burn away, consumed by a holy ethereal flame. Yui and Kazu can only watch the god's final, tragic moments in stunned disbelief. Kazu cries out the name of the disappearing god in a final anguished farewell. A memory surfaces, his beloved Kushinada telling him the moon is beautiful. He remembers a tender moment from his past, whispering her name. Kagutsuchi's body goes limp in his arms as she whispers his name one last time. The divine flames consume his hand, turning it into dissipating ethereal embers. He bids a final farewell to Kagutsuchi, promising to meet her again in heaven. Yi speaks Kazu's name softly as they cautiously approach the smoldering crater. The dying god calls out to them from the center of the devastation. He muses with a wry smile about the profound irony of being saved by Yui. Kazu retorts that it must be a terrible blow to a fighting god's pride. He tells the god to give him the information he desires before he dies. Susanoo reveals that he knows about Futaba's location and the secrets Kazu holds. The dying god leads them away from the scene of the apocalyptic battle. He slowly approaches a sacred tree marked with a thick, ceremonial rope. He apologizes to Kushinada's spirit, saying that this is as far as he can go. Kazu cries out his sister's name, seeing her bound to the tree by living vines. Susanoo reassures Kazu that his sister is only unconscious and completely unharmed. Yai realizes with a start that Susanoo never had any intention of harming Futaba. Cradling his sister, Kazu demands to know the god's true hidden objective. Susanoo reminds him of his earlier proposal to destroy the Japanese anti-variant organization. He explains that his time is rapidly running out, so he must be brief. He reveals the shocking truth. Futaba is a human member of that very organization. Kazu and Yui are utterly shocked by this world-shattering revelation. Kazu pictures his innocent sister, unable to believe she is involved in this secret war. He turns to Yui, desperately asking if such a thing could even be possible. Yui confirms rumors of the organization recruiting new members through school health checkups. She considers the terrifying possibility that Futaba is truly one of their agents. Kazu demands to know why Susanoo would specifically target his younger sister. Yui asks if his entire plan was simply to use Futaba as bait. The dying god remains silent for a moment, his eyes filled with a deep sorrow. He apologizes again, explaining that he truly has no more time left to spare. As his body continues to dissolve, he addresses Kazu with a final request. He turns away, his last command a simple, heartfelt plea: protect Futaba. Kazu looks down at his sister, confused by the dying god's final words. He processes the weight of the god's plea, his expression unreadable and grim. Susanoo laments that, in the end, he was unable to save anyone from their fate. He clutches his head in anguish, having failed both Futaba and his beloved Kusinada. He acknowledges Kazu's immense power, calling him the strongest singularity in history. He asks if Kazu will use that power to save the weak and pitiful like them. His body finally dissolves completely into motes of golden, divine light. Kazu reaches out a desperate hand towards the dissipating, ethereal embers. He screams the god's name one last time as he vanishes from the world forever. The last of the divine light is reflected in a single, unblinking eye. In the aftermath of Susanoo's passing, Kazu holds his sister protectively. A new chapter begins for the heroes, now in the shadow of the god's sacrifice. The god's final, desperate plea for salvation echoes in Kazu's troubled mind. He carries his sister away, pondering the god's strange and contradictory final words. He sits with Futaba, trying to understand the meaning behind the god's riddle. Futaba begins to wake up, her eyes fluttering open in a daze of confusion. She looks up at her brother, her voice soft and questioning his name. Kazu rushes to her side, frantically asking if she has been hurt anywhere. She reassures him that she is fine, but her gaze is filled with worry for him. He is startled as her attention suddenly shifts to his own grievous injuries. Futaba begins to fuss over him, shocked by the extent of his many wounds. Yui watches from the side, noting with concern how badly he is bleeding. The group stands on the shrine's porch, surveying the bizarre and confusing situation. Kazu and Yui share a silent look, the unspoken questions hanging between them. Kazu decides the time has come to confront his sister with the truth. He gently explains that she was kidnapped by a variant and has been unconscious. She repeats the word variant, a term she should not be able to understand. She asks him how he could possibly know that secret name, her cover blown. Kazu's face hardens with a grim certainty as his worst fears are finally confirmed. Futaba notices Yui, realizing she is also involved in this hidden, secret world. She collapses, apologizing for getting her brother dragged into her secret life. Kazu tries to process her words, realizing the truth is far more complicated. She says that if that is the case, then there is something she must do. She reveals a black paper talisman covered in glowing, intricate white runes. She kneels before him, telling him to stay still as she begins to heal him. He is stunned by the immense, overwhelming power of her healing magic. The healing light fades as she tells him she has finished applying first aid. He wonders when and how his sister acquired such incredible and mysterious abilities. A mysterious old woman appears, offering to explain everything that has happened. She addresses him not as Kazu, but as Takeru, the chosen one of this era. Kazu recognizes the newcomers, his expression filled with a dawning, hostile dread. She introduces her followers as the Japanese anti-variant organization, Yamato. She confirms that Futaba has been a member of their secret organization. Kazu remembers Susanoo's dying wish to destroy this very organization. The old woman's eyes are closed, but she can sense his immediate hostility. Kazu breaks the tense silence with a single challenging word. One of her masked warriors responds, ready and waiting for her command. Wei confronts them, stating that their organization is shrouded in dark, sinister rumors. The old woman simply laughs, unconcerned and amused by the accusations. She dismisses Yui with a contemptuous insult, calling her a Northern European mongrel. Wei is shocked and angered by the old woman's blatant and unprovoked disrespect. Kazu immediately steps forward, his hand raised to protect Yui from the insult. Yui warns Kazu not to entrust his sister to this suspicious organization. The old woman chuckles, praising Kazu's spirit as worthy of the name Takeru. Kazu clicks his tongue, completely baffled by the strange title and situation. From afar, Futaba calls out to her brother, confused by the name Takeru. She pleads with him not to defy these people, her eyes wide with terror. Kazu looks at his sister, her raw fear giving him pause. The old woman formally asks Nambakazu to follow them for now. She tempts him with answers about the variants and his sister, Futaba. Finally, she offers the truth about the other world he came from. Kazu glares, understanding he is being expertly cornered and manipulated. The matriarch waits silently, her face a mask of ancient patience. With a heavy heart, Kazu raises his hand in reluctant agreement. The old woman calls it a wise decision as Yui watches in disbelief. She turns to lead them away, inviting them to the Yamato headquarters. Yui tries to join, but is told she, a Shiratori, must stay behind. Kazu intercedes, citing the principles of negotiation between their organizations. He leans in close to Yui, her eyes widening in surprise. He quietly asks her to trust him, their gazes locking in understanding. Futaba sits on the shrine steps, her fate hanging in the balance. Kazu stands tall, declaring his intention to go as her guardian. He will personally judge if their headquarters is worthy of his sister. Wise left behind, handing a package to an agent by a car. She watches with deep concern as her friends are led away. The scene shifts to a modern city of skyscrapers and construction cranes. A car speeds down a highway, carrying them towards an unknown destination. In the backseat, Kazu notices his sister sigh and asks what's wrong. Futaba apologizes, feeling guilty for dragging him into her dangerous world. Kazu admits his own failure, saying he was unable to protect her. He realizes this secret war existed long before his reincarnation. Futaba looks at her brother, a complex and knowing sadness in her eyes. She calls his name, snapping him out of his heavy thoughts. Kazu suddenly thanks Futaba, leaving her utterly baffled by his words. He gently places a hand on her head, promising to protect her now. Futaba looks up at him, overwhelmed by this sudden, mature affection. He smiles softly, telling her not to make such a sad face. Futaba comically worries about school, surprising Kazu with her priorities. Their car pulls up to a sleek, modern office building. They enter a bustling professional lobby that looks entirely normal. Kazu is impressed, noting it's far grander than his old office. On the surface, the building operates just like any other company. He senses no unease or strangeness from the ordinary employees. A voice calls out, formally addressing him as Kazu Dono. Kazu's eyes narrow, taking in the deceptive scene before him. The old woman leads them to what looks like an executive elevator. She explains a powerful extrasensory barrier protects the entire area. The ward is so strong that even the god Susanoo couldn't find it. The elevator doors open with a heavy mechanical thud. Kazu looks out, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. An immense, magnificent Shinto shrine is hidden deep beneath the city. He comically wonders about the incredible funding this organization must have. A fox-masked attendant bows, greeting the matriarch as chief. The old woman tells him to wait, as she has something to attend to first. She turns her attention back to her guest, addressing Kazu. She says there is something she wants to show him before they talk. Kazu, feigning nonchalance, tells her to do as she pleases. They walk through the serene, lantern-lit grounds of the hidden shrine. They enter a traditional room where a man has been waiting for them. A close-up reveals the imperial seal of Japan pinned to his lapel. The man introduces himself as Obuchi Keizo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He smiles, saying it is an honor to finally meet them. Kazu is stunned into silence by the politician's presence. He realizes this man is deeply involved with the anti-variant organization. A stylized panel shows Obuchi holding a sign for Japan's Heisei era. The old woman lets out a soft chuckle at Kazu's shocked expression. Obuchi apologizes for the wait, but she says it was no trouble. Futaba tugs on Kazu's arm, awestruck to be meeting the chief. The minister asks the matriarch about her two young companions. She explains they are both figures with deep ties to the Yamato. Obuchi takes in her words, a flicker of understanding on his face. Futaba quietly calls out to her brother, who simply acknowledges her. Kazu recognizes the politician from the memories of his first life. He knows this man is destined to become the Prime Minister of Japan. He recalls Yui's words about a secret group controlling the world. He asks the minister what benefit a politician gets from this alliance. Obuchi decides it is time for a practical demonstration. The old woman agrees with a knowing, soft chuckle. She instructs one of her masked subordinates to proceed. The subordinate silently acknowledges the command with a gesture. They enter a futuristic control room, shocking both Kazu and Futaba. On the main monitor, a bald man is shown bound to a chair. Obuchi explains the man is a terrorist from a deadly subway bombing. He calls it a hateful memory for the people of Japan. This criminal, he states, is still protected by the justice system. This fact, he says, is an unbearable suffering for the victims' families. He declares his duty is to protect Japan's heart, borrowing God's power. The bound terrorist looks up, startled by an unseen presence. A monstrous, horned variant with sharp teeth materializes before him. The man freezes in terror as the inhuman creature looms over him. Obuchi marvels that their synthesis of an invisible variant was a success. The variant grabs the man's head as he lets out a blood-curdling scream. The terrorist screams in agony, asking what this monster is. Kazu watches in horror, questioning what these people are truly doing. The variant's powerful hand crushes the man's face. Kazu quickly turns and shields Futaba's eyes, telling her not to look. The monster impales the man with dozens of shadowy black spikes. The variant kneels amidst the gore, its bloody work now complete. Its sharp-toothed maw is stained dark with the fresh blood of its victim. The technicians coolly note they can control the monster's feeding habits. The old woman confirms they can now move the creature as they please. Obuchi, his face alight with manic joy, calls it a magnificent monster. In the quiet room, the old woman says they should remember what has happened. The victim's existence will soon fade, becoming a faint memory. Obuchi suggests rewriting the event's memory as just a natural disaster. Kazu stutters, trying to comprehend the coldness of their plan. With a tear in his eye, Obuchi declares that he is deeply moved. A monstrous Oni appears, a power that corrects the world's chaos unseen. Obuchi passionately proclaims this is the ideal power he has always sought. Kazu interjects with a sharp, disbelieving, "Hey, hey, hey!" He scoffs at the politician's claim of an ideal power. When Obuchi feigns confusion, Kazu accuses him of playing dumb. He says it's just a power for politicians to erase inconvenient truths. Kazu explains it's a convenient cover-up for the government's failure. Futaba sees the truth, her eyes wide as she calls it a simple scam. The old woman explains that the Yamato and the government have long protected Japan. They came to know the gods, she says, and learned to manipulate their power. This power was built upon countless bloody sacrifices and dismembered bodies. She declares that they will eventually replace the gods and create a new world. Kazu listens in silence, his expression hardening at this insane ambition. To achieve this goal, the old woman explains, they need Takeru. Her gaze falls on Futaba, whose latent abilities are also essential to their plan. Kazu turns his back, knowing they see his sister as an indispensable tool. He turns back, a cold fury in his eyes as he addresses, "You guys." Pulling Futaba behind him, he asks if they really plan to involve her. He scoops his sister into his arms, refusing to leave her in this dark place. The old woman orders her agent not to let him take Futaba away. Her fox-masked warriors immediately give chase, shouting their intent to pursue. Kazu leaps through the air, carrying his sister to safety. They soar high above the shrine grounds in a desperate escape. Kazu recognizes the paper talisman in his hand is like Futaba's. He unleashes its power, shattering the magical barrier in a massive explosion. The Yamato agents stare in shock, their secret arts undone in an instant. The old woman is impressed, praising his strength, skill, and judgment. She notes he is the one who was able to corner the god Susanoo. Her agents apologize, admitting Takeru's peerless power is too much for them. Landing on a forest path, Kazu knows they can't escape the barrier absolutely. He senses the incredibly complex illusion magic that still traps them. Futaba, still in his arms, weakly calls out to her brother. She asks him about the incredible power he just displayed. With wide, knowing eyes, she states he truly is the Takeru of this era. She then asks him what exactly he knows about the name Takeru. They stand on the quiet path as Kazu silently processes her question. Futaba explains Takeru is the Yamato's name for the singularity. She tells a confused Kazu that the world they live in is not the only one. There is the mundane world of humans, full of ordinary people. There is the world of gods, and below it, the chaotic demon world. And finally, she says, there is the place known as the other world. These worlds exist in a delicate balance, but sometimes a distortion occurs. This distortion manifests as the inhuman creatures known as variants. If these variants are left unchecked, all worlds will eventually collapse. The only being who can correct this distortion is the singularity. The place where this singularity is forged, she explains, is the realm simply known to them as the other world. Kazu stares, stunned as the purpose of his past life becomes terrifyingly clear. Futaba says this realm is called the Eternal Land, or sometimes Valhalla. Kazu realizes he was trained in that world specifically to fight the variants. The memory of his lost comrades returns with a new, horrifying weight. He grits his teeth in anguish, understanding their deaths were by design. The moment of revelation is shattered as they are suddenly surrounded. A horde of monstrous, horse-headed Oni chimeras blocks their path. Kazu holds his sister tight, letting out a frustrated shh. The old woman appears, asking the Takeru of this era to obey them. Futaba is horrified by the sheer number of synthetic demons. The Yamato's research allowed them to synthesize multiple lower-class gods. The matriarch calmly lists their creations, from drugs to these chimeras. All of it, she proclaims, was a stepping stone for them to become new gods. She demands Takaru obey, or she will take his power by force. Kazu can only think how her speech sounds completely villainous. In a single fluid motion, his whip sword decapitates the entire front line. The blade sings through the air, felling another monster in a spray of black blood. He scoffs at them, calling him Takeru, or singularity. He declares he is Namba Kazu, Futaba's only guardian and big brother. With a confident smile, he says for now, that is all he needs to be. A promotional page shows Kazu, weapon ready, protecting his sister. The old woman lets out a gasp of utter shock. They step forward, their shoes pressing into the grassy forest floor. Kazu and Futaba stand together, ready for the next move. The fox-masked agents can't believe he destroyed their creations instantly. The old woman corrects herself, realizing he is not Takaru, but Namba Kazu. She stands over the carnage, calling his power truly peerless. Kazu smirks, commenting that her way of speaking sounds almost heretical. Achibi Futaba looks confused, asking what heretical means. Achibi Kazu dismisses it as the slain monsters begin to stir. The chimeras twitch and reform as the old woman mocks his confidence. From a pool of black ooze, a single eye opens. But a monster's face reforms, its mouth open in a silent, terrifying scream. Futaba covers her mouth, horrified by the sight of their regeneration. Kazu looks on, unimpressed, muttering about their self-regeneration. He recalls that his sword has a recovery-inhibiting formula built into it. His eyes narrow. He knows this sly old hag is up to something. The old woman watches the monsters reform, calling Kazu's perception clever. The chimeras let out a final agonizing scream as their regeneration fails. Kazu looks down, his expression calm as he says, "Well," a foot steps forward, ready for action. He readies his sword, saying their regeneration doesn't matter anyway. The old woman's face hardens with resolve. "All right," she decides. "Now, go," she commands, and two agents lunge towards Futaba. Futaba stands frozen in shock as the two warriors rush past the monsters. A close-up reveals her wide, terrified eyes, caught completely off guard. Kazu looks over his shoulder with an annoyed "Shh." He realizes instantly that his sister Futaba is their true target. Two fox-masked warriors tell Futaba to prepare herself for what is to come. A glowing, black, grid-patterned monolith of energy materializes from the ground. Futaba summons lightning, shattering the area around her with a powerful spell. The two fox-masked warriors are sent flying by the lightning blast, crying out. The old woman appears behind Kazu, asking what he is doing here. A fox-masked warrior prostrates himself on the ground, apologizing to the old woman. Futaba stands calmly as a glowing talisman in her hand disintegrates into dust. A defeated fox-masked warrior bows his head, wondering what they should do now. Kazu looks at his sister, Futaba, as she explains something to him. Kazu asks Futaba when she gained such incredible power, surprising her. Futaba looks down with a sad expression as she begins to explain why. With a determined look, Futaba declares that she had to protect her brother. Kazu looks at his sister with a new understanding, saying her name softly. Kazu and Futaba stand apart on a path, a tense silence between them. The old woman grits her teeth in frustration, her eyes squeezed shut. The old woman orders her monstrous chimera demons to attack the siblings. A massive horned chimera looms over Kazu and Futaba, ready to strike. Kazu calls Futaba's name, and she looks up at him, nodding in agreement. Kazu grips his weapon as a chimera's sharp claws reach for him. Kazu swings his weapon in a powerful, dynamic arc, unleashing dark energy. Futaba unleashes a swirling ribbon of magical energy from a paper talisman. Kazu and Futaba stand together as the energy from their attacks dissipates. The old woman and her masked warriors watch the scene in utter disbelief. A thin panel shows a swift, black slash mark cutting through the air. Kazu smiles confidently at Futaba, suggesting they finish the fight and go home. The two fox-masked warriors are stunned, exclaiming that the siblings are too strong. The old woman, her face shadowed, lets out a low, sinister chuckle. The old woman reflects on how easily her chimeras, Yamato's best, were defeated. The old woman clenches her fist, speaking of a truly transcendent existence. The old woman declares she will use inhuman power, revealing a monstrous arm. The remains of the defeated chimeras melt into a black, viscous ooze. The old woman stands amidst the dissolving, bloody remains of the chimeras. Kazu and Futaba watch in confusion as the defeated chimeras melt away. The fox-masked warriors warn the old woman that her power is still incomplete. The old woman angrily silences her subordinates, clutching her monstrous hand. The old woman is enveloped by the black ooze of the chimeras. A large black, dripping sphere of energy and flesh floats in the forest. The black sphere erupts in a violent explosion of dark energy. Futaba looks on in horror, realizing the monstrous fusion has been completed. Kazu shields his eyes as Futaba expresses disbelief at the perfect fusion. A chibi-style Kazu looks annoyed, complaining about the troublesome old woman. A monstrous clawed foot steps onto the ground, dripping black fluid. The glowing, intense eyes of the newly formed being stare from the shadows. A new being with white hair and 4 arms declares a new creation. Kazu scoffs, unimpressed by the new being's dramatic entrance and declaration. The new being, the living god, smirks, acknowledging Kazu's inhuman power. The living god, now with horns, poses and declares himself a living god. Kazu points at the living god, unimpressed, asking if he is okay with that. The living god crouches, announcing the start of a new creation. Kazu looks on with a cool, unimpressed expression, scoffing at the declaration. A fox silhouette reflects on obtaining inhuman power before a shrine at night. A title page shows Kazu confronting the 4-armed living god, questioning him. A chibi-style Kazu looks confused, wondering if the fight is still going. The horned living god laughs softly and confidently to himself. The living god holds a glowing orb, preparing to unleash his divine power. Futaba screams her brother's name in terror as the attack is launched. A close-up on Kazu's determined eyes as he braces for the incoming blast. A massive beam of energy shoots across the clearing, impacting with a flash. The energy blast explodes, tearing up the ground in a massive detonation. Futaba stands safely inside a hexagonal magical barrier, looking amazed. Kazu stands with his back to the blast, protected by the same barrier. The living god looks on in disbelief at the power of his own fusion. Futaba explains that the fusion has created a power that transcends even gods. The living god is shocked that Kazu withstood the powerful blast all alone. Kazu's weapon slashes through the air as he asks who took the hit. The living god's eye widens as he realizes he was the one struck. The living god is pierced by dozens of black, ethereal blades, looking shocked. Kazu looks on, impressed by the incredible speed of his own sword attack. The living god pulls the blades from his body as his wounds instantly heal. A close-up shows the living god's wounds vanishing as if they never existed. Kazu's eyes widen in surprise at the impossible speed of the regeneration. Kazu realizes the regeneration is a form of cause and effect intervention magic. The living god realizes Kazu's power is far more than simple healing magic. Kazu takes a determined step forward, preparing for the next phase of battle. Kazu strikes the living god with his whip sword, causing him to cry out. Kazu stands over the wounded living god, commenting on his use of power. Kazu states he can think of ways to defeat a foe with regeneration. The living god glares with a single eye, listening to Kazu's confident words. Futaba stands with her arms crossed, listening intently to her brother's plan. Kazu, surrounded by a sparkling aura, proposes a battle of attrition. The living god grits his teeth in frustration at Kazu's relentless challenge. The living god laughs maniacally, praising Kazu's ferocious and mighty power. Kazu coolly accepts the praise, acknowledging he is the strongest Takaru. The living god's eye narrows with a new determined glint. The living god declares he will surpass Takaru and become a true god. Kazu looks on, unimpressed by the living god's grand declaration. The living god's 4 hands come together, challenging Kazu to resist him. The living god performs a hand sign, unleashing his divine realm absolute technique. Kazu stands ready but looks surprised by the nature of the attack. A close-up on Kazu's eyes, widening in shock as he recognizes the technique. A memory of Susanoo using the same powerful technique flashes in Kazu's mind. The living god clarifies that his technique is not the same as Susanoo's. A close-up on the living god's eyes as he unleashes a divine curse. A close-up of the living god's monstrous mouth issuing the command, "Do not move." Panel. Kazu is frozen in place, surrounded by a black circle, unable to move. A close-up on Kazu's eye, straining against the magical paralysis. Kazu struggles, realizing his body will not obey his commands. A close-up of Kazu's hand, trembling but completely unable to move. The living god gloats over the paralyzed Kazu, calling it the work of a god. The living god smiles cruelly, declaring that Namba Kazu cannot move. Kazu struggles, realizing with dawning horror that his enemy has rewritten the world itself. Futaba rushes into the clearing, screaming her brother's name in a desperate panic. The living god, a monstrous fusion with Susanoo, watches them with a cold, confident smirk. Its clawed hand gestures elegantly, invoking the ultimate power of the divine realm absolute. It unleashes a 10-word God curse, a simple divine command, be blown away. The curse slams into Futaba, sending her flying backwards through the air with immense force. She crashes hard against a thick tree trunk, crying out in pain from the brutal impact. Kazu can only watch in horror, his eyes wide as he calls out his sister's name. The god laughs softly, noting that Kazu's reaction was exactly as it had expected. Futaba lies crumpled on the ground, groaning that she can't undo the curse's effects. Kazu grits his teeth in frustration, finally understanding the gravity of the situation. He realizes this is no mere healing magic. It's a high-dimensional causal interference spell. The god smiles with sadistic glee, tapping its own chest with an audible thump. Leaning over the captured Kazu, it offers to reveal its secret as a special treat. Kazu looks up in utter shock, sweat beading on his face as he processes the revelation. The name Susanoo flashes through his mind, confirming the horrifying truth of the fusion. A flashback shows Susanoo's final fading moments, his spirit burning away in the woods. Susanoo's last words echo, acknowledging Kazu as the strongest singularity of the current era. He had desperately pleaded for Kazu to save the weak and pitiful like them. Now the living god boasts of its bottomless power, tapping the head of the absorbed Kazu. Kazu grits his teeth, realizing he is now facing a peerless and unrivaled foe. He looks down, grappling with the fact that he's fighting the very god he respected. He struggles against the curse, wondering why Susanoo has become part of this monster. The god asks with a sneer if Kazu is surprised by this turn of events. A flashback reveals the Yamato matriarch explaining their forbidden research into the gods. Thor's memory surfaces. He had called the Yamato organization a bunch of small fry. The matriarch explains how their research led to a technique for capturing God's souls. Futaba lies on the ground, her eyes wide with shock at the horrifying revelations. The matriarch's voice details how a captured soul, without a body, is easily controlled. With government cooperation, they performed countless horrific experiments on the captured souls. Kagutsuchi's voice explains that Susanoo's wife, Kushinada, was killed by a human. Kazu realizes with a jolt of horror that the Yamato were behind Kushinada's murder. The matriarch's voice clarifies their need for Susanoo, a powerful fighting god. To achieve their ultimate goal, they absolutely needed to obtain his immense power. The living god asks Kazu if he finally understands the full scope of their twisted plan. It reveals they also captured Kushinada while she was pregnant with their child. Kazu is utterly horrified by the revelation that a child was also taken hostage. A flashback shows Kagutsuchi boasting of luring Kazu into a fight to weaken Susanoo. Two fox-masked Yamato members confirm everything was done to retrieve Susanoo's soul. A fist clenches. All this was done just to obtain the divine realm absolute. The god tells Kazu he should understand, having witnessed Susanoo's power himself. It spreads its forearms wide, boasting of the wonder of this world manipulating power. Gesturing to Kazu, it says that he has seen this absolute power firsthand. The matriarch's voice explains their research led them to an even higher power. The god smiles, calling it the 10-word god curse, the very words of a god. Kazu stands gripping his weapon tightly, ready to fight despite the impossible odds. The god seems impressed by his spirit, calling him the Takeru of the current era. It explains that its curse, do not move, should have stopped his heart from beating. It notes with genuine surprise that Kazu is resisting the command with his own power. The god places a hand on Futaba's head, offering Kazu a final terrible choice. It warns him of the consequences if he refuses to join their cause. Futaba looks up, weakly calling for her brother as the god threatens to kill her. Kazu grunts, straining against the curse, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. He lets out a guttural roar, his fighting spirit boiling over in defiance. The god laughs maniacally, declaring this is the greatest fighting spirit it has ever seen. It utters a single cruel command into the air, a word of pure malice, twist. Futaba gasps, her body beginning to contort unnaturally under the curse's influence. She screams in absolute agony, crying out for her brother to save her from the torment. Kazu screams her name, tears of rage and helplessness finally streaming down his face. The god continues its booming, triumphant laughter, delighting in their shared suffering. Susanoo's final question echoes in Kazu's mind. Do you have anyone important? The living god stands over the paralyzed Kazu, holding the helpless Futaba in its chest. It suddenly looks down in confusion, blood dripping from its mouth as it asks what's happening. Its own hand holding Futaba begins to move against its will, a strange energy crackling. The hand is forced back, as if by a powerful, invisible, and rebellious force. The entire arm is then violently torn from the god's body in a spray of darkness. Kazu looks on in utter shock, realizing that Susanu's soul is fighting back from within. Freed from the curse, Kazu lets out a powerful battle cry and leaps forward. He lands beside Futaba, who has fallen to the ground amidst the chaos. He looks back at the wounded god, his expression one of grim, focused determination. He realizes the monster's absolute power has been unraveled, even for just a moment. The god roars in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Susanu's soul is truly resisting. Futaba sits on the ground, still dazed and trembling from the horrifying ordeal. She looks up with wide, concerned eyes as her brother rushes to her side. Kazu kneels, asking if she is all right. She weakly confirms that she is okay. Kazu wonders what just happened, trying to make sense of the impossible situation. He doesn't understand everything clearly, but one thing has become certain. Futaba stands, explaining that for some unknown reason, Susanu is trying to protect her. Kazu looks down, a horrifying thought dawning on him about Futaba's true connection to the god. The god, clutching its bloody wound, declares it has now obtained the 10-word god curse. It contemptuously throws its own severed arm away, the limb dissolving into nothingness. Futaba glares with newfound strength, telling the god that she no longer needs its context. The god regains its composure, demanding Kazu submit to its will once and for all. It lets out a triumphant, blood-soaked laugh, its confidence restored, ready to end the fight. Kazu turns to his sister, a new, desperate plan forming in his mind. A brilliant light erupts from Kazu's hand as he activates his agility enhancement magic. He stands transformed, asking Futaba to trust him and try something he's about to say. Futaba stares in awe, whispering that her brother is glowing with an ethereal light. She agrees to his plan, though she is unsure how such a thing is possible. Kazu leans in and whispers his seemingly impossible strategy directly into her ear. Futaba's eyes widen in absolute shock, exclaiming that there's no way it can work. The god prepares its divine realm absolute, ready to strike them both down for good. Kazu, in his enhanced state, glares back with an expression of intense, unwavering focus. The god begins to chant its 10-word god curse, its face twisted with murderous rage. It utters a single chilling command, a word of absolute power from its very being. Kazu's hand grips his weapon, enhancing his own agility by a factor of 30 million. He unleashes his ultimate attack, the Overload Andrew, God Annihilation Lightspeed Sword. The god can only gasp in shock, unable to comprehend the impossible reality-breaking speed. Kazu knows this foe is on the level of a demon god, but he presses his attack. He follows up with a brutal punch, refusing to give it a single moment to chant again. The living god, its face a bloody ruin, screams Kazu's true name, Takaru. It unleashes its ultimate power, Divine Realm Absolute, 10 Commandment, Divine Curse. A divine command, a conceptual power, manifests to sever all opposition. Kazu, seeing his opening, yells for his sister, shouting that now is the time. Futaba stands ready, a brilliant orb of light glowing brightly on her chest. She unleashes her own power, the characters for Divine Realm Absolute, filling the air. The living god is stunned, unable to believe what this young girl is doing. It is shocked that a mere human can somehow wield the power of a god. A flashback shows a serene Kazu, a memory of a quieter moment before the chaos. The names Futaba and Haim, Princess Echo, hinting at a forgotten connection. A memory reveals Kazu instructing his sister on his desperate, risky plan. Another flashback shows Futaba's hidden past with the secretive anti-variant organization. A hazy vision appears of a pregnant Kushinada, a life tragically cut short. Kazu's eyes narrow with resolve, preparing to unleash his own ultimate move. Brother and sister stand together, battered but determined amidst the destruction. The god is still in disbelief, shocked by the girl's impossible power. Futaba looks at her hands, amazed she can wield a god's power while still human. The monstrous being curses, calling the entire situation completely absurd and ridiculous. It tries to reassert its divine curse, its will absolute and all-powerful. Futaba's counter-command, a powerful roar to be severed, shatters the god's technique. She stands her ground, a pillar of light as her power erupts around her. Dark energy flares from her as she focuses her reality-bending ability. Futaba looks at her brother, amazed, saying that he is truly incredible. The god realizes its own divine curse has been nullified by an opposing force. Kazu calmly confirms that this was precisely his plan all along. Futaba recalls that this power is a forbidden art, even among the Yamato. She stares at her hand, wondering how she was actually able to do it. Kazu watches his sister, a quiet, knowing look on his weary face. In a memory, Kazu tells her to rewrite the world by negating his words. She had asked him why he would trust her with such a task. He promised to explain everything after they defeated this piece of trash. Kazu's eyes focus, considering the consciousness still trapped within the monster. He thinks of the matriarch's soul, fused with the chimeras she created. The living god lets out a final enraged scream of, "You!" It laments that its sublime creation is being thwarted by a mere girl. Kazu calls out to Futaba, and she affirms that she is ready. The living god lashes out in a desperate final flurry of attacks. Futaba stands firm, unleashing the full force of her divine realm absolute. Kazu activates his trump card, enhancing his agility by 30 million times. He enters his overload state, preparing the God Annihilation Lightspeed Sword. The blade connects, and the living god is instantly bisected by the impossible speed. Its monstrous body crashes to the ground with a sickening, final thud. Kazu reflects on the terrible power of a living god, not to be trifled with. The defeated god's form lies still, its reign of terror finally over. Its body begins to dissolve, consumed by a strange ethereal flame. The dying creature looks up in shock, sensing a new, familiar presence. Futaba, confused, calls out to her brother, sensing the change in the air. Kazu screams in disbelief at the figure emerging from the flames. A new being, a god reborn, rises from the ashes of the monster. It is Susanoo, the god of war, resurrected and whole once more. Futaba looks at her brother, completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. The last remnants of the living god are consumed by the purifying fire. Its final thoughts are of failure, unable to control the world as it wished. The flames die down, leaving nothing but scorched earth and silence behind. Futaba asks Kazu if he really defeated the leader of the Yamato. Kazu looks into the trees, his expression unreadable, sensing he is being watched. He calls out into the empty forest, asking who is there. A spectral form of Susanoo lets out a soft, amused chuckle. He greets them, remarking that he didn't expect to see them again so soon. Kazu sighs, noting Susanoo's flippant personality hasn't changed, even as a soul. Susanoo thanks Kazu, telling him that he has granted his deepest wish. A memory flashes of the god's final request, for Kazu to protect Futaba. Kazu looks away, gruffly stating that he didn't do it for him. Futaba, unable to see the ghost, asks her brother who he is talking to. Kazu looks between his confused sister and the spectral form of the god. Susanoo gently asks if this young girl is his sister, Namikazu. Kazu is surprised by the god's sudden change in tone and expression. Susanoo believes it is better this way, that she is happier not knowing. Kazu quietly reflects on the god's words, a new understanding dawning. He realizes it was Susanoo who protected Futaba when he was frozen by the curse. Kazu offers a genuine, heartfelt thanks to the god for saving his sister. Susanoo smiles, a rare and gentle expression of true gratitude. He recalls Kushinada's belief that by imitating something, one can become it. She had mused that if she did, she could truly become his child's mother. Susanoo wonders if he too could have learned to imitate being a father. Kazu listens, a silent witness to the god's profound and tragic sorrow. Susanoo announces that it is now time for him to depart this world. He asks Kazu if he can give a final present to his sister. Kazu, though confused, tells the god to do whatever he wants. A gentle, determined light glints in Susanoo's eye. He holds a small orb of light in his hand and whispers, "Thank you." A brilliant flash of light erupts from his spectral form. Futaba is surrounded by a shower of glowing ethereal petals. Kazu and the spectral Susanoo watch as she is enveloped in the warm light. Futaba feels the strange light being drawn into her very being. The petals continue to swirl around her as the divine energy is transferred. The spectral forms of Susanoo and Kushinada bid a final gentle farewell to Futaba Hime. Futaba touches her chest, wondering why this feels so strange and familiar. She begins to cry, overcome with a powerful, nostalgic sorrow she can't explain. Kazu gently calls her name, asking if her heart feels at ease now. He realizes Susanoo passed on something precious to Futaba, even as a soul. Kazu speaks to the departed spirit, acknowledging that he was a true father. Two fox-masked members of the Yamato emerge cautiously from the woods. They see their leader is gone and wonder what their next move should be. Kazu curses, realizing he had completely forgotten about the remaining Yamato members. One of the masked figures decides it is time for them to act. However, he is cut off by a new arrival, declaring the end for Yamato. A soldier from Yggdrasil appears, stating the Northern Europeans are taking over. The soldier declares that Yggdrasil will now be in charge of the situation. Yui appears with her armed soldiers, stunning the last of the Yamato warriors. Yui appears before Kazu in the woods, remarking on his perfect timing. She scolds him for getting beaten up again, despite her repeated warnings. Futaba looks on as Kazu addresses Yui, who has taken charge. Yui's expression hardens as she declares that she will handle things now. She confronts the defeated Yamato, announcing their illegal research has been exposed. This forbidden research, she explains, was built on the sacrifice of innocent people. By their treaty, Yggdrasil is freezing all of Yamato's authority. A captured Yamato warrior can only grunt in shock as his fate is decided. Her duty done, she turns to Kazu with a warm smile, asking his approval. Kazu smiles back, telling her it was perfect and calling her by her first name. And with that, the long, bloody conflict with the Yamato organization is over. Several days pass under a peaceful, partly cloudy sky. A few days later, the Hakuren High School Festival begins. Students at the gate cheerfully welcome everyone to their school festival. Kazu and Futaba walk in, surrounded by the dazzling light of youth. Futaba excitedly calls to her brother, pointing toward a food stall. A note explains Futaba is fine, and Yamato is now managed by Yggdrasil. Kazu realizes this piece was Yui's plan, allowing them a normal life. Futaba, full of energy, announces she wants to visit his class next. Kazu agrees, taking another bite of his festival food. A hand slams against the chalkboard with a loud thud. The class representative is frustrated, insisting they must decide on their booth today. The class is deadlocked with students arguing and unable to reach a decision. Yui turns to Kazu, asking if he has any ideas to break the stalemate. Kazu nonchalantly suggests a classic idea, a maid cafe. The entire class stares back at him, utterly confused by his suggestion. They wonder what a maid is, questioning why a servant would be in a cafe. Kazu is struck by a sudden, intense wave of panic. He blew it. He realizes the maid concept from otaku culture doesn't exist yet in 1997. Yui asks if he's all right. He quickly dismisses her concerns, saying it's nothing. A girl stands up from her desk, declaring her support for Kazu's plan. It's Usano who shyly explains she likes the idea because the uniforms are cute. With a hopeful expression, she says she thinks it would be a wonderful idea. Futaba agrees, admitting it might be a good idea after all. Usano offers her skills, saying she could design a simple version of the outfits. Kazu listens intently to Usano's unexpected and helpful suggestion. The class representative calls his name, pleading for his help. Yui also turns to him, quietly saying his name. Kazu decides not to explain himself, knowing any excuse would be pointless. The representative officially declares their booth will be a maid cafe, getting a cheer. She pops up behind Kazu, telling him she's counting on him. He formally asks Usano Miyumi for her help, and she stammers her agreement. Usano gives a small, almost imperceptible, but happy smile. Kazu and Futaba are amazed that his strange idea actually worked out so well. Yui, dressed as a maid, spots Kazu in the crowded classroom cafe. She asks where he has been, while other students cheer enthusiastically. Yui explains that they've been overwhelmed with customers since he left for Futaba. Kazu looks at the bustling cafe, admitting it's more successful than he imagined. Yui credits Kazu's idea, but knows it was mostly to see her in the outfit. Usano approaches Kazu to speak with him, thanking him for his help. She thanks him, saying the success is all his doing, but he denies it. She says the game he recommended was very helpful. Kazu is a bit flustered. She notes how much he has changed recently, becoming an amazing person. She gets embarrassed, trying to clarify that he was wonderful before too. Kazu asks if she'll wear a maid outfit, adding that it would suit her. Flustered, she says she will if he wants to see her in it. Kazu apologizes and tells Usano he'll see her again later. Kazu and Yui move through the cafe, surrounded by their classmates in costume. Kazu pauses for a moment, lost in his own quiet thoughts. A quiet shot shows a pair of indoor school slippers on the floor. Outside, the school building stands under a bright, sunny sky. In the prep room, Yui is exhausted but happy, having finally gotten a break. Kazu reflects that since the Yamato incident, things have been remarkably quiet. He recalls Susanu's last request, to give a final gift to his sister. Kazu's hand clenches on the table, his thoughts turning serious. He wonders what Susanoo gave Futaba, but trusts it wasn't anything harmful. Yui calls out to Kazu, excitedly telling him to look at something. She proudly presents Futaba, who is now also wearing a maid outfit. Futaba blushes, shyly admitting that she put on the maid outfit. Kazu is struck completely dumb, unable to form a coherent thought. Yui gushes about how adorable she looks, much to Futaba's embarrassment. She shyly asks her brother for his opinion, wondering if it looks strange. Futaba looks up at him, her expression devastatingly cute. Kazu is struck by the overwhelming force of his sister's cuteness. He reels from the destructive power, noting she's still in middle school. Yui, watching this scene, suddenly gets an idea. She elegantly prepares a pot of tea for them. She offers to pour Kazu some tea, noting that he must be tired. Futaba insists her brother doesn't understand tea and would prefer a melon soda. The two girls playfully bicker over which drink he truly wants. Kazu is caught in the crossfire of their tea versus melon debate. Finally, he snaps, shouting that he will just drink them both. Yui's playful expression vanishes as she suddenly clutches her collar. Her face becomes serious, her eyes filled with a sudden, deep concern. Kazu, taking a sip from a straw, casually asks a question. He asks Yui if she has seen Usano anywhere around. Yui replies that she was with them just a moment before. A sudden shared sense of dread passes between Kazu and Yui. Kazu looks down at his buzzing phone, his expression turning to alarm. His detector shows a magic signature. He realizes it's a variant. In the hallway, Usano is on the floor, groaning in terrible pain. She collapses, wondering what is happening to her body. A flashback shows Kazu praising her computer skills, which she thought was just teasing. She had once worried that her otaku hobbies weren't very feminine. Kazu had told her not to worry about things like that. He reassured her that having a passion is an amazing and important thing. His kind words had clearly made a deep impression on her. In another memory, he had asked her to teach him about computers and games. Now she writhes on the floor, overcome by an agonizing transformation. A classmate walks past the doorway, completely unaware of the unfolding horror. In the bustling school festival hallway, Kazu finds his classmate, Usano, collapsed on the floor. A hand reaches out from behind to touch Usano's shoulder in a gesture of concern. A sudden, invisible force erupts from the girl, blasting Kazu violently backward. He lands hard on the floor, blood dripping from his mouth after the powerful impact. In the now silent hallway, Kazu lies prone as Usano slowly rises to her feet. Usano looks up to the ceiling, a low, inhuman moan escaping from her lips. She commands a lightning strike, her voice filled with a strange, newfound power. Arcs of raw electricity are summoned, tearing the hallway apart in a massive explosion. Kazu, Yui, and Futaba stand together, facing the transformed girl. Yui shocked by the scene. Kazu realizes with dawning horror that Usano has become a door for a variant. Kazu's eye sharpens, his focus shifting from a normal student to a seasoned warrior. Usano clutches her head, her human self still fighting, muttering in agonizing pain. She struggles to speak Kazu's name, her face contorted as the transformation takes hold. Yui's eyes widen with a sudden, desperate realization. Futaba exclaims in disbelief that Usano's consciousness is somehow still human. Yui cries out to Kazu, insisting that if they act now, they can still save her. The buttons on Yui's maid uniform pop from the strain of her fierce, protective grip. Yui's eyes are wide with a frantic, determined energy as she decides on a course of action. Kazu is flustered as Yui grabs his arm with a surprising and uncharacteristic strength. Yui's eyes swirl with a manic intensity as she takes control of the chaotic situation. She tells a stunned Kazu and Futaba that this is no time for such a thing. She takes a firm step forward, her combat boots hitting the floor with purpose. She declares she'll take Kazu to safety, while Futaba helps Usano, reversing their roles. Yui forcefully drags the bewildered Kazu down the now empty and damaged hallway. Futaba and Kazu are left facing the struggling, pained form of Usano. Futaba wonders aloud what's wrong, asking her brother a question. Usano sobs, clutching her face, asking why this is happening to her and Namba-kun. Her face begins to crack and distort, her humanity slipping away in a horrifying display. With a final, soul-shattering scream, her body erupts into a monstrous, shadowy form. Kazu and Futaba watch in horror, screaming Usano's name as she transforms. A new mysterious figure appears, letting out a soft, amused sound from above. An ethereal woman descends, asking who will be the first sacrifice for Master Wolves. Kazu clicks his tongue in annoyance at the sudden arrival of this powerful new enemy. A flashback shows Usano telling Kazu he's become amazing lately, unlike her. In the past, Usano is racked with pain, calling for Kazu as the variant takes hold. Kazu and Futaba scream in unison as Usano's horrifying transformation completes. Kazu and a terrified Futaba can only watch the monstrous transformation unfold. The mysterious woman floats serenely amidst a spray of blood against the window. She remarks that it has been quite a while since she last visited the lower world. She coldly asks Kazu who among them will be the first sacrifice for her master. Kazu's face contorts in pure rage, furious at what she has done to Usano. The woman chuckles, amused to have found such a lively one so soon. Kazu lunges forward with incredible speed, his whip sword aimed directly at her. The woman casually sidesteps his attack, the blade missing her neck by inches. Futaba watches, stunned by the impossible speed of this strange new enemy. Kazu lands, his attack having completely failed, as Futaba lets out a small, "Huh?" He wonders what just happened, as Futaba calls out to her brother in concern. The air shimmers. Kazu realizes with a shock that he's facing time manipulation magic. The woman confirms his suspicion with a soft, knowing laugh. A memory shows her taunting the defeated god Thor, calling him a variant hunter. Kazu remembers Thor, wondering when the next bit of drama will start. The woman notes that Kazu's incredible brute force was repelled in a single instant. Futaba realizes this new foe's main power is on a completely different level. The woman closes her eyes, a sinister smile on her lips as she says, "But..." Her eye opens, revealing her true, terrifying nature as the god of time. She declares that brute force is meaningless against her master bolts. Kazu pulls his sister close, warning her not to leave his side for a moment. The woman appears instantly beside Kazu, her cold-gloved hand on his shoulder. She tells the siblings to get along as she prepares to blow them away. They are plunged into a swirling, watery vortex of pure temporal energy. The woman turns, her work done, her form shimmering with otherworldly power. Kazu's eye opens wide, taking in the chaos as he hurtles through the time stream. The god of time smiles, satisfied with her effortless and elegant handiwork. A hand struggles against the powerful, disorienting current of the temporal vortex. Kazu lands hard on solid ground, his polished dress shoe kicking up dust. He and Futaba look around, bewildered, asking each other where they are. They see the main gate decorated for the 29th Shiraran Festival, now intact. They see food stalls being set up, realizing they have been sent to the past. Kazu frantically realizes they've returned to the very place they were just before. He spots a large clock on a pole, a look of dawning confusion on his face. The clock shows it's morning, confirming they have traveled back in time. Kazu can't believe it's possible, and Futaba is equally shocked and confused. They walk through the school grounds, Futaba now in her normal school clothes. Their own past selves walk by, the other Futaba asking her brother to get food. The current Futaba is stunned, realizing there is another version of them here. Kazu grimly concludes they have been trapped in a school festival time loop. His otaku mind immediately compares the bizarre situation to a famous science fiction movie. He quickly admits that, of course, this is not a situation to get excited about. He tells Futaba they need to avoid any crowded places for the time being. Futaba agrees, knowing that it would be a bad idea to meet their past selves. Kazu thinks to himself, now then, as he begins to formulate a new plan. He and Futaba find a secluded spot behind a school building to talk privately. Futaba, now wearing a kitsune mask, remarks on how amazing this all is. Kazu, in a Tengu mask, confirms that this is, indeed, a time leap. He explains that they were sent back to that morning by the variant's power. He points out that this is a classic scenario involving a time travel paradox. A diagram shows how they were sent to the past, not how time was rewound. Because two versions of themselves now exist, a dangerous paradox has been created. Futaba puts a hand to her chin, pondering their strange and difficult situation. She asks what will happen, and Kazu says Waltz wants them to be erased. Kazu's eyes glint behind his mask as a new, desperate idea strikes him. He exclaims that Usano must be here at this time as well, before her transformation. He realizes that if they can stop Usano's transformation in this timeline, they might just be able to change the future and save her. They let out a determined cry, ready to face their strange time-bending mission. We manages the busy maid cafe. Noting the crowd makes it easy for them to hide. The masked Kazu and Futaba watch from a window, planning their next move. Futaba spots Usano coming out of the room, just as Kazu had predicted. Usano walks by the window, a small, almost imperceptible sadness on her face. Kazu notes that she seems down, and Futaba agrees with a soft, "Yeah." Futaba confronts her masked brother, demanding to know what is troubling him. A memory flashes. Usano had something important she wanted to tell him. Kazu makes a quick apology to Usano, saying he will see her later. An idea suddenly strikes Kazu as he stands in his Tengu mask. Futaba pokes him, accusing him of being lovesick. He quickly denies it. But Kazu's mind is completely occupied by thoughts of his friend, Usano. Alone, Usano walks dejectedly along the side of the school building. She lets out a long, heavy sigh, her shoulders slumped in sadness. She wonders to herself why she feels so incredibly downhearted. A painful memory surfaces, seeing Kazu standing happily beside the beautiful Yui. The vision causes her to clutch her head, groaning in emotional distress. Suddenly, a voice from behind calls out her name, "Usano!" She turns to see Kazu, still wearing his Tengu mask, waiting there. He removes the mask with a friendly, "Yo," much to her surprise. She asks what he's doing, mentioning that Yui had been looking for him. He brushes it off, saying he just wanted to talk with her. Usano is completely stunned that he would seek her out to talk. Watching from a doorway, Futaba misinterprets the entire situation. She decides to allow this romantic encounter, wishing her brother good luck. Usano nervously asks Kazu what he wanted to discuss with her. He brightly recalls their old talks about anime, movies, and computers. Usano smiles sadly, saying he was the only one who listened to her. Kazu insists that he was the one who learned everything from her. A sudden, powerful realization dawns on him. Why did I forget? He remembers she was the one who taught him about the otaku world. Memories flood his mind, sharing games and playing together as friends. He realizes it was Usano Miu who had been his guide. He recalls how she recently told him he had become an amazing person. He looks at her with genuine sincerity, telling her he hasn't changed. He continues, explaining that he has always and will always be not Usano's otaku friend, he declares with a brilliant, heartfelt smile. Usano is overwhelmed with emotion, barely able to whisper the word otaku. A bright, happy blush appears on her face as she whispers, "Friend." From the doorway, Futaba's furious voice cries out, "Oni-chan's! Idiot!" She screams, delivering a devastating, high-speed flying kick. Kazu is sent crashing to the ground, groaning from the powerful blow. Usano falls to her knees, screaming to the heavens in utter despair. Her scream turns to one of agony, and Kazu realizes her variant transformation has begun. A title page shows a tearful Usano calling out Kazu's name in pain. Another title page declares the mission, to save a friend from becoming a variant. Kazu curses, realizing the transformation is happening. Futaba feels a strange sense of déjà vu. The previous timelines Usano knows this path leads to the same tragic end. Kazu remembers the final words of the spectral god, Susanoo. He had offered one last thing before he disappeared. A final parting gift for the one he considered his sister. Kazu feels the divine light of that gift flowing into him now. He turns and urgently calls out to a startled Futaba. He grabs her, saying it's a long shot, but he has an idea. He recalls seeing Futaba practicing her divine realm absolute power at home. He tells her to activate her power, imagining the original timeline's location. She agrees, and he tells her to focus everything on that one point. Kazu remembers the true nature of Susanoo's incredible ability. It was perfect, instantaneous teleportation, a feat impossible in any world. He flashes back to his desperate, losing battle against the god. He remembers how Susanoo moved, untouchable and absolute. He gambles that Futaba has inherited that very same power. He will combine his own impossible light speed. With Futaba's inherited mastery over space itself, a single leaf falls, marking the moment the world's course is changed. In a new peaceful timeline, a cheerful voice calls out in a classroom. A happy Usano greets Kazu as he packs his bag. He turns, recognizing his friend's voice. She excitedly holds up an OVA, declaring it the best sci-fi anime ever. Kazu enthusiastically agrees, especially praising the final episode. The scene is set on the date of December 31st. Usano describes a climactic scene of spaceships exploding in a massive battle. She passionately explains that the theory of special relativity is real. The scene shifts to a dark, predatory eye watching from the shadows. In the real timeline, Futaba invokes the divine realm absolute. Masked versions of Kazu and Futaba attack their past selves as a diversion. The past Kazu is stunned, questioning the sudden bizarre attack. The future Kazu admits this is just his own selfish desire. A massive pillar of light erupts from the school. But he makes a solemn vow, "I will absolutely save you." He grabs the transforming Usano, initiating a lightspeed movement that transcends time. His body screams in protest under the immense strain of the temporal jump. He is pulled forward into a blindingly white light. He hurtles through a swirling vortex of warped space and time. He lands in a strange, liminal space between realities. Two circles of light appear in the dark void. A close-up shows the amused, beautiful mouth of a mysterious woman. The elf-like Sistina appears behind the past Kazu, her expression playful. She teleports them both, plunging them into a pool of water. She stands over him, a predatory smile on her lips. She lets out a small, pleased hum, enjoying her power. Her smile widens as she contemplates her next move. She laughs aloud, commenting on how careless her prey is. She declares that it's time to begin her variant hunt. She looks out the window of a classroom, ready to begin her game. She observes the students below enjoying the school festival. Her pointed elven ear twitches, sensing the life force. She notes all the fresh meat that is available to her. She wonders aloud which of them she should taste first. Suddenly, her senses are overwhelmed and she gasps, "What is this?" Kazu, his hair bleached white, smashes through the window with his whip sword. The window explodes into a shower of sharp, crystalline fragments. Sistina is completely stunned by the impossibly fast, violent intrusion. Kazu's hand grabs her by the hair with bone-jarring force. He brutally slams her head first into the ground. He stands over a dissipating wisp of energy, letting out a heavy sigh. Futaba screams her brother's name as Kazu is thrown violently through the air. He lands hard on the hallway floor, looking up at his sister's worried face. He sits up, confirming he somehow succeeded, as Futaba scolds his recklessness. Kazu immediately asks his sister about the condition of their classmate, Usano. Usano stands nearby, her expression dazed and completely blank. She looks up, asking Namba what just happened to her. A silent moment of realization passes between a surprised Kazu and Futaba. Futaba exclaims that Usano's transformation into a variant has been stopped. Overjoyed, she embraces a confused Usano, who doesn't understand the word variant. Kazu slowly rises to his feet, feeling the immense strain of his actions. A diagram explains his complex plan, bringing the past Usano to the present. Kazu wryly admits that his otaku knowledge turned out to be quite useful. Usano, still held by Futaba, looks over at him with a questioning gaze. Kazu's past self appears in a flashback, thanking Usano for her help. In the memory, she softly says his name, Namba-kun. The present Kazu watches as Futaba tries to comfort the still confused Usano. He ponders the messy time paradox he has created by saving her. He winces, realizing the full, complicated scope of the temporal paradox. Later, the class celebrates their festival success amidst the messy room. One of the girls prepares for a big reveal, saying, "Ready." With a flourish, she presents Usano, now dressed in a beautiful maid outfit. Yui, Futaba, and the rest of the class are stunned by how cute she is. A flashback shows Kazu encouraging a hesitant Usano to wear the uniform. Kazu leans against a counter, watching the scene with a quiet, satisfied smile. Usano shyly approaches him, tentatively calling out his name. With a deep blush, she asks him what he thinks of her outfit. Kazu studies her for a moment, his expression thoughtful and serious. He covers his mouth, stammering that she is overwhelmingly super cute. The class erupts in cheers, teasing that Namba admitted it as Usano panics. Another girl rushes to Usano's side, asking if she is all right. Yui and Futaba stand together, their cheerful moods vanishing in an instant. Their eyes narrow into a shared, menacing glare, aimed directly at Kazu. They step forward, both speaking his name with a cold, simmering fury. In perfect, terrifying unison, they roar that he is a womanizer. As the festival ends, a luxurious black car pulls up to the school gate. A man in a sharp suit steps out, his expensive shoes hitting the pavement. He adjusts his three-piece suit, preparing to make his presence known. This is Tetsugen, Yui's father, asking where his daughter and he are. The school festival concludes with a massive bonfire roaring on the school grounds. Kazu stands by the fire as Yui's voice calls out his name. She remarks that the festival was over in a flash, and he agrees. An inset panel promotes the manga's third volume. Kazu reflects on the complexities of his life, trying not to dwell on them. He tells Yui that these normal school events make their battles feel unreal. He looks at Yui, a deep, unspoken worry etched on his face. Yui admits that she tries not to think about it, but the thought sometimes occurs. She wistfully imagines a normal world where she and Kazu could just live. Kazu's eye narrows with determination, thinking to himself that he will protect that world. A montage recalls the past few months and the things he learned from Susanoo. He now understands the variant's true power is rewriting reality itself. He wonders if he has truly changed the future, where Yui is fated to die. Yui calls his name again, snapping him out of his dark thoughts. With a bright smile, she holds out her hand, asking if he wants to dance. Kazu looks at her hand, surprised and flustered by the invitation. He begins to accept, his own hand reaching out to take hers. Just as their fingers are about to touch, a voice calls out his full name. A tall, imposing figure stands silhouetted by the roaring bonfire. The man is revealed to be the well-dressed Tetsugen, leaning on his cane. Kazu stares in shock at the unexpected arrival of Yui's father. Yui, her arms crossed, addresses the man as father, her voice tense. Tetsugen greets his daughter coolly, noting that it has been a long time. He offers a hollow apology for intruding on the festivities. Yui tells him to stop the charade and asks when he returned to Japan. He says he came back recently to see his beloved daughter. He then turns his gaze to Kazu, adding that he also came to meet him. Kazu's expression hardens, realizing he is the true target of this visit. He internally identifies the man as Yui's father, the president of Shiratori Group. He is Shiratori Tetugan, head of the Northern European Anti-Variant Organization, Yggdrasil. Tetugan formally greets Namba Kazu, his eyes cold and assessing. Kazu stands his ground, asking what business Yui's father has with him. Tetugan smiles, replying that there is much he wishes to discuss. Suddenly, Kazu's PHS emits a powerful buzzing, signaling danger. Tetugan calmly notes the arrival of guests as Kazu confirms a variant reaction. Two massive, ape-like silhouettes leap across the city skyline towards them. They crash down in a fiery explosion, their monstrous forms revealed. Kazu realizes these are not Northern European variants. They are something new. He and Yui stand together, facing the two hulking, shadowy beasts. The other students scatter in terror, wondering if the monsters are just costumes. Tetugan's aide gets a report confirming the identity of the targets. An operator on the line identifies the creatures as Greek system variants, Gigantes. Tetugan acknowledges the report, ordering his forces to handle it quickly. He tells Kazu that even the power of a singularity might not be enough, but that his organization has also made preparations for this fight. A squad of soldiers in full tactical gear emerges from the darkness. They are the Northern European Anti-Variant Annihilation Unit, Levatine. Taking aim at the charging monsters, the unit is given the order to fire. They unleash a blinding volley of energy blasts from their advanced rifles. Kazu is shocked that modern weapons can harm variants, but Yui knows better. Tetugan explains they are new weapons developed from divine weapon replicas. He says this is how those without divine compatibility can finally join the fight. Yui angrily confronts him, accusing him of creating more sacrifices for the war. Tetugan remains silent, his expression unreadable as he answers a call. A voice on the line gives a situation report, confirming the Gigantes are eliminated. He coolly tells his forces to maintain their state of high alert. Turning away, he mutters a curse about the Vatican under his breath. Yui watches her father, her expression filled with worry and frustration. Kazu observes the scene, his face grim, understanding the dangerous implications. Suddenly, an even larger Gigante smashes through a wall, ready to attack. Tetugan draws a sword from his cane, stepping forward to face the beast alone. He looks back at the monster with a confident smirk, intrigued by the challenge. Kazu's hand hangs in the air as he makes a quiet, dismissive sound. He notes the crude preparations of the powerful Yggdrasil organization. Yui's father, Tetugan, admits he was moved by the Singularity's incredible power. From a safe distance, Futaba and Yui call out to Kazu in alarm. Tetugan abandons his pretense of a simple greeting for a more direct approach. He delivers a grave warning. A massive, world-altering battle is coming very soon. Kazu reacts with shock, demanding to know what the man is talking about. Tetugan reveals that Kazu himself is the trigger for this coming war. Kazu scoffs, wondering why the fall of that old hag's organization matters. Tetugan concedes that the Yamato organization was deeply corrupt behind the scenes. But however twisted, Yamato was a necessary evil that restrained Japan's variants. Futaba and Usano rush over, mistaking the tense standoff for an effects show. They recognize the imposing man as their school's chairman of the board. Tetugan warmly greets the young ladies, asking if they are enjoying the festival. Deciding that's enough for now, he firmly grasps Kazu's arm. He leans in and whispers a name into Kazu's ear, Holy Mother Sistina. Kazu's world shatters, his composure completely gone as he hears the name. A memory surfaces, a promise made to his companions to trust them more. He sees her face, a beautiful warrior in armor, calling his name, Kazu. He admits to himself that he knows the name all too well. Ue looks at him, sensing his sudden distress, and asks what is wrong. Tetugan watches, his own suspicions confirmed by Kazu's profound pain. Kazu regains his composure, stating they will finish this conversation another time. As Tetugan leaves, he expresses his confidence that Kazu will join his side. Yui, Futaba, and Usano are left completely bewildered by the cryptic exchange. A painful memory returns, a shattered castle in a ruined, otherworldly sky. He sees Sistina again, her beautiful blonde hair stained with blood. He remembers himself, beaten and bloody on that same desolate battlefield. He holds her as she weakly asks if the demon god is defeated. He weeps, admitting that despite his victory, he failed to protect her. Sistina looks up at him, her life fading as she says his name. He tries to reassure her, his voice choked with grief and failure. She tells him that next time, he will succeed in what truly matters. With her final breath, she asks him to protect the others. Her eyes closed for the last time, her mission passed on. He is left alone, cradling her body amidst the ruins of their war. A door slides open, revealing a room belonging to the master. An agent in sunglasses reports a message from the mansion's covert unit. In his car, Tetugan deduces that the enemy's target is the Vatican. A briefcase opens, revealing the glowing Creator's Core, a truly troublesome object. A new chapter begins as the group starts their summer vacation at the beach. A new arc is underway as Kazu and his friends enjoy their summer break. Yui, her long blonde hair flowing, joyfully runs into the ocean. She playfully tosses a beach ball, her divine weapon Gungnir disguised as a scrunchie. A group of boys on the beach are completely captivated by her beauty. The beach ball soars through the clear summer sky. Yui calls out to Futaba, who is ready to receive the pass. Futaba leaps up, catching the ball with a bright, energetic smile. Kazu watches his sister and friends play, lost in the simple, happy moment. The middle-aged man within him weeps with joy at this nostalgic scene. He quickly shakes his head, reminding himself that they are just students. But the memory of Tetugan's warning of a coming war intrudes. Her father's ominous words echo in his mind, promising a large-scale battle. Kazu's expression turns serious as he ponders the impending conflict. He knows he can't let his guard down. Despite the peaceful summer setting, Usano shyly approaches him, calling his name to get his attention. She apologizes for taking so long to change, asking if she looks strange. Kazu's eyes widen for a moment, surprised by her lovely appearance. The three girls splash and play together in the gentle ocean waves. They share a moment of pure, carefree summer fun under the sun. Kazu clutches his head, begging his own middle-aged rationality to hold on. He sits down with a heavy sigh, trying to compose himself. Wei approaches him from behind, calling his name softly. He explains he's just a bit tired from all their youthful energy. Wei teases him for sounding like an old man, playfully ruffling his hair. Kazu asks if she's truly okay, given all the trouble with her father. She simply hums in response, her expression gentle and understanding. She says it's because of these times she wants to cherish these moments. Kazu looks at her, moved by her strength and her words. He sees a vision of her back turned, as if she'll soon vanish. He clutches his head in pain, sensing she has a premonition of her own death. The dark moment is broken by Futaba, who arrives with a watermelon. She excitedly lifts the watermelon, but her hands slip from the slick rind. The large green watermelon hurtles directly towards Kazu's head. He looks up just in time to see his impending, comical doom. The watermelon smashes spectacularly over his head, much to Futaba's horror. Dripping with watermelon, Kazu stares blankly at his horrified sister. Futaba covers her mouth, apologizing profusely for her clumsy mistake. Kazu laughs it off, joking that she saved him some trouble. He takes her hand to reassure her, while Usano scolds her for laughing. Hidden in the woods, a soldier from the Levantine unit speaks into his comms. They report that the situation is normal, ordered to continue their watch. In the ocean, someone cuts gracefully through the water. Usano and Futaba relax in the cool water, enjoying the day. Usano agrees, adjusting the swimming goggles on her head. Futaba watches her friend with a thoughtful, curious expression. She decides to ask Usano a very direct and personal question. Futaba bluntly asks Usano if she has a crush on her brother. Usano flails in the water, vehemently denying it in a flustered panic. Futaba explains why she is asking, her expression knowing and sisterly. She recalls how her brother has seemed strange and distant since the festival. Usano listens, her own expression turning serious and contemplative. She concludes that her brother must be in love, shocking Usano. But if he is in love, she wonders, who is the other person? An image of Yui appears, a perfect, unattainable rival on a throne. Futaba imagines Yui's presence as a massive, overwhelming tidal wave of power. The metaphorical wave of Yui's perfection crashes over the intimidated girl. Elsewhere, Kazu and Yui are quietly eating ice cream together. Yui notices Kazu has suddenly stopped walking, sensing something is wrong. He explains that a massive magical signature has just appeared nearby. On the sun-drenched beach, a sandal steps onto the sand as Yui senses it. A massive plume of water erupts from the sea. Yui screams Kazu's name. Kazu sprints through the shallows, alerted by the sudden, violent disturbance. His eyes narrow with focus as the peaceful ocean begins to churn violently. The sea god Poseidon rises, holding Futaba and Usano, declaring them his dinner. Kazu faces him, identifying the god as Poseidon from the Greek pantheon. He recalls the unfamiliar variant from the school festival, realizing it was also Greek. Kazu demands to know why these gods have suddenly appeared in Japan. Poseidon scoffs, blaming that guy for preventing him from eating in peace. Kazu wonders who that guy could be, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He immediately connects the god's words to Yui's powerful father. Kazu prepares to intervene, gathering water in his hand to cast a spell. With a mighty roar, Poseidon announces it's time to eat, opening his jaws. Kazu surges forward, vowing he will not let the god harm his friends. He plants his foot in the churning surf, launching his counterattack. Dark, watery tendrils ensnare Kazu as Poseidon laughs, thinking he's been trapped. Poseidon gloats, believing his opponent has fallen for his simple trick. Kazu smirks, recognizing the attack as a form of advanced water magic. The sea god boasts that it is reckless to challenge him in his domain. Kazu prepares to shatter the water prison with a powerful internal shockwave. The surface of the ocean is suddenly ripped apart by countless impacts. A soldier from the Levantine unit takes aim, announcing the attack has begun. The elite soldiers unleash a hail of fire, their rounds tearing into Poseidon. The god cries out in shock as his divine body is riddled with wounds. Kazu is taken by surprise, wondering who these new assailants are. From a hidden speaker, a voice explains the Levantine unit is trained for any terrain. Over the radio, Tetugan asks Kazu if his evaluation of him has improved. Kazu immediately recognizes the cold, calculating voice of Yui's father. Poseidon roars with fury, outraged that mere humans dare to attack him. A soldier takes aim with a much larger weapon and is given the order to fire. A volley of powerful munitions rains down from the sky toward the god. Kazu shouts in annoyance as he erects a massive water barrier to shield his friends. The sea god's body is brutally shredded by the overwhelming force of the attack. Kazu yells at the crappy army, warning them not to hit his sister or friend. In a command center, an operator reports that Poseidon's energy is dropping rapidly. Tetugan is pleased, stating this power can counter the Vatican's champion. Poseidon kneels defeated, lamenting that he will be sent back to Olympus. With his last vestiges of strength, he weakly pleads for someone to help him. He lets out a final desperate scream, calling out for his brother. Tetugan's operator detects a new high-density energy signature appearing nearby. The clear summer sky is suddenly filled with dark, ominous clouds. Kazu looks up at the sky, wondering what fresh horror is arriving now. A pair of black boots descends, their owner exuding a power greater than a demon god. The figure introduces himself as Hades, the god who has come to bring them death. Hades floats ominously in the sky, his presence casting a pall over the beach. Kazu stares in disbelief, stunned by the arrival of this overwhelming new enemy. Hades observes Kazu, noting that his strength is an unknown, immeasurable variable. A fleeting image of a video game character flashes through Kazu's mind. He recalls seeing Demon King-class variants during his time in the other world. But until now, only the god Susanoo had possessed power rivaling a demon god. Kazu knows with a cold certainty that this new being is entirely different. Hades possesses a terrifying magical power that far surpasses that of a demon god. The god of death repeats his name, promising a swift end to them all. Poseidon, battered but alive, cackles with glee, certain his brother will save him. He orders the soldiers to hurry up and kill his brother for him. An operator confirms the new target is the Greek variant, Hades, god of death. Tetugan, analyzing the magical readings, deduces that Hades is an incarnation. A helicopter circles overhead as Tetugan's voice calls out to Kazu. Tetugan urges Kazu to listen carefully to his instructions. Hades raises a hand, preparing to unleash his devastating power. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a wave of dark, crackling energy. A massive tidal wave crashes over the beach, sweeping the Levantine soldiers away. Kazu stands alone against the churning sea, facing the god floating above. He protects his friends with a dome of water, awed by the god's casual power. Tetugan orders all his troops to retreat, knowing the sea is a disadvantage. The soldiers acknowledge the command and begin to pull back from the beach. Usano worries that their terrifying foe will not simply let them escape. She panics, feeling as though she's trapped in a strange and horrifying dream. Kazu extends a hand to her, calmly telling her that everything is okay. His eyes burn with resolve as he tells her not to worry. He tries to comfort her, saying it's just a dream from watching too much anime. He asks Futaba if she can teleport with Usano to Yui's location. Futaba, her voice trembling, asks what her brother is going to do. Kazu declares that he will stay behind and settle things here and now. He reassures them that this is fine, accepting his role as their shield. High above, Hades takes aim, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. He points his scythe downward, commanding his dark power to go. Futaba, a teleportation charm in her mouth, whispers a tearful apology. She vanishes, screaming her brother's name as a massive explosion engulfs the sea. Poseidon complains that his brother overdid it, catching him in the blast. He stands amidst the churning water, confused by the sudden, overwhelming attack. Kazu emerges from the smoke, unharmed but sweating from the effort of defending. Poseidon stares in disbelief, wondering how a mere human survived his brother's attack. Tetugan praises Kazu's power, but orders him to follow their commands. He explains that a variant who remains long enough becomes a powerful incarnation. They stay dormant for ages, devouring humans to forge a new, powerful body. Kazu repeats the chilling phrase, "A long time, devouring humans." Tetugan elaborates that normal variants are limited by their human hosts. He explains that Thor's power was limited because his host was a soccer player. But an incarnation can regain its true power by consuming humans over time. Tetugan reveals that Susanoo was a prime example of such a being. Kazu finally understands the true, terrifying nature of the foe before him. Tetugan adds that Susanoo's power had waned because he had stopped feeding. Suddenly, a new threat erupts from the sea, a monstrous shark variant. Poseidon roars at the creature, wrongly assuming it is Kazu's doing. Kazu is equally surprised by the new arrival, bracing for another fight. The monstrous shark's massive tooth-filled maw opens wide. Hades cries out his brother's name in a rare moment of alarm. The shark's jaws clamp down, devouring the god of the sea in a single bite. In the command center, Tetugan is shocked as his operator reports the drone is gone. Poseidon roars with laughter, demanding they bow before the power of him and his brother. Hades, his older brother, silently and disdainfully mimics the boisterous laugh. Standing impossibly on the ocean's surface, Kazu questions the strange sound. Kazu's eyes narrow as he prepares for battle, enhancing his agility 10 million times. He moves in a blur of motion, effortlessly dodging a powerful attack from Poseidon. Kazu unleashes his ultimate technique, the God Annihilation Lightspeed Sword, upon Hades. The blade connects, and the god of death is wounded in a spray of dark blood. Kazu knows that a single strike will not be enough to defeat such a powerful foe. Poseidon watches in utter disbelief as his seemingly invincible brother is struck down. He furiously questions Kazu, wondering if he possesses the same power as Hades. Deciding on a new tactic, Poseidon prepares to attack the crowded beach. Kazu curses the god for targeting innocent civilians on the shore. He gleefully declares his intent to devour the humans gathered on the beach. Hades moves with blinding speed, appearing behind his own brother to intervene. He strikes his brother down, cutting a deep gash across his chest. Kazu fights desperately, determined to quickly rejoin Yui and the others. Levantine soldiers try to maintain order, prioritizing the evacuation of civilians. The panicked crowd is confused, wondering if this is just a military drill. Yui finds Futaba, who immediately asks where her brother Kazu has gone. Yui explains with horror that Kazu is fighting two variants all by himself. A tight shot focuses on Yui's mouth as she processes the dire situation. She mutters in frustration, calling Kazu an idiot for his reckless bravery. Futaba recoils, recognizing the foul stench of the approaching variant, Poseidon. The sea god charges towards the crowd, gleefully announcing his meal has arrived. Futaba worries for her brother, even as the soldiers confront the new threat. The Levantine unit takes aim, identifying the single variant as their target. From his command center, Tetugan gives the cold, simple order to fire. The energy blasts hit Poseidon, but he merely laughs them off. With a mighty stomp, he summons a colossal wave to crush the soldiers. Yui grabs Futaba, using her incredible speed to run up the wave's face. Poseidon scoffs, confident that the same trick will not work twice on him. Landing on the frozen sea, Yui activates Gungnir's edge mode, ready to attack. Countless blades of light pierce Poseidon's body, catching him by surprise. She unleashes her ultimate technique, the devastating blade of the war god. Tetugan watches the display of power with a calm, analytical expression. The attack leaves a massive, smoking wound on the sea god's back. Will lands gracefully on the ice, her powerful attack now complete. She admits she got carried away and resolves to fight at full power now. Poseidon rises, enraged that a mere human has wounded him so grievously. He calls down a powerful bolt of lightning from the sky. Futaba stands ready, eager to defeat the god and return to her brother. Yui and Futaba stand together, challenging the god to prepare himself. Tetugan continues his silent observation from the command center. The god of the sea snarls, his patience finally exhausted. A monstrous shark erupts from the water, biting Poseidon clean in half. The girls are stunned by the sudden, shocking turn of events. The colossal shark, its maw filled with razor teeth, dominates the scene. The water churns violently in the aftermath of the brutal attack. They stare in disbelief at the sheer size of the monstrous shark. Yui's expression is a mixture of shock and dawning realization. Wei instinctively pulls Futaba into a protective embrace, shielding her. The shark lets out a bizarre cry, calling out for its brother. The soldiers are confused, wondering if they are witnessing infighting. An operator reports Poseidon's defeat and return to the divine realm. Tedugan rubs his temple, annoyed by the troublesome sea god. The massive shark, its purpose served, begins to swim towards the shore. Yui grimly concludes that this new creature is not an ally. Kazu and Hades continue their high-speed battle in a flash of light. Kazu lands a powerful blow against the god of death. He leaps away, narrowly avoiding a counterattack from Hades' bladed weapon. Kazu curses in frustration, struggling against his powerful opponent. Hades reveals his true speed is a staggering 30 million times greater. Kazu is shocked that Hades is adapting to his incredible speed. The god of death lands a devastating blow, sending Kazu flying. Hades suddenly stops, his attention drawn by a new development. He looks towards the shore, softly speaking his brother's name. Kazu, bruised and battered, is confused by Hades' sudden change in demeanor. Hades unexpectedly launches another powerful energy blast at Kazu. Kazu screams in confusion, wondering why Hades is suddenly attacking him. He looks on in disbelief, struggling to understand the situation. He realizes with a jolt that he has expended too much of his own power. He looks towards the shore, a worried expression on his face. He knows he must return to Yui and the others as quickly as possible. A Levantine soldier shouts for everyone to disperse as the shark attacks. The shark shatters Yui's ice wall with its immense strength. Futaba asks if Yui is all right as she shields herself from the debris. The soldiers regroup, taking aim at the monstrous shark. Wei leaps forward, ready to unleash her own powerful attack. Her leg glows with the power of her divine weapon, Gungnir. She activates Edge Mode, creating a fiery wolf construct around her leg. She unleashes the Gjallarhorn strike, a powerful explosive kick. Futaba cries out Yui's name, her face a mask of terror. She screams a warning as the shark's massive tail swings towards Yui. Yui whips around, her expression hardening as she prepares to block. She blocks the massive tail with her arm, the impact creating a shockwave. The sheer force of the blow pushes her back across the ice. She is stunned by the creature's incredible durability. The massive shark looms over her, its jaws open wide. Yui's eyes are wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Hades watches from afar, a thoughtful expression on his face. He identifies the shark as the monster that devoured his foolish brother. Futaba recognizes Hades as the other powerful Greek variant. A column of dark energy forms as he gives a simple, deadly command. Wei looks up, surprised by the sudden surge of immense power. He unleashes the divine spear of the underworld, a colossal blast of dark energy. The beam of dark energy completely obliterates the massive shark. Yui is stunned that the powerful shark was defeated in a single attack. A mysterious hooded figure observes the battle, amused by the outcome. She rides a mythical beast, her assessment of the battle continuing. The figure, Himiko, acknowledges the immense power of the god of death. On the battlefield, Hades pauses, deciding on his next strategic move. The soldiers curse their luck as yet another powerful enemy descends upon them. Hades extends a hand, calling forth his minions from the realm of darkness. 3 spectral hounds of the underworld, wreathed in black flame, surge into existence. Futaba cries out in terror, warning her friends that the beasts are coming. The unit commander orders his soldiers to take aim at the charging hellhounds. Yui leaps into the fray, a blur of motion against the shadowy creatures. Frustrated by the chaos, Yui desperately wonders where Kazu has gone. A memory is triggered, sending Kazu's consciousness falling through a dark void. In the other world, his mentor chides him for being bested in training again. As he falls, his mentor's voice asks him what is wrong. Kazu sits dejectedly, lamenting his utter lack of any magical talent. His concerned mentor gently calls out his name, trying to reach him. He reflects on his bleak past life, feeling that reincarnation changed nothing. She gently takes a potion from him, reassuring him that it's okay. She tells him that his clumsiness doesn't matter and is perfectly fine. Kazu looks up from his despair, startled by her kind words. She reminds him that he doesn't have to do everything by himself. With a warm smile, she encourages him to find his own unique strength. She tells him to focus his efforts and master just one single thing. He holds the potion, her advice echoing in his mind. Just one thing. In the present, Kazu scoffs at his past self's limited view of his power. His mentor's voice reminds him that she liked him just as he was. He focuses all of his immense power on the one thing he perfected, agility. Pushing past his limits, he enhances his speed by 30 million times. He roars that this is no time to be down, launching himself forward. He lands with purpose, knowing exactly why he mastered this incredible power. He mastered this speed to rush to the side of his precious companions. He becomes a living comet, a streak of light crossing the battlefield. Wei unleashes her full power against one of the spectral shadowhounds. With a cry of Ragnarok full break, she completely obliterates the beast. Futaba joins the fight, calling down a massive bolt of lightning from the sky. Futaba screams Yui's name as a hound's attack sears her friend's arm. Yui stands her ground, clutching her arm, burned by the creature's dark magic. A soldier reports to command that their unit's strength has been decimated. Tetugan hears the grim report, his thoughts turning to his daughter Yui. Yui realizes with dread that the summoned hounds are an endless tide. Tetugan concludes they must ignore the minions and attack Hades directly. Futaba agrees but worries about the danger of confronting the main body. Yui charges forward, determined to strike the master of the hellhounds. She plants her foot firmly, gathering her energy for a decisive blow. With a sharp ki, she prepares to unleash her divine weapon's power. Futaba provides covering fire, unleashing a wave of her own potent magic. He understands this variant's strength is on a completely different level. Hades raises his hand, unleashing his ultimate power, the divine realm absolute. Futaba is frozen instantly, her face a mask of pure, uncomprehending shock. Ui is also caught, paralyzed by the god's reality-bending ability. She screams a desperate, useless warning for everyone else to run for their lives. Kazu's voice cuts through the chaos, his purpose clear and absolute. "Don't you dare lay a hand on my companion," he roars, moving in. His sword plunges deep into Hades' chest as black, divine blood erupts. Ui looks up at her savior, a faint, relieved smile on her face. Kazu stands over the god, saying his full-speed run was nothing at all. The chapter page shows Kazu impaling Hades to save his captured friends. Hades is stunned by the attack, unable to believe his defense was breached. Kazu confidently brushes his hair back, ready for the next phase of the fight. He unleashes a furious, rapid-fire barrage of strikes against the stunned god. Hades feels his body and spirit failing, questioning what is happening to him. Kazu presses his fingers against his own blade, forcing it even deeper. With a final, determined roar, he vows to end his opponent right now. He unleashes his own divine realm absolute, shattering Hades' divine power. He pulls his weapon back, preparing for another devastating, decisive blow. Hades counters, his own weapon slicing into Kazu's side with immense force. Kazu grunts in pain but holds his ground, refusing to yield to the god. Hades is shocked by Kazu's incredible resilience and otherworldly power. He realizes Kazu has rewritten reality itself, completely nullifying the damage. Kazu curses Hades, calling him a cheating bastard for his own overpowered abilities. Suddenly, Kazu's body betrays him, and he coughs up a spray of black blood. He stumbles back, his strength failing, wondering if this is his limit. Yui and Futaba cry out his name in unison, their faces filled with terror. From nowhere, a massive, tattooed hand appears, catching the falling Kazu. A mysterious hooded figure, Himiko, chants an incantation, binding her target. Hades is suddenly restrained by an unseen force, his body unable to move. He gasps in shock, caught completely off guard by this new binding spell. Kazu continues to fall into unconsciousness, his body giving out. Yui confirms that Hades has been restrained, recognizing the energy pattern. In his command center, Tetugan realizes that events have been set in motion. The hooded Himiko approaches the trapped Hades, her tone mocking him. She asks the god of the dead what he learned in the other world. As one of his own kind, she calls his performance a disgrace. A different figure embraces Kazu, who is shocked by the sudden, gentle contact. Hades grits his teeth in pure fury, his pride wounded, unable to move. Himiko drives a series of black, ethereal spikes deep into Hades' body. Hades screams her name in agony and recognition. Himiko! Himiko reveals herself, unleashing her own terrifying divine realm absolute. She declares the opening of the seventh gate of the ancient demon path. Clenching her fists, she announces the beginning of a final, forbidden ritual. She is engulfed in a massive explosion of dark, chaotic, magical energy. A ghostly gate to another realm materializes behind her, its doors creaking open. A horde of demons pours forth, the night parade of 100 demons. Tetugan can only stare in disbelief at the screen, asking what that is. Kazu, supporting Yui, is horrified as a swarm of new variants appears. Futaba reports that Hades' life-sustaining rate is rapidly plummeting. Tetugan watches the chaos unfold, a look of dawning horror on his face. He recognizes the power of Himiko, the leader of the Japanese variants. Kazu, his face bloodied, weakly asks the person holding him who she is. The mysterious figure remains silent, her face hidden deep within her hood. Himiko analyzes Kazu's ultimate attack, dismissing it as a clumsy combination. She looks down on him with pity, calling his masterful technique unrefined. Kazu is stunned, having expected praise for fighting a god on equal terms. Himiko, in a small stylized form, chides their fighting as being all clumsy brute force. Yui lowers her head, quietly accepting the ancient queen's sharp critique. Now in her true form, Himiko extends a hand, inviting Namba Kazu to join her. Holding an injured Yui, Kazu is utterly baffled by the sudden and unexpected offer. An Yggdrasil soldier steps forward, asking Lady Himiko to let them handle the situation. Himiko glances back, acknowledging the authority of Yui's father, Tetugan. Amidst the cleanup, an Yggdrasil soldier wonders just what has been happening. Futaba stands alone in the chaos, her mind reeling as she questions the bizarre events. In a modern high-rise, a voice begins an explanation, asking them to first confirm something. A hand unlatches a sleek, modern briefcase, preparing to reveal a profound secret. Reflected in a close-up of an eye is a glowing crystal, a part of the creator's core. Gathered in a suite, Himiko congratulates the team on stealing the core from the Vatican. On a video call, Tetugan calmly states they only wish to return it where it belongs. Kazu sighs, admitting with a weary grin that he doesn't understand any of this. He gestures to the briefcase, asking what in the world this little pebble is. Tetugan addresses Kazu directly, preparing to give him the answers he seeks. He announces that he will now tell Kazu the fundamental truth of their world. A cosmic vision unfolds, showing the birth of all worlds and life from a single being. Tetugan explains that they call this primordial, life-giving entity the Creator. Kazu asks if this Creator is different from what he understands a god to be. Himiko clarifies that gods themselves are merely beings born from the Creator. Yui and Futaba are stunned into silence by this world-shattering revelation. 3 sugar cubes drop into coffee, representing the human, divine/demon, and other worlds. These worlds were made to maintain a perfect balance, like a perpetual motion machine. However, Tetugan explains the schemes of dissenters began to disrupt this order. The appearance of inhuman variants caused the world's balance to begin collapsing. He concludes that these variants are, in essence, a bug in the system of reality. Kazu realizes with a jolt that this is nearly identical to what Futaba once told him. To fix this cosmic bug, the Creator decided to use the power of the core. From this core, the Creator gave birth to the Holy Mother, Sistina. Kazu grits his teeth, the name Sistina striking him with a painful familiarity. Seeing his pained reaction, Yui worriedly asks Kazu what is wrong. Tetugan pauses on the screen, allowing the gravity of his words to settle. Kazu understands that Sistina is a correction program meant to counter the variant bug. Tetugan explains that there are 2 countermeasures, one short-term, one long-term. The short-term solution was the Holy Mother granting humanity divine weapon replicas. Yui is shocked, realizing her own weapon, Gungnir, must be one of them. Tetugan confirms her suspicion, stating Gungnir was indeed made by the Holy Mother. Himiko adds that with these weapons, humanity first gained the power to fight gods. She then turns her attention to the second, more permanent solution. The long-term plan was to forge singularities like Kazu in the other world. Himiko reminds Kazu that he met a version of Sistina in that other world. The devastating truth finally dawns on Kazu, his face frozen in shock. He screams, realizing this means his beloved comrades were just virtual beings. Himiko acknowledges his pain, but says how he accepts it is up to him. Kazu looks up, a pained expression on his face, understanding the choice is his. He forces a smile, trying to hide the profound grief from his friends. Futaba cries out to her brother, who pats her head in a reassuring gesture. Yui watches with deep concern, her voice a soft whisper of Kazu's name. On the monitor, Tetugan observes the emotional fallout in silence. Kazu declares that there is still one thing he doesn't understand. He demands to know why the virtual Sistina and the real Yui look identical. Yui is completely taken aback, confused by his bizarre question. Tetugan smirks, saying that to answer that very question, he is sending Kazu to the Vatican right now. A new chapter begins aboard a private jet as a flight attendant serves the main course. The dish is an opulent Wagyu steak with a celeriac puree. Kazu is visibly stunned by the sheer luxury of the meal. He yells that this full-course meal is far beyond normal in-flight food. Futaba declares how delicious it is, and Kazu tells his excited sister to calm down. Yui calmly notes food tastes better on the ground, irking Kazu with her casual wealth. Kazu sighs, remarking that with so much happening, he never gets a moment's rest. He reflects on how, before he knew it, he was flying high above the clouds. An announcement signals their approach to Rome, and Futaba excitedly points out the window. She marvels at the incredible sight of Rome's cityscape spreading out below them. She compares it to a fantasy world, but Kazu mutters the real one was more primitive. Yi studies a map, charting their course to their final destination in Vatican City. She explains their target is St. Peter's Basilica, a famous World Heritage Site. Kazu asks incredulously if they are expected to take a bus to get there. Yi smiles, announcing the Shiratori family limousine will pick them up, shocking Kazu. Kazu sips his coffee, letting out a weary sigh of resignation. He thinks about Tetugan's words that he must go to find his answers. The image of a confident, smiling Tetugan flashes in his mind. Kazu knows that the Vatican holds the key to the mystery of Sistina. He also knows that it holds the truth about Yui. He feels a deep sense of unease, sensing something suspicious about the entire situation. His eyes narrow as his senses pick up on an imminent, unseen danger. Outside the jet, the sky is suddenly filled with a swarm of winged creatures. A monstrous woman with wings, a harpy, hurtles towards the plane. Kazu's eyes widen in alarm as he shouts that variants are attacking. The harpy lets out a shriek as it smashes into the side of the jet. A massive explosion erupts from one of the plane's engines. Inside the violently shaking cabin, Futaba lets out a terrified scream. Kazu braces himself, cursing the fact that they are being attacked in midair. A serene-looking harpy with long, flowing hair hovers just outside the window. Kazu realizes with a jolt that they are surrounded by a flock of variants. Yui, already tending to an injured flight attendant, identifies the creatures as harpies. Futaba cries out for her brother as he moves towards the gaping hole in the fuselage. He tells Futaba that he is entrusting her protection to Yui. With a final request for Yui to guard them, he leaps out of the burning plane. In freefall, he notes that while the air is a disadvantage, his foes are weak. He summons his sword and effortlessly cuts down the attacking harpies. Landing on the plane's wing, he wonders why the remaining creatures are fleeing. He realizes with a growing sense of dread that they are running from something. He whirls around, his expression one of pure shock and alarm. In the distance, a single, brilliant point of light shines like a new star. He mutters in disbelief, saying that this has to be some kind of joke. He stares in awe, wondering about the source of such a massive lump of magic. On a faraway rooftop, a lone girl in a white dress stands silently. She points a single finger, and an immense starburst of power erupts into the sky. A young girl with wild, intense eyes issues a single, powerful command. She orders someone to shoot them down, unleashing a volley of holy spears. The spears of light rain from the sky, annihilating a flock of harpies. Kazu is stunned as the beams of light bracket his falling jet. He recognizes this destructive power, which rivals that of a high-ranking god. The plane is hit, trailing smoke as it plummets toward the earth. He realizes this must be the power of the Vatican's strongest, Sistina. Inside the cabin, Kazu is thrown by the impact as Futaba cries out. Futaba panics, screaming that they are all going to crash. Kazu glances back, grimly stating he can defeat the variants outside, but he wonders if humanity's strongest warrior has no intention of saving anyone. Turning to Futaba, Kazu gives her an order, saying he will create a barrier. He tells her to use her Divine Realm Absolute to teleport the plane. Futaba screams, protesting yet another impossible demand from her brother. Kazu yells for her to go, while Futaba resignedly calls him an idiot. The flaming jet is enveloped in the reality-warping power of her magic. In a brilliant flash of light, the entire plane vanishes from the sky. They reappear safely before a grand obelisk, having arrived at the Vatican. Inside a magnificent church, a priest greets them, praising their spectacular arrival. He notes that both Northern Europe and Japan possess truly elite warriors. Kazu, looking at the ornate walls, asks if he can raise a question first. The priest turns to him, calmly agreeing with a simple yes. He angrily asks why they had to nearly die just to arrange this meeting. He comments that the anti-variant headquarters seems surprisingly disorderly. The priest just smiles, explaining they have their own complicated circumstances. Futaba adds they did their best to minimize damage from the prior incident. Yui advises Kazu they must first understand what is happening at the Vatican. The priest compliments Yui's intelligence, befitting a daughter of the Shiratori clan. He gestures graciously, stating he will now offer them a proper welcome. He introduces himself as Carlo, the head of the Vatican's organization. Carlo formally welcomes them to Eden, the anti-variant headquarters. He then gestures for them to follow, saying he has someone to introduce. He places a hand on a small girl's shoulder, presenting their greatest weapon. The girl is small, with long, pale hair and a quiet demeanor. She is introduced as Sistina, humanity's strongest divine weapon user. Yui looks on with a serious, watchful expression, taking in the scene. Sistina's large doll-like eyes stare forward, seemingly empty and unfocused. Kazu is completely stunned, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. He can't believe such a little girl could be humanity's strongest warrior. A memory surfaces of a past comrade, a woman from the other world. He wonders if he met a Sistina during his time there. He sees an image of Sistina, realizing she bears a striking resemblance to a female companion from his previous life, and even to Yui when she was just a small child. Yui notices Kazu's distress, asking if he is all right. Carlo introduces Kazu to Sistina, calling him their new friend from Eden. Sistina looks up, haltingly attempting to speak Kazu's name. Kazu is taken aback that she seems to recognize him. Carlo apologizes politely, his head slightly bowed. He explains that Sistina's spirit is exhausted from her constant battles. Another priest is addressed as Father Carlo by Futaba. Carlo announces that they must now perform the ritual of baptism. Kazu, Yui, and Futaba are all surprised, questioning the sudden ritual. Carlo simply confirms it with a yes as he begins to walk away. A procession of white-robed, hooded figures emerges to guide the lost lambs. They announce they are here to guide the Holy Mother, Sistina. As Sistina is led away, Kazu and Futaba look on with suspicion. A title page shows a priest praying in the name of the Father and the Son. The manga's title is displayed over the praying, blindfolded figure. In a chapel, Kazu wonders what this baptism ritual truly entails. Carlo places his hand on a kneeling believer, and Kazu senses a magical reaction. Kazu realizes with grim certainty that this is no ordinary ceremony. He shouts out, demanding to know what Carlo is doing to the believers. Carlo raises his hand, unleashing the power of the divine realm absolute. Kazu cries out in shock, recognizing the forbidden, godlike power. Carlo calmly utters a quiet prayer, so be it. The kneeling figure is suddenly engulfed in a dark, fiery aura. The person lets out a monstrous, inhuman roar as their body transforms. Yui and Futaba look on in horror as Kazu asks what it is. The figure has become a grotesque, goat-like beast wearing a cross. Kazu asks in disbelief if they are turning humans into variants. The beast kneels on the floor, its long, sharp claws resting before it. Carlo asks if Kazu has now noticed how Eden treats its followers. Futaba watches, a hand to her mouth in utter shock. He explains they summon gods from the divine realm, even heretical ones. They are forcibly dragged to the human world to become their apostles. The beast lets out a low, guttural growl, drool dripping from its snout. Kazu realizes with horror that the harpies must have been created this way. Carlo smiles reassuringly, telling him not to worry. He gestures to the silent, doll-like Sistina standing beside him. Sistina raises a single finger, pointing it at the newly formed monster. With an invisible burst of power, she strikes the beast down instantly. The cross from its chest is thrown, clattering across the stone floor. The creature lies defeated, its body dissolving into shimmering particles of light. Carlo explains that believers who become variants are purified by Sistina. Unlike normal methods, her power purifies the soul itself, leaving nothing. This allows them to completely erase variants from existence. He proudly calls this the harrowing genesis that Eden has achieved. Kazu's eyes narrow, his face a mask of cold fury. He mutters the word harrowing, Yui and Futaba watching him. He recognizes the villainous monologue, having heard it somewhere before. The remaining believers kneel, praying to their Holy Mother Sistina. Carlo closes his eyes for a moment in faint piety. He raises his hand again, preparing to create another stigmata of original sin. The next believer begins to transform, engulfed in the same dark energy. Yui screams Kazu's name as he finally moves to intervene. Kazu shouts that he's seen enough of this vulgar method. Sistina turns her cold, empty gaze directly toward Kazu. He roars that he won't let them get away with it as spikes erupt. Kazu is suddenly impaled from behind by black spikes from the floor. Kazu realizes he must be careful not to use too much force. But the young girl Sistina warns that he will simply break. With a snap of her fingers, Kazu is blasted across the stone floor. Yui and Futaba rush to his side, asking if he is all right. They are horrified that Kazu was defeated with just a single blow. He identifies her as the Vatican's legendary and strongest divine weapon user. Yui stares in disbelief, wondering who this powerful girl could possibly be. Sistina stands emotionless, a placid doll beside the priest, Carlo. We can only gasp, utterly stunned by the turn of events. Kazu struggles to his knees, recalling Carlo's name with a growing anger. He feels a familiar darkness from him, like the scum who hurt his sister. Carlo chuckles, correctly guessing he is referring to the Yamato organization. He explains they shared technology, But Yamato's idea of creation was different. While their goal of liberation from the creator was similar, Kazu dismisses the man's words as more incomprehensible nonsense. Carlo explains that unlike the Yamato, who sought to replace God, the ultimate goal of his organization, Eden, is unification with God. He declares that only their father is worthy of bearing God's name. Sistina's eyes narrow as she receives her master's divine command. Carlo orders her to purify the heretics in a display of power. A beam of light from her finger obliterates a horde of monstrous demons. Kazu and his friends find themselves trapped behind bars of dark energy. An ethereal voice pleads, asking if he will not save the weak. Kazu screams in raw fury, telling them to stop their madness. Yui joins his cry, screaming that she already told them to stop. Kazu's power flares, enhancing his agility 10 million times over. He pushes further, activating his overload state, God Annihilation. Sistina calmly summons her divine weapon, the Holy Spear. Kazu's lightspeed sword clashes with the legendary Spear of Longinus. Yui and Futaba are thrown back by the sheer force of the impact. The Great Dome of St. Peter's Basilica erupts in a massive explosion. The shock throws Kazu into a vision, a memory from his distant past. The world dissolves into a haze of forgotten feelings and moments. He sees a small blonde girl crying alone in a sunlit park. A younger version of himself approaches, admitting that he is lost too. The girl looks up, startled, as he offers her his handkerchief. The young Kazu asks with innocent concern if she is all right. She tearfully accepts his kindness, thanking him for the gesture. The boy's simple act of compassion surprises even himself. The memory is a fleeting glimpse of a life he barely recalls. He asks the girl to play, introducing himself simply as Kazu. The vision fades, pulling him back to the violent present. Futaba begins to speak, her voice trembling with a forgotten truth. Kazu snaps back to reality, grabbing Yui to shield her. He asks Sistina if she can stand, but she seems lost in the memory. He stands before them, a lone protector against these zealots. He realizes Carlo's entire plan was to make him fight Sistina. Sistina is shocked, questioning if this was her father's true intention. Carlo simply steps forward, his expression unreadable and calm. He praises Kazu, the singularity, once called the Messiah by the Vatican. But Carlo declares that such deceptions are no longer necessary. He offers Kazu an alliance to destroy the gods together. Kazu smirks, agreeing that he wants to drive the gods out. But he flatly rejects their methods, finding them disgusting. Carlo turns away, his offer having been soundly refused. Kazu threatens to crush Eden if they continue their selfish actions. With a soft chuckle, Carlo says it is a pity, calling him a friend. He turns to the silent girl, calling Sistina's name. He commands her to pass her divine judgment upon Kazu. Sistina's power flares as she activates the Holy Spear's edge mode. Yi is shocked, realizing the power is the same as her own Gungnir. Kazu confirms it, but warns her the power output is far greater. A wave of divine energy washes over the holy city of the Vatican. At Yggdrasil's command center, alarms blare as all contact is lost. Tetugan watches calmly, stating that Sistina is showing her true worth. The battle rages, its scale beyond human comprehension. Tetugan calls this overwhelming power a violent, furious condemnation. For 2 millennia, this power has been humanity's shield against heretic gods. Now Kazu and his friends are bathed in that same divine, punishing strike. The title page is set against the backdrop of their ruined battlefield. The dust begins to settle from the cataclysmic attack. Carlo observes Kazu still standing, the strongest singularity in history. A single pain tear escapes Kazu's eye as he endures. His feet struggle to find purchase on the broken ground. He is struck by an invisible blow, coughing up a spray of black blood. Carlo looks down on him, dismissing him as merely a child of man. Before the might of their father, Sistina is described as utterly powerless. Yui and Futaba rush to Kazu, telling him to hang on. He weakly urges Yui and Futaba to flee and save themselves. Carlo turns away, his attention elsewhere. He announces that it is time to resume the baptismal rite for Sistina. Yui watches him, her expression hardening with cold resolve. She asks Futaba to focus on healing Kazu's grievous injuries. With unwavering determination, she declares that she will buy them time. Futaba can only watch, calling out Yui's name with concern. Kazu protests, telling Yui that her effort will be useless. She looks back over her shoulder, offering him a confident smile. She pulls on her black gloves, her purpose now clear. She is Kazu's partner, and she will not let him fall. She becomes a blur, delivering a powerful kick directly to Sistina. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the air. Sistina's placid expression shatters with genuine surprise. Yui unleashes her powerful Gjallarhorn strike, a furious assault. The blast of divine energy rips through the battlefield. Sistina's eye widens, caught off guard by Yui's ferocity. She raises a hand, barely managing to block the attack. Yui presses her advantage, never giving her opponent a moment's rest. She channels all her power into her weapon, activating Gungnir's edge mode. With a final, determined cry, she prepares to unleash her full power. She unleashes Ragnarok Break, a twilight collapse meant to end it all. A concussive blast sends the Holy Mother, Sistina, tumbling across the wasteland. Futaba kneels beside a wounded Kazu, awestruck by Yui's incredible power. The priest Carlo watches from afar as Yui lies defeated on the ground. Yui pushes herself up, wondering how she could have lost so easily. Her legs tremble, but she forces herself back to her feet. She stands looking in disbelief at her impossibly resilient opponent. Sistina sits up, touching her own face, confused as to why she's unharmed. Her eyes narrow with a cold and terrifying newfound resolve. She counters, unleashing a brilliant sphere of destructive energy from her hand. Yui reacts with alarm, her long blonde hair whipping behind her. She throws herself aside, the ground shattering from the force of her evasion. Kazu, weak and bleeding, desperately urges Yui to run for her life. Another blast strikes Yui, sending a spray of blood from her shoulder. Her mind flashes back to a time when she felt abandoned by her parents. In those lonely days, only Kazu saw her as a person. He helped her endure her training and face the horrors of the variants. It never mattered that he was a singularity, he was simply Kazu. She realizes she wants to live in the world that he inhabits. She plants her feet, the ground cracking with her unshakable determination. She roars that she wants to protect this world. Her name is Shiratori Yui. She is the chosen wielder of the divine weapon replica, Gungnir. A massive pillar of golden, divine energy erupts from her body. Sistina can only watch as the overwhelming power washes over the battlefield. Kazu and Futaba are stunned by the sheer magnitude of the magical light. Carlo laughs with delight, finding the display of power absolutely wonderful. Yui's mother tells Tetugan his true aim was their mutual destruction. A report comes in. Gungnir's compatibility value is exceeding its critical limit. The woman remarks that Tetugan is forcing Yui down her mother's tragic path. A memory surfaces. Yui's mother leads her two younger siblings away. The mother looks back, her expression filled with a profound sadness. A young Yui watches her go, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Her mother had said she wasn't something to be called mother. Kazu shouts in alarm, sensing the overwhelming magical power pouring from Yui. Yui stands transformed, her legs encased in the crystalline Ragnarok final battle armor. Carlo laughs manically, marveling at the magnificent and heretical power. He declares that judgment must now be passed on the false master. He commands the winged Sistina to intercept Yui's final, desperate attack. Sistina prepares her own ultimate technique, the Spear of Longinus Edge Mode. Yui, her own Gungnir in Edge Mode, prepares for the final clash. Kazu screams Yui's name, realizing his magical override on her is failing. Her magic is being forcibly released, her power running completely out of control. He remembers her collapsing during their first training session together. He knows with horrifying certainty that using Gungnir now will destroy her body. The two divine warriors collide in a blinding, world-shattering flash of light. Their ultimate attacks meet, creating a massive, destructive explosion. Sistina's angelic form is silhouetted against the brilliant, apocalyptic light. In the darkness, a small voice calls out for its mother. A young Sistina, lost and alone, cries, asking where her mother has gone. A gentle voice calls to her, and she looks up from her tears. A woman's hands tenderly cup her tear-streaked face. The woman tells the crying child that they will be together now. A memory of Yui, her own eyes filled with tears, flashes by. Her mother, her expression distant, touches her own long hair. She gently touches a younger Yui's face, speaking of her father. She pleads with her daughter not to resent him for his choices. Yui stands alone in a field, watching her mother walk away forever. In the present, Yui stands alone on the desolate, ruined battlefield. Her face hidden by her hair, she whispers a single, heartbreaking apology. Sistina stands with her wings spread as Kazu and Futaba look on in horror. Kazu stares in utter disbelief, his voice a choked whisper of Yui's name. Yui stumbles forward, her body finally giving out. Cracks begin to spiderweb across her crystalline armor. With a final shattering sound, her armored legs disintegrate. She collapses and Kazu screams her name in pure, unadulterated agony. A memory of their hands clasped together, a simple, tender moment. A montage of their shared past flashes through the mind in an instant. He remembers asking her if she would like to dance with him. They are captured in a memory of a happy dance, a bittersweet final image. The sound of her name echoes in a void of static and despair. Kazu's feet dig into the dirt as he scrambles toward her. He screams her name one last time as she falls from the sky. Futaba watches, tears streaming down her face, her hand clutching her chest. He catches her, whispering about her perfect compatibility with Gungnir. In the command center, an operator reports that all activity has ceased. Tetugan's wife tells him that she will now take care of everything. Tetugan calmly acknowledges her request, his face a mask of cold resolve. A portal of dark, swirling energy opens in the command center. Kazu holds Yui's body, his expression one of utter, soul-crushing devastation. Carlo realizes Tetugan's true goal was to have them destroy each other. He understands now that the singularity was just a bluff. Sistina stands, her body crackling with the residue of divine power. Kazu gently lays Yui's lifeless body on the broken earth. Carlo muses that it's been 2 millennia since Sistina was this exhausted. Kazu holds Yui close, his face a mask of profound grief. Carlo declares that his true mission begins now, unleashing his own power. He transforms, sprouting wings, becoming the stigmata of original sin. Kazu is shocked, realizing Carlo has absorbed the variant's abilities into himself. Carlo's eyes now have a reptilian, inhuman quality. A new figure, the ancient Queen Himiko, appears behind the grieving Kazu. Kazu turns, startled by her sudden appearance, and asks who she is. A fox-like creature gently licks the tears from Futaba's face. Himiko smiles, telling the artisan she has kept him waiting. She opens a gate, unleashing the night parade of 100 demons. Carlo recognizes her as Himiko, the previous Japanese singularity. Himiko coolly remarks that she knew he would eventually show up. Carlo declares that Genesis is a noisy affair that he will accomplish. He unleashes his newfound power upon a horde of demonic beasts. Himiko marvels at his ability to become something that transcends even the gods. She leaps into the fray, calling out to Namba Kazu. She tells him that, to put it frankly, this is a very bad situation. His face grim, Kazu demands another reason for the impossible choice before him. The ancient queen, Himiko, extends a hand, inviting him to join her side. Kazu stares in disbelief, clutching the fading form of Yui in his arms. A winged man warns that siding with her will doom them all. Himiko calmly confirms this will indeed lead to the entire world's collapse. Kazu desperately clutches Yui, asking if he is not meant to save her. He shouts, his voice raw with fear, asking if Yui can still be saved. Himiko reminds him, as she said before, that the choice is entirely his. Her hand remains outstretched, waiting patiently for his final answer. With a cry of anguish, Kazu roars his reluctant agreement. He vows that to save Yui, she can use his very life as she pleases. A triumphant smile crosses Himiko's lips as she accepts his vow. The winged man watches this fateful pact, whispering a soft, "Oh." Himiko begins her explanation, listing the 2 necessary components for their ritual. She names the first element, the divine artifact of the chief god. The second and third are the creator's core and the divine realm absolute. Kazu, holding Yui, is revealed to be the final piece, the singularity. Himiko's hand gestures towards the final condition. With Yui incapacitated, Gungnir's ownership has temporarily transferred to Kazu. As the 3 stand in the void, Himiko declares all conditions are met. The winged man looks on as the final piece of the plan is revealed. Himiko holds a crystal key, stating they now hold the power to rebuild the world. Kazu realizes her true goal, protesting that this is the one thing he cannot allow. The winged man clutches his face, screaming that this act is unforgivable. He proclaims only the creator can perform miracles in this world. A memory of a young priestess echoes his faith in their ancestor, the creator. He offers his own body as a vessel, crying for his Lord to descend. In a spray of black blood, his body becomes a gateway for the Trinity. A powerful, divine energy erupts from the willing sacrifice. Kazu watches from the desolate landscape as a new power enters their world. A majestic winged being appears, the absolute creator king, Tetragrammaton. Futaba arrives on a great spirit fox, her face a mask of shock. Himiko smiles, announcing that the main event is finally about to begin. She commands a stunned Futaba to unleash her divine realm absolute power. A memory reveals that this inherited power is a unique weapon. It is the only means by which a creation can defy its creator. The creator raises a hand, uttering the first command, "Let there be light." A wave of pure, creative energy washes over the desolate void. The world distorts as space-time and causality begin to unravel into chaos. Himiko observes with grim finality that the current world is already finished. She rallies her new allies, calling out to Futaba and a bewildered Kazu. She advises Kazu not to worry, they are simply beginning the world rewriting battle. Kazu, still holding Yui, stares into the maelstrom of creation. An ethereal goddess asks him the ultimate question, What kind of world does he wish for? A flash of power, the divine artifact of the chief god. A second flash, the core of the creator. A final surge, the divine realm absolute. Kazu stands between heaven and earth, the linchpin of reality. The creator floats in the void, the architect of a new creation. Reality shifts to a bright, mundane sky over a high school soccer field. A soccer ball smacks directly into a teenage Kazu's face. He lies on the grass, dazed and confused by the sudden impact. He stumbles to his feet amidst the mocking laughter of his classmates. He sits up, touching his bloody nose, wondering what just happened. The handsome Kagokawa offers a smirking, insincere apology for his light kick. A gentle voice calls out his name. Namba-kun? A girl in a tracksuit approaches, asking if he is all right. He looks up and recognizes her, Usano Miu, holding out a packet of tissues. His mind flashes with a sense of déjà vu. He knows this scene. The title page shows Usano as Kazu whispers her name in recognition. Usano points out his bloody nose and tells him to go to the infirmary. Looking at the school, Kazu feels a profound sense that he has forgotten something. A ghostly image of Yui flashes through his mind, a forgotten memory. Another image appears, this one of Himiko, her expression thoughtful. In the infirmary, Kazu has a bandage on his nose, thinking the bleeding has stopped. Usano tells him to wait for the nurse for a proper checkup. He thanks her. He tries to brush off her concern, insisting that he is fine now. She argues that he isn't, that he was acting strange after hitting his head. He laughs, telling her she is exaggerating the situation. He is startled by the intensity of her sudden emotional reaction. Blushing, Usano removes her glasses, admitting that she was just surprised. She confesses that for a moment, he looked like a completely different person. She looks down, her face flushed and her eyes welling with tears. Kazu feels his own heart pound in his chest, an unfamiliar feeling. Usano nervously begins to speak, telling him this might be sudden. She gathers all her courage and declares she has liked him for a long time. Her heartfelt confession leaves Kazu completely and utterly stunned. He looks at her, realizing with a jolt that she is forgetting something important. He admits that he too feels like he is forgetting something crucial. The scene shifts to a bustling city 20 years in the future. A man in a suit carrying a briefcase wearily climbs a set of stairs. The man, an older Kazu, sighs that he is tired again after a long day. An older, smiling Usano greets him at their apartment door, welcoming him home. She tells him warmly that dinner's ready. Kazu, now a weary salaryman, looks at his wife, his expression blank. She gently chides him for not texting, but says it's all right. With a soft smile, she tells him that she was waiting for him. A flicker of warmth returns to Kazu's tired eyes as he smiles back. They sit at their small dinner table, and he gives thanks for the meal. He takes his first bite of the simple, home-cooked food. He closes his eyes, a look of pure, simple contentment on his face. He exclaims how delicious it is, that her cooking is the best in the world. A small white rabbit sits in her lap, nibbling on a treat. Kazu continues to eat his meal, lost in the quiet moment. Usano closes her eyes, whispering that she is truly happy. Kazu is taken aback by her sudden, heartfelt declaration. A memory of them as young students flashes across the screen. A second memory shows their wedding day as she reflects on their life. She narrates their quiet, normal life, full of simple happiness. A final image shows her adjusting his collar, speaking of their shared, ordinary life. A weary, middle-aged Kazu whispers a single haunting name, Miho. The doorbell chimes, interrupting the quiet scene in his apartment kitchen. Kazu wonders aloud who could possibly be visiting them at this hour. Miho tells him to stay seated, offering to get the door herself. He reflects on his bleak life as a corporate slave at a terrible company. A tender memory surfaces. As long as Miho waits for him, it is enough. He briefly imagines himself as the hero of some popular reincarnation story. A sudden, panicked cry from the entryway shatters the domestic peace. He calls out to Miho asking what's wrong, but receives no answer. He hears Miho's terrified voice telling someone to stop and go home. A sudden, sharp panic grips his heart as he wonders what is happening. Hearing a scream, he lunges for the door handle, calling her name. A heavy, sickening thud sounds from just beyond the closed door. He throws the door open, his face a mask of shock and alarm. On the floor, their small pet rabbit sits frozen in a pool of blood. His eyes widen in absolute horror as he takes in the gruesome scene. The shock registers, his pupil dilating in the face of the tragedy. He finally sees her, Miho, lying lifeless on the blood-stained wooden floor. His mind goes blank, a choked sound escaping his lips in utter disbelief. A raw, guttural scream tears from his throat as he rushes to her side. He clutches his head, his mind fracturing, unable to process the horror. From the apartment's shadows, a figure stumbles forward, muttering to himself. The blood-splattered intruder kneels, demanding more power and more money. Kazu stares, trying to comprehend the identity of this monstrous man. The killer grins, promising to make Kazu feel even better than Miho did. A memory flashes, his high school bully, Kagokawa, with that same smile. Kazu looks at the kneeling figure, recognizing him from his school days. Kagokawa lets out a manic, inhuman laugh, his sanity completely gone. His body begins to twist and contort, spikes erupting from his back. The transformation splatters Kazu with more blood as he recoils in fear. He stares at his stained hands, the reality of the nightmare sinking in. The change completes, revealing a monstrous, armored female warrior. Kazu recoils, calling the creature a monster as it looms over him. A ghostly image of Yui appears, identifying herself as a dark Valkyrie. Kazu grunts in pain as the powerful psychic assault strikes his mind. He clutches his head, reeling from the sudden, impossible flood of memories. The Valkyrie lunges forward, moving with impossible speed to attack him. The force of the blow brutally snaps his arm, the bone breaking. The creature summons a divine spear of light, the legendary Gungnir. Impaled and dying, Kazu can only manage a single confused sound. The Valkyrie collapses nearby, its own life force seemingly extinguished. With his last breath, Kazu forces a grim smile, a flicker of understanding. He crawls back to Miho, his mind insisting this must all be a dream. He laments the anime and manga he will now never get to experience. He notices that Miho is clutching a small, black rose in her hand. Her final words echo in his mind, telling him she was truly happy. He lets out a low moan of pure, unadulterated grief and despair. His consciousness shatters in a final, soul-rending scream of agony. In a white, featureless void, a hand reaches down to his collapsed form. A teenage Kazu, now with white streaks in his hair, looks up, dazed. A young woman sighs, exasperated by his dramatic display of grief. She observes that he is making quite a fuss over one woman's death. Kazu's eyes, now those of a teenager, look on with quiet detachment. He admits that he has always been one to make a lot of noise. He turns to the mysterious woman, asking who or what she is. Her eyes close as she calmly considers his profound question. She introduces herself, revealing that she is a being named Himiko. Kazu recognizes the name of the ancient queen with stunned surprise. She appears distant, a mere phantom in the endless white void. She smiles, confirming his recognition of her ancient, powerful name. She explains that to him, in his current state, she appears as his servant. Kazu is baffled by her cryptic explanation of her true nature. She offers to demonstrate her power by changing her form for him. With a snap of her fingers, the transformation begins in a flash of light. She becomes Tetugan, the imposing and powerful leader of Yggdrasil. Kazu is shocked by the sudden, impossible change in her appearance. He recognizes the man as Yui's powerful and intimidating father. He demands to know what is happening, how this is even possible. Tetugan calmly explains that his confusion is perfectly understandable. He states that his own form is ultimately meaningless and unimportant. He can become any form that Kazu's mind can possibly imagine. He transforms again, becoming the sneering high school bully, Kagokawa. Kazu flinches, uttering the name of his old cruel tormentor. Himiko, now herself again, notes that he is quite a free spirit. An old wizened warrior appears, another phantom born of Kazu's mind. Kazu stands surrounded by these spectral figures, all from his memories. Himiko, flanked by Yui, says her own identity is not what's important. She tells him what truly matters now is what he wants to do. Kazu looks on, a bead of sweat on his face, listening intently. A young Futaba appears, asking him what kind of world would be good. He stares at his sister's image, the question echoing in the void. A silver-haired knight from his past life appears beside him. She tells him he must have the answer for the next world's ideal form. He is confused, asking what she means by the next world. A ribbon bearing his name, Nambakazu, floats in the empty void. A montage shows him as a hero, a reincarnator, and a singularity. Susanoo weeps, calling him the greatest masterpiece among all singularities. The singularity is hailed as the center of all worlds, a peerless power. Images of Tetugan, Himiko, and Sistina swirl around his consciousness. In a void of stars, a lone being, the Creator King, appears. The Holy Mother and singularities were made to correct the world's flaws. The phenomenon of variance can only truly be stopped by the Creator. Himiko's voice tells him not to think so hard about these cosmic truths. She reaches out to a child version of Kazu, beckoning him forward. The young Kazu is pushed toward the world-rewriting battle. He looks on wide-eyed as his name, Nambakazu, is called out. Now older, a teenager in a blazer, he is addressed once more. He reaches out, his hand touching Yui's in a moment of connection. A voice asks him the final ultimate question: what world does he desire? His answer is a single desperate scream that tears through reality. Yui! A long-haired girl in a school uniform walks away through a sun-dappled forest. Kazu watches her leave, softly calling out her name, Yui, as a question. She begins to turn, her long, pale hair catching the light like a veil. The tranquil forest scene is filled with the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Her voice precedes her, asking him what is wrong. Yui smiles warmly, noting it's been a long time since he called her by her first name. Kazu gazes at her, his eyes holding the weight of forgotten memories and cosmic battles. A memory flashes, two hands, his and hers, clasped together in a forgotten promise. The scene changes as Kazu confronts the priest Carlo, who asks for his final answer. Kazu bows his head slightly, preparing to reveal the universe's terrible truth. He explains to a listening Carlo that the Creator is testing them all. With a heavy heart, Kazu states that all of humanity is being judged. The purpose of this test is to see if they are worthy of their world. A soft, knowing chuckle escapes from Carlo's lips. Carlo's human form begins to melt, asking what Kazu will do now that he knows. The being reveals its true form, a towering entity of light, calling Nambakazu a sample. A close-up shows the Creator's featureless face, a canvas of shifting, intricate patterns. Kazu looks up in disbelief, repeating the cold clinical word, sample? The Creator confirms his status, stating that this is all just its experiment. Yui's spirit embraces him, explaining the Creator's goal is to make a perpetual motion machine. She rests her head on his shoulder, whispering that it is an eternal dream. To achieve this, the Creator is constantly seeking new ideas for the next world. Yui places a comforting, spectral hand on his shoulder, lending him her strength. Kazu grimly lists the Creator's tools: humans, gods, other worlds, and the Holy Mother. Yui confirms that all of these are used to provide inspiration for the next creation. The being used to experience all these worlds is known as the Singularity. The Creator explains that the previous singularity, Himiko, gave it the idea for the variants. A vision shows a past version of Himiko, presenting her world-altering idea. Kazu is horrified, realizing Himiko was the source of the monsters he fights. The Creator's liquid form surges forward like a tidal wave of pure energy. It engulfs Kazu, demanding that he, the next sample, provide the next great idea. A memory surfaces, Kazu sitting with a fallen comrade in the ruins of another world. He remembers two of his female companions, fighting fiercely in a desperate battle. A long-haired warrior from his party grabs him, shouting that this cosmic tale is absurd. The warrior turns away, his voice filled with pain for their meaningless sacrifices. Kazu sees his entire party, realizing their struggles were just data for an experiment. Yui's eyes flash with righteous fury. She declares she will not allow this to happen. Her spirit stands beside Kazu, a protective presence calling his name. Her hand reaches out, a beacon of hope in the face of cosmic despair. A brilliant flash of light signals a shift in the confrontation. He asks Kazu a simple, profound question. Does he have anyone important to him? Kazu's hand is shown, a silent answer forming in his mind. He stands before the Creator, his whip sword drawn, ready to defy his fate. The Creator's form ripples, its patterned surface shifting with an alien curiosity. A new figure appears in a flash of power, a white-haired, battle-worn version of Kazu. The Creator recoils in shock, its form destabilizing from this impossible arrival. The future Kazu stands, bandaged and transformed, radiating an immense chaotic power. His ultimate technique is named the God Annihilation Light Labyrinth Sword. This future Kazu looks on, his eyes burning with a cold, nihilistic fire. The Creator cries out, asking what this new being intends to do. The future Kazu grins maniacally, vowing to become the god of destruction. A title page explains the physics of tachyons, particles that defy causality and threaten the universe. This future Kazu, a chimera of man and beast, lunges through the void. He moves as a blur, leaving a trail of destructive energy in his wake. The Creator is engulfed in a massive, blinding blast of pure white light. The beam of energy tears across the cosmos, a strike of impossible force. The future Kazu's eyes are wide with fury as he presses his attack. Two godlike forces collide, shattering the very concept of space and time. The Creator cries out that its vessel is being destroyed by the paradox. The future Kazu screams at the Creator, asking if it understands the consequences of its actions. His eye narrows, his mind racing as he considers what he is capable of. A memory, a blonde woman from his past life advising him to master one thing. He roars, enhancing his agility by 100 million times and screams for it to stop. The fabric of reality itself shatters under the strain of his impossible speed. The present Kazu appears in the void, yelling at his future self to stop this madness. The two versions of Namba-Kazu face each other across a backdrop of stars. The present Kazu grits his teeth, calling his future self a bastard. He warns that destroying the universe will erase his family, his friends, and himself. He demands to know if his future self, Namba-Kazu, is truly serious about this. The future Kazu lets out a soft, weary breath, his rage momentarily subsiding. He turns away, his voice quiet, explaining that he forgot to record his anime. The present Kazu is utterly dumbfounded by this absurd, trivial reason. His future self explains that decades have passed for him, and he had forgotten. The present Kazu watches, realizing his future self is only now remembering his past. The future Kazu laments being too busy to record the new anime he was excited for. The present Kazu, still reeling, asks what on earth he is talking about. His future self smirks, asking why his past self can't understand something so simple. He reveals that getting hit by a truck was the reason for his first original death. Kazu is shocked to his core by this sudden, jarring revelation. The future Kazu confesses that back then, anime was his only reason to live. A fleeting memory of his favorite shows flashes through his mind. He missed his anime, he reasons, so now the world must end as a consequence. He clenches his bandaged fist, gathering a terrifying amount of destructive power. He unleashes his full might, enhancing his agility by a staggering 10 billion times. The present Kazu screams that he won't let him destroy everything. He creates an army of clones, each one a perfect copy, ready for battle. The future Kazu smirks cruelly, watching his past self trying to save the world. He moves in a blur of motion, a streak of white against the darkness. The army of Kazu clones stands resolute, their whip swords held at the ready. With a unified battle cry, the clones charge forward to meet their future. The future Kazu effortlessly carves a path of destruction through his past selves. He scoffs, his movements a deadly dance as he dismantles the clone army. He cuts through them with contemptuous ease, a whirlwind of blades and fury. He laughs maniacally, declaring that a mere copy could never defeat the original. The present Kazu unleashes a blast of energy, refusing to give up the fight. His future self is impressed, noting that he's finally getting fired up. Kazu declares that this will become the creator's greatest miscalculation. The future Kazu dismisses him, sneering that he is just a troublesome otaku. He laments through a bloody grin that the creator made an otaku into the messiah. A ghostly, ethereal hand reaches out, a silent harbinger of what is to come. A memory surfaces, Kazu's eye reflecting a vision of his past. The vision is triggered by a blinding flash of light. He recalls feeling his old life had no value, so destroying it was fine. But the other world and this new one gave him companions. They were the ones who finally gave his empty life meaning. He realizes being a creation of some god doesn't matter to him. A memory of the creator asks if he has anyone important. He remembers his answer, a quiet and profound affirmation. His hand reaches out, finding another to hold in the darkness. He walks with Yui, knowing he does have someone important. The memory fades, returning him to a blinding, chaotic reality. He stands alone in the rubble of St. Peter's Square. An alarm blares, detecting an immense energy reaction nearby. Kazu grits his teeth, his body screaming in exhaustion. A figure appears as Himiko taunts him for returning. Kazu can only pant, his strength utterly spent. A battered Carlo asks if Kazu has finally reached his end. Kazu declares his goal is to create a world without a creator. But an urgent thought consumes him. Where is Yui? The final climax begins, reaching back 13.8 billion years. In a silent void, a consciousness awakens, asking what this is. It questions its location, finding only pitch blackness and nothingness. A singular, powerful desire forms within the void, a wish for light. A star of pure creation bursts into existence. Its wishes were granted, but they only grew in number and complexity. These new wishes, however, only brought chaos and destruction. The heavens spun wildly, completely out of control. Civilizations rose and fell in a cycle of endless conflict. The creator wondered why its world would not last. So it created a new system, a self-updating world. The people of this world came to call this system the Holy Mother. Back in the present, a massive explosion rocks the ruins. The creator, now in a human guise, appears before them. Himiko greets the powerful being, asking if it has returned. The creator stands before Kazu, Futaba, and a transformed beast. Himiko shouts a warning to Namba-Kazu. Kazu ignores her, still desperately searching for Yui. He finds Futaba holding Yui's fading form, calling her name. He scrambles to Yui's side, crying out her name in anguish. Yui's face is pale, her vibrant life force nearly gone. Her legs have turned to stone, cracking and brittle. He laments that next time, he will do better and protect them. Futaba sobs, asking why this is happening to them. Himiko can only watch the tragedy unfold before her. Kazu feels the crushing, familiar weight of failure once more. Through his tears, he apologizes for being unable to protect her. Himiko is suddenly alerted, her eyes widening in shock. She screams Kazu's name as a final desperate warning. A massive nine-tailed fox spirit wreathed in flames materializes. It unleashes a devastating torrent of spectral fire upon them. Kazu, lost in his grief, can only watch the inferno approach. A mysterious figure stands completely unharmed within the flames. The figure gestures, its power immense and overwhelming. A swirling vortex of pure darkness swallows the fire whole. It is Carlo who says he has done something unforgivable. The powerful fox spirit is obliterated in an instant. Kazu glares, asking why Carlo is still here. Carlo declares the creator a heretic that transcends the gods. Himiko is shocked by the mention of a father and son. He condemns them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Why remains still, her life hanging by a thread? Sistina appears, walking calmly through the battlefield. She strikes Carlo with a powerful blast of pure light. The force of the blow sends him careening into the rubble. He lands hard, muttering that what she did was impossible. Sistina walks towards Kazu, Futaba, and their beast companion. Kazu looks up, his expression a mask of confusion. Futaba demands to know what Sistina is doing here. Kazu realizes his father is gone. Futaba is lost. Sistina reveals that her true name is Ju. Carlo, still buried in debris, cannot comprehend her words. Himiko understands that the creator's chains have been broken. Sistina gathers a star of divine power in her hand. She summons her divine weapon, the Spear of Longinus. Carlo watches from the rubble, his fate now sealed. Yui's eyes remain closed, her life slipping away. Sistina unleashes a massive wave of holy energy. Carlo's face is caught in the blinding, purifying light. The resulting explosion is devastating, leveling the area. A technician reports that Father Carlo's signal is lost. Tetugan calmly asks the Holy Mother what she will do now. Sistina stands amidst the ruins, her purpose now clear. She takes a single, deliberate step toward Kazu's group. Futaba tells her brother to get back, insisting she will handle it. A new determined resolve fills Kazu's eyes. Yui's eyes, still closed, seems to respond to the shift. Sistina looks at Kazu and confesses that she likes him. Himiko and her fox companion watch, completely surprised. Kazu and Futaba are stunned into absolute silence. She takes Yui's cold hand, saying she will be with her. She tells Kazu that because she will now be with Yui, Yui seems to understand and accept this sacrifice. Sistina asks Kazu to play with her, as Yui will be gone. Kazu, heartbroken and flustered, can only stammer in response. Radiant, magnificent wings of light sprout from Sistina's back. She declares that she will grant Yui's final wish. Kazu cries out as she begins to float up into the air. Kazu's eyes are wide with shock and dawning understanding. Yui's fading consciousness seems to form a peaceful smile. Sistina offers a final loving and sacrificial smile to Kazu. Kazu watches as the remnants of a great power fade into motes of light. Futaba's voice pierces the silence, calling out for her big brother. He turns his head, his attention captured by his sister's familiar cry. Kazu looks up in astonishment as a new figure descends from the sky. Surrounded by a gentle light, Yui floats down toward the ruined landscape. He rises to his feet, catching her in a powerful, relieved embrace. She looks into his weary face and softly speaks his name, Kazu. Together, the three of them stand in the ruins of the Vatican, the war over. A few days later, the scene shifts to a peaceful, modern city street. Kazu sits at an outdoor cafe across from an unlikely companion. Himiko asks him about his singularity power now that the conflict has ended. Kazu pauses, thoughtfully stirring the black coffee in his cup. He admits that living without his power is a very strange feeling. For decades, that immense magic had been an inseparable part of him. Now that it is gone, the entire cosmic struggle feels like a distant dream. Himiko listens to his words, her expression knowing and analytical. She remarks that he seems clumsy now, though she finds it understandable. Kazu smiles, admitting it is a shame to have lost such a precious power. A flashback reveals Sistina, freed by the creator's final annihilation. With her last act, the Holy Mother's power rewrote a part of the world. This calmed the variant phenomenon and erased the singularity's power. Kazu recalls her final words, her simple wish for a normal world. The thought of living peacefully with everyone had just occurred to her. She wanted a world where she could live happily with Kazu and the others. He reflects on her heartfelt, simple wish. His reverie is broken as Yui calls his name from down the street. Kazu stands, telling Himiko it is time for him to leave. She warns that while new variants are gone, incarnations still remain. She playfully asks if his fight is truly over. She tosses him a small object, calling it a good luck charm. He examines the small, intricate metallic charm in his hand. In his grasp, the charm dissolves into a wisp of smoke and vanishes. He thinks of his former titles: Savior, Hero, Magic User, Singularity. Walking to Yui, he declares he has had his fill of that life. The final chapter, an ode to daily life, begins. In a luxurious home, a woman's voice urges her husband to rest. Tetugan stands on a balcony, apologizing for being lost in thought. He explains that the divine weapon replicas still require more refinement. His wife Maria gently asks how he is feeling. He reassures her that he is fine as she smiles warmly. He asks where Yui is, and Maria replies that she went to bed. Maria watches her husband, a hint of concern in her eyes. Tetugan thinks to himself that perhaps Maria muses that the war may not end within her lifetime, but she cannot bear for their daughter to suffer the same fate. Tetugan understands. He broke them out of the Vatican for a reason. He is determined to bring this long and terrible war to an end. He vows that someday they will all finally live together as a real family. Maria agrees with a gentle, hopeful smile. Elsewhere, Tetugan receives a report. An incarnation has been captured. He takes the news in stride, his expression cool and unreadable. Himiko walks down a city street with a confident stride. She declares that the variants will never be completely gone. Tetugan listens to her, his face a mask of detached composure. Himiko asks whose fault it is that they remain in this world. He asks for her cooperation, stating only they can oppose the gods. Himiko gazes at the city skyline, her long hair blowing in the wind. She muses that a world populated only by humans? It would be terribly boring, wouldn't it? The camera focuses on two pairs of feet walking down a hallway. Tetugan straightens his tie, thinking, "Watch me, Maria." A memory of holding his infant daughter's hand strengthens his resolve. The scene returns to a peaceful modern city street. Kazu turns to Yui with a bright smile, suggesting they see a movie. Yui's eyes sparkle with excitement at the prospect. They arrive at a quaint, old-fashioned movie theater. Kazu is surprised, realizing it's a cinema for classic Yakuza films. They enjoy the gangster movie with a classic meal of popcorn and soda. Afterwards, they stop to pet a friendly Shiba Inu on the street. Later, they browse the quiet aisles of a local bookstore. Kazu glances over his shoulder, a thoughtful look on his face. Yui pulls a book from the shelf, her interest piqued. Kazu jokes that a certain manga is still unfinished 20 years from now. They sit down for a meal at a cozy, well-lit restaurant. Wei is surprised to see him eating eggplant, a food he used to despise. They finish their food, leaving their plates and silverware sparkling clean. The sun has set, and a bright moon hangs in the cloudy night sky. Walking home, Kazu remarks on the nostalgia of the familiar streets. He recognizes the park where their journey together truly began. He playfully suggests they go inside for a little while. A brief flash shows a memory of a young, lonely Yui. He recalls this was where he told her everything after his return. On the swings, Kazu marvels that it has only been half a year. He turns to Yui, her name on his lips. He hesitantly asks her how she is feeling. She looks at him, wondering why he would ask such a question. He thinks back to that terrible time. The future where he failed to protect her. He trails off, unable to voice his lingering fears. She knows he worries she is pushing herself on missions for the organization. She reveals her father has told her she no longer needs to fight. Kazu is surprised, but she says if a powerful incarnation appears, she will fight, but it will be by her own choice. Kazu is moved by her unwavering determination. She gets off her swing and stands before him. She takes his hands in hers, reassuring him that it's okay. She explains that since Sistina revived her with a wish, the Holy Mother has been inside her, lending her strength. Kazu looks at her, his heart full, but his protective worry never truly fades. Yui looks down at Kazu's hand with a serious, sorrowful gaze. Kazu clenches his fist, thinking to himself that it's all over now. In the darkness, she tells a defeated Kazu they can't fight together anymore. Suddenly, Yui's hands shoot out, playfully squishing Kazu's face. She smiles brightly, telling him to stop looking so gloomy. Her expression softens as she says he has already fought more than enough. She explains her father said they are no longer needed by the organization. Kazu realizes she means they have other fighting forces besides them now. Yui admits she was shocked to learn he had returned from another world. He passionately insists she is wrong, that she saved him many times. He tries to explain he was the one who was supposed to protect her. She gently chides him for always trying to carry the burden alone. Her expression turns serious as she considers her own deepest wish. Kazu asks what her wish is, since his is to protect everyone. He looks at her, confused by the sudden and serious shift in her tone. She begins to tell him what she truly desires. In the quiet park, she shyly confesses her wish to him. Her one true wish, she says, is to always be with him. With tears in her eyes, she nervously asks if he would. She struggles to ask if he would be with her. Overcome with embarrassment, she suddenly tells him to wait. Kazu panics, wondering if he is supposed to make the move. Like in a game, he takes a deep breath and shouts her name into the night. With all his might, he bellows a sudden marriage proposal. What's completely stunned, her brain short-circuiting with a puff of smoke. Kazu immediately worries about the formality of asking her father. The full weight of his impulsive words finally hits him. He clutches his head in absolute mortification, screaming at himself internally. Wee covers her mouth, trying to stifle a small giggle. She can no longer hold it in and bursts into joyous laughter. Kazu slumps onto the swing, sighing in complete embarrassment. Watching her laugh, a warm and genuine smile spreads across his face. And with that, their long and difficult battle was finally over. At their graduation, the world has begun to learn about variance. Kazu stands in the schoolyard, surrounded by his graduating classmates. Humanity was slowly adapting to the knowledge of this new reality. He bows to his teachers, a normal student once more. Usano, saved and happy, smiles brightly among her friends. Two other girls, once entangled in the chaos, watch from nearby. They rush to congratulate Usano, telling her she did a great job. The three friends share a warm, heartfelt group hug. The narrator explains that supernatural events never happened before them again. A cherry blossom blooms, signaling the arrival of a new peaceful era. Himiko now lives with Kazu, helping him prepare a meal. A small, serpent-like familiar curiously eyes the breakfast spread. Kazu tells her to eat at her dorm since she has late classes. She turns with a bright smile, telling him she is leaving. He warmly sees her off, reflecting on their new, peaceful life. The existence of variance has since faded into mere urban legend. A fox-tailed figure silently watches over the city from a rooftop. Years later, crowds of people walk through the bustling city. The feet of pedestrians move across the pavement in a blur. A man bumps Kazu, thanking him as he takes a call. Kazu glances around the anonymous crowd after the brief encounter. Now a salaryman again, he stands alone amidst the city lights. He smiles, having finally obtained his ordinary, irreplaceable days of peace.